Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Laros reached the edge of the cave and looked down. The drop was nearly 10 meters. He had been unlucky on his way, ambushed by a series of ghastly swarms that had eaten up his time. As a result, he was the last hunter to arrive at the underground plains. A 10-meter drop was a minor inconvenience. As an elite-level trainer, his physical fitness was top-notch, but he wasn't a freak like Bruno who could jump that far without aid. "Go, Charizard," he commanded, releasing his ace Pokémon. The 2-meter-tall dragon, its face marked by a jagged scar over its eyebrow, spread its wings. With Laros standing on its back, it swooped down toward the plains below. The bounty hunters on the ground were too focused on the mental herbs to notice the Charizard descending from above. For them, the wealth at their fingertips was all that mattered. Laros smirked as he watched them work. "Gather it all. In the end, it'll all be mine." He wasn't a benevolent trainer. Anyone who rose to the rank of Gold Hunter in the Bounty Hunter Union had done some shady things. The Alliance knew this, but they tolerated it because the Union was a valuable resource. In times of crisis, they could call on Gold Hunters for help, knowing these individuals were smart enough to stay within the Alliance's unwritten rules. Laros's plan was simple. Let the others do the work, then take it all. He wasn't worried about the dozen or so silver hunters below escaping. He'd clean up the evidence, and who would be bothered to search for a few missing hunters 1,000 meters underground? In the Kanto region, disappearances happened every day, an unexpected encounter. Meanwhile, Hisoka, Curlia, and Weevil were in a state of growing unease. An invisible creature was tormenting them, its presence unseen but undeniable. They were constantly on guard, unable to tell if it was friend or foe. Hee, a sweet laugh echoed through the cave. Hisoka felt a chill on the back of his neck. He spun around and threw a punch, but his fist met only air, nearly sending him crashing into the rock wall. "Come out if you dare. I'll beat you to a pulp," he yelled, his fear replaced by a rising fury. "I'm not afraid of you when you're alive, so why would I be scared of a ghost?" he thought. He knew the creature was intelligent and understood him. Neither Hisoka nor his Pokémon noticed that the zipper on his folding backpack was slowly opening on its own. The invisible creature was searching through it, and soon it found what it was looking for. It pulled out a Pokémon egg incubator. The moment it did, the multicolored gemstone on the device's top exploded with a fierce, blinding light. A magnetic storm erupted, throwing Hisoka backward and into the rock wall. Curlia and Weevil were also thrown back, crashing into Hisoka and causing him to hit the wall a second time. Dazed, Hisoka shook his head, clutching his bruised back. His watch beeped, a warning that the 7-color gemstone was more than a meter away from him. He looked up. The egg incubator lay on the ground, its gemstone's brilliant light fading. He scrambled toward it, ignoring the pain. He had to check the egg. To his relief, the glass dome was intact, and the Pokémon egg inside was unharmed. "Hisoka, over there." Curlia teleported to a pile of rubble and pulled out a small, white creature. "AJ." The creature, its large amber eyes wide, stared at Curlia without fear, making a joyful, laughing sound. "What do you want?" Curlia tried to communicate with it telepathically, but she found her powers were useless against a strange, mysterious energy surrounding the creature. Weevil's claws glowed with a haze of dark energy, ready to strike the instigator of their torment. "Is that a Misdreavus?" Hisoka asked, unsure. The creature was a strange, pure white color, unlike any Misdreavus he had seen. Its body was a pristine white, with pink-tipped hair and bright, golden beads around its neck, not the usual red. It was a beautiful and very unusual Pokémon. A firestorm of greed. A strange wind blew through the cavern, a gale from an unknown source 800 meters underground. It was powerful enough to ruffle the hair and clothing of the hunters below. A dozen of them had worked tirelessly, harvesting large swaths of mental herbs. Then, the orange-red Charizard descended. The hurricane from his wings flattened the herbs and stirred the hunters from their single-minded greed. They looked up to see the massive, scarred dragon and a man with long, red hair standing on its back. He jumped to the ground, a cruel smile on his face. "Thanks for your hard work," he said, his voice dripping with condescension. "Now, line up and hand over all the mental herbs you've collected." A few of the braver hunters erupted in protest. "Who do you think you are?" one yelled. "Why should we give you anything?" "There's more than enough for everyone," another chimed in. "Go find your own patch." But some of the more experienced hunters recognized the red-haired man. One grabbed his companion's arm, whispering, "You're asking for a death wish. Do you know who that is?" "He's an elite-level trainer. We can reason with him," the friend replied, looking at the immense pile of herbs. "He can't possibly take it all." "That's the flame demon Laros," the first hunter whispered back. "He's one of the top 10 bounty hunters in Kanto and Chengdu. He challenged the ice elite Lorelei 3 years ago. He has the strength of an elite." The others fell silent. An elite-level trainer was a force to be reckoned with. But handing over their hard-won treasure was a bitter pill to swallow. "Mr. Flame Demon," one of the hunters said, stepping forward. "We don't want to cause trouble. There's enough here for everyone. We'll take our portion, and the rest is yours. What do you say?" Laros's smile vanished, replaced by a sneer. "You think you're in a position to negotiate with me? Either hand over the herbs, or I'll take them myself." His arrogant response infuriated the group. They were all battle-hardened silver hunters, respected in their own right. To be so casually dismissed was an insult, a strange gift. Hisoka, still hidden in the rocks, watched the exchange. He knew of the flame demon Laros, a 31-year-old genius specializing in fire-type Pokémon. He was a prodigy, though not in the same league as the monsters like Lance or Steven. They had the advantage of powerful family lineages and incredible resources. Laros, by contrast, came from a normal middle-class family and had made it on his own. His Charizard was his starter, a testament to his hard work and dedication. A soft giggle tickled Hisoka's ear. He turned to see the beautiful, white Miss Drevis perched on his neck, smiling. "Stop that, remember?" Hisoka said, looking at her lovely amber eyes. She giggled again, leaning into his shoulder. She opened her mouth and dropped an oval, obsidian-black stone into his palm. Hisoka picked up the stone. His night vision device revealed a faint, smoky haze swirling within it. A dusk stone. He was surprised. Dusk stones were rare in Kanto, more common in the Hoenn region. Their scarcity made them more valuable than common evolution stones like the fire or water stone. They were used to evolve certain ghost and dark-type Pokémon. The stone she had given him was of an unusually high quality. He knew that dusk stone veins were often found in places where many Pokémon had died, like an ancient battlefield. The presence of one here confirmed his suspicion that the underground plane had a dark history. "Little one, where did you find this?" he asked, holding up the stone and looking at the white Miss Drevis. White Miss Drevis understood this sentence. Looking at the dusk stone in Hisoka's hand, he was stunned for a long time, then suddenly nodded his big head happily, swayed in the air, and rushed out of the crack. "Hey, little thing, don't go out." Hisoka was frightened by white Miss Drevis's move. The outside was now tense, like a barrel of explosives with a fuse exposed. As long as there was a little spark, it would explode instantly. Hisoka didn't dare to go out, so he could only hide here and secretly look at white Miss Drevis. The little thing's body slowly faded in the air, and it completely disappeared not far from the crack. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking of the little thing's terrifying stealth ability. Although Laros is powerful, he specializes in fire Pokémon and does not have the kind of psychic Pokémon that is specifically used for detection. Laros did not give in at all. and was unwilling to share the mental herb with the silver hunters in front of him. Dozens of silver hunters did not want to give up the wealth that was within their reach. Brothers, no matter how powerful Laros is, he is only one person. Let's go together. Don't be afraid of him. One of the silver hunters encouraged the other hunters, and this sentence also represented the thoughts of most of the 670 people. No one wanted to give up so much wealth and run away in disgrace just because of the other party's words. The silver hunters took out their Pokémon balls one by one and looked at the red-haired man in front of them with a vigilant look. Laros folded his arms and sneered. The tall Charizard stood forward, and the wide wings blocked the master to prevent anyone from attacking. A strange and ethereal laughter suddenly sounded. Everyone present was shocked and looked around. Laros also frowned, and the strange laughter just now seemed to be near his ear. Hee hee, hee hee. The laughter became more and more frequent and closer. The soil under a mental herb suddenly shook, and after a few seconds, a skull head wearing a helmet suddenly jumped out, and dark flames burned in its hollow eyes. As the mental herbs fell one by one, skeleton soldiers climbed out of the soil holding rusty knives and swords. What the hell is that? CCFH. A middle-aged bounty hunter shouted first, his voice full of disbelief. He has been a hunter for more than 20 years. He has never seen such a strange and terrifying scene in front of him. Aren't skeleton soldiers only found in some fantasy novels? Each mental herb almost represents a skeleton soldier. There will be as many skeleton soldiers as there are mental herbs on the underground plane. In less than 3 minutes, all the mental herbs fell down and lost their unique white light and quickly withered. Instead, there was an endless skeleton army. In addition to human skeleton soldiers, there were also many huge Pokémon skeletons. Hisoka could recognize several Pokémon skeletons: Nidoking, Rhydon, Rapidash. All of them were large Pokémon, and they were fully armored. Damn it, this time I really saw a ghost. The scene in front of him almost made Hisoka explode. To be honest, although there are unscientific creatures like Pokémon in this world, it is generally scientific. Things like undead soldiers are completely different. The leader of the skeleton army is a general who is the tallest, fully armored, holding a huge sword, and sitting on a skeleton Rapidash. Roar! The skeleton general roared, raised the huge sword, and swung it forward. The skeleton soldiers seemed to be injected with chicken blood normal, roaring and rushing towards the living people in the center. The bounty hunters could not suppress their fear and immediately released all their main Pokémon. The mental herb withered, making Laros's eyelids jump. The windfall was gone, and he was not too upset about it. The most important thing now was to figure out why the skeletons underground suddenly resurrected. Flamethrower, Laros raised his head, and Charizard understood. He opened his mouth, and a deep red high-temperature flame was emitted. The flames swept across the skeleton army that rushed over. The terrifying high temperature even melted the weapons in the hands of the skeleton soldiers into molten iron. But the strange thing was that the high-temperature flame that could melt iron did not instantly burn these skeletons into charcoal. The skeletons, with flames burning all over their bodies, buried their heads and crashed into the defense circle of the bounty hunters. The skeleton soldiers were not afraid of fear or pain. The skeleton soldiers themselves were not strong in combat and could not be compared with Pokémon. A Machamp could easily break a dozen skeletons, but they were like marching ants that were not afraid of death, densely packed and endless. Half an hour passed in a flash. The bounty hunters were no longer stepping on mud, but piles of white bones. Their Pokémon were exhausted and looked up, and countless skeletons were still surging. A Shawarang was exhausted. After a high jump kick smashed the skeleton soldier in front of him, his right leg shook and he half knelt down. At this time, a skeleton soldier rushed over from the right and pressed the Shawarang under him. Seeing this, the Shawarang's owner wanted to use the Pokémon ball to take it back, but the red rays were blocked by the swarming skeleton soldiers. After a scream, the Shawarang was submerged by the endless skeleton army. Finally, a bounty hunter couldn't stand this fear. He released a Fiero, grabbed its claws with both hands, and let Fiero lead him out. He knew that if he dragged on, he might be dragged to death by these skeletons. The mental herb has withered. Staying here will not only bring no benefit, but also may cost you your life and the life of your Pokémon. The remaining hunters followed suit and released their own flying Pokémon to take them away. Without any benefit, it is impossible to expect these hyenas to work hard. A bunch of trash. Laros, who was surrounded by enemies, cursed with a face full of dissatisfaction. He received a large sum of money to solve the mine incident. Unlike those hyenas, giving up the task halfway would only result in some flaws in their resumes. The key is to save their lives. He had made a big promise before and accepted the millions of yuan reward from the EV family in advance. If he ran away like this, Laros' reputation would be greatly affected in the future. A Charizard was soaring in the sky. Eruption Pillar. 2 Houndoums were guarding Laros, and another duck-billed Charmeleon was on his back. A big explosion destroyed a group of skeleton soldiers. Damn it, it's endless. As time went by, Laros became more and more irritated. There were too many skeleton soldiers around him, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, and there was no one to clear them. To avoid the sharp edge first, Laros decided to retreat first and go out to find some partners. If there was no other way, he would just use violence to fill up this underground plane. He sat back on Charizard's back and commanded Houndoom and Charmeleon to fight and retreat. When he was close to the cliff, he used the Pokemon Ball to collect the 3 pets. Charizard flapped his wings and flew into the cave above under the gaze of countless skeleton soldiers. The skeleton army that lost its target stood still like a robot without power, and the dark flames in its eyes seemed to have dimmed a little. Hisoka secretly observed these skeletons, and at the same time, he held Lulu's hand tightly with his right hand. Once the other party found his hiding place, he would immediately let Lulu use teleport to run to the cave above. Even a gold hunter with elite strength was driven away. What else could he do? If the mission failed, it failed. Anyway, there was already a bunch of mental herbs in the backpack, and the total value of the mission reward was only 600 W. Hee. The unique laughter of White Misdreavus sounded again in the empty underground plane. Hisoka saw the skeleton general leading the skeleton army, riding a bone horse towards the cave here. Did he get discovered? Hisoka frowned. Patting Weevil on the shoulder, he whispered, "When the enemy gets close, you should strike first and tear it apart for me." "Ma." Weevil raised his claws and nodded confidently. The individual strength of these skeletons is not strong, but the terrifying thing is the Bone Sea tactics, which can drag people to death. The skeleton general stopped when he was about 5 meters away from the cave. Just when Weevil was about to take action, he fell off the bone horse. The bone horse he was riding also fell apart. Giggle. By Misdreavus' beautiful figure floated out from the skeleton general's body, shaking her big head back and forth, as if signaling Hisoka in the cave to come out. Hisoka took a deep breath and decided to trust this little thing. She shouldn't hurt him. If, as he thought, these skeleton armies were really controlled by this little thing in front of him, then he would have truly found a treasure. Walking out of the cave, a gust of cold wind blew over the plain outside. Hisoka wrapped his collar and walked to the side of the White Misdreavus. The little thing squinted happily, then flew to the side of the skeleton scattered on the ground, took a bite of it, and an oval dusk stone was bitten in the mouth of the little thing. White Misdreavus flew in front of Hisoka, spit out a small mouth, and threw the evolution stone into his hand. Just as Hisoka was playing with the second evolution stone in his hand, the skeleton army on the underground plane was like a multi-evolution stone. Like Jerry Dominoes, one after another, the skeleton army that was so aggressive and overwhelming just now fell down in less than 10 seconds. Shisuo swallowed his saliva, looked at the White Misdreavus who was lying on his neck again, and smiled bitterly. "Little thing, you didn't do all this." White Misdreavus blew air, but didn't answer Shisuo's question directly. The little thing is very smart and can understand what he said, but he doesn't know why he refuses to communicate directly. Shisua just asked Lulu. Her telepathy can't communicate with white mischievous at all, as if there's an obstacle on the other party, and can't sense the biomagnetic field of white mischievous. On the dark and wide underground plain, the white skeleton made the originally black mud cover the ground. When Hisoka walked on it, it made a crackling sound. He accidentally stepped too hard and broke a leg bone. He squatted down and used his right hand in a leather glove to pull apart the bones. A dusk stone with irregular edges appeared below. He picked it up and shone it with a flashlight. It was not as delicate as the 2 dusk stones that the little thing had given him before. There was no haze inside, but the edges were rough. It was obvious that it was a dusk stone of relatively poor quality. Flowers 0. Hisoka finally knew how the dusk stone on by Miss Drevis was obtained, although not every skeleton had a dusk stone under it. After all, there were more than hundreds of thousands of skeletons on the underground plane. If there were hundreds of thousands of dusk stones, it would be really rich. He would never be a bounty hunter again. He would just lie on the dusk stone and rest. Hisoka could only speed up his search because he knew that Laros would definitely not give up so easily. The other party was probably out looking for support. 0. The space in the folding backpack was almost full, and it was already filled with a bunch of mental herbs. Now I could only throw away the dusk stones with poor quality and only take those with better quality. Let's go. Let's go. Hiso tightened the backpack on his shoulders and took Lulu and the others back to the cave they came from. Little thing, do you want to go with us? I knew it. Hiso shrugged helplessly, the hateful little guy who didn't answer the question directly. Holding Lulu's little hand, the bodies of one person and one pet began to blur, and in the blink of an eye they appeared at the cave entrance more than 5 meters high directly above. Weevil followed closely behind, assisting the protruding stones on the rock wall and climbing up to the cave entrance with a few jumps and splashes. White Miss Drevis was simpler, swaying his body and floating up slowly. Hiso, who returned to the ground, tore off the oxygen mask on his mouth and took a deep breath of fresh air to remove the carbon dioxide accumulated in his lungs. The harvest this time was enough, and Hisoka was no longer planning to go back to Stone Town. Anyway, there were more than 40 hunters who took action together this time, but only a dozen of them came to the underground plane. Of the remaining nearly 30 hunters, 2 were killed by Hisoka. The rest were either ambushed by the ghastly group in the mine, or ambushed by other hyenas. Just about an hour after Hisoka slipped away from the underground mine, Charizard with a scar on his eyebrow returned to the underground plane, and a huge Pidgeot followed Charizard. Horacio Wingkyle, a gold hunter, quasi-elite strength, specializes in flying Pokémon. He is also one of the few friends of Laros. Kyle happened to be on vacation in Rainbow City. When he heard that Laros was in trouble, he immediately flew over on Pidgeot. Kyle is short and slender, only about 165 centimeters. He has emerald green hair and looks a bit feminine, but he is indeed a man, there is no doubt about that. Kyle looked at the skeletons on the ground below and couldn't help laughing. Laros, are you kidding me? Where's the skeleton army you mentioned? Why do I only see a pile of skeletons? Laros didn't argue with anything, but commanded Charizard to land. He looked at the waste bones all over the ground with an ugly expression. An hour ago, the overwhelming skeleton army seemed to be an illusion. Normal. Of course it was not an illusion. The skeletons that almost filled the underground plane explained everything that happened before. It was just that after his strategic retreat, something he didn't know happened here. Look here. Kyle waved to Laros, holding a black stone in his hand, and said, Laros, do you know what this is? Dusk stone. Laros recognized at a glance. He had seen some of this special evolution stone when he was on a mission in Chengdu region before. Yes, it's a dusk stone. Kyle smiled. You shouldn't be surprised. Why did dusk stone appear under the evolution stone vein in Stone Town? Stone Town has been digging for evolution stones for more than 30 years, but dusk stone has never been found. Laros searched the skeletons around him for a while and soon found a dusk stone of normal quality. This place is an ancient battlefield. So many people and Pokémon died. What's so strange about the dusk stone? Well, Has someone come here after me? Or has he been hiding in a corner? Laros's attention was attracted by a broken bone. It was definitely not a natural break, and there were traces of footprints on the broken surface. A very smart hyena. Ka also came over at this time and smiled. There are a lot of dust stones thrown aside over there, and the quality is not good. The hyena should have specially selected the dusk stones of excellent quality and took them away. Ha! You were fished out of the bottom of the sea. Laros didn't know how to describe his feelings at this time. Rage was somewhat fooled, but he could do nothing. The other party should have come to this plane early, and then hid in a corner to wait for the development of the situation. At that time, he was attracted by the large area of mental herb, and he had a conflict with other bounty hunters. He did not expect that there would be people around watching. Everything went smoothly, and the Shinyao motorcycle slowly drove out of the road of Stone Town. Hisoka gave up this bounty mission, which made his 100% mission completion rate have some flaws. The dozen bounty hunters who ran back had spread the news of what happened in the underground mine throughout Stone Town. For a time, everyone was in danger. There were countless skeleton soldiers under the town where they had been living, which should have only existed in fantasy novels. If someone was not really afraid to download those photos, perhaps people would just think that these bounty hunters were making excuses for their mission soldiers. This is a big deal. The local police have been dispatched to prepare to block the 7 mine entrances where the accident occurred. It is better to be prepared for the worst. If those so-called skeleton soldiers rush out of the mine and endanger innocent Alliance citizens, the impact will be very bad. Renault, who had heard the news a long time ago, was so angry that he smashed 3 vases that he usually liked in the office, and roars continued to be heard from the office. How dare those idiots spread the news everywhere? Renault was lying on the recliner, his right hand holding the pipe, trembling with anger. If this kind of thing happened and was blocked in time, it would be fine, but now it is spread all over the city. Alliance will definitely send someone to take over, and this kind of mess will definitely have a significant impact on the tourism industry in Stone Town in the future, and the economic losses are incalculable. Dong! Dong! The office door was knocked. Renault calmed down and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" "Master, Mr. Laros is back." The voice of the butler Carl came from outside the door. "Ask him to the conference room and tell him that I will be here soon." "Yes, master." "Huh, Mr. Laros, you are back so soon. I guess you must have solved the problem of the mine." Pushing open the door of the conference room, Renault's Hideki's steady voice took the lead. Laros was lying in the chief recliner, with his legs on the conference table. He did not directly answer Renault's question, but put a piece of black stone and a DV camera on the table. "This is dusk stone." Renault has been in the evolution stone business for more than 30 years. How could he not recognize this black stone? Laros raised his head and said, "This thing was found on that underground plane. The 7 mines where the accident happened are all connected to that plane." Turning on the DV camera, due to infrared shooting, it was a vast expanse of green inside, but the scene inside could still be seen clearly, the underground plane covered with countless white bones. "Where are those skeleton soldiers?" Renault asked curiously. "These skeletons are..." Renault was stunned when he heard this. The skeleton army that was described as so terrible by those bounty hunters before turned into skeletons all over the ground in an instant. He cupped his hands in admiration and laughed loudly. "Mr. Laros is indeed an elite-level warrior. Even 40 bounty hunters can't solve it. You can smash them to pieces with one move. Carl, prepare another 5 million for Mr. Laros and notify the big mine owners and the rich families in the town. I will hold a banquet to thank Mr. Laros in the evening." Laros didn't even raise his eyelids and accepted it calmly. The money is delivered to the door, so why should he push it away? He is not an Alliance title Elite 4, and he has so much money to spend every year. Bounty hunters earn their money through hard work. Although the collective disintegration of the skeleton army has nothing to do with him, and he doesn't know what happened in the hour after the retreat, the hyena hiding in the corner of Song Yuji must know. "You can't run away. I will definitely catch you." Laros smiled at the corner of his mouth. He was very interested in who the hyena was at this moment. "If you want to be rich, build roads first. The roads from Stone Town to major cities are really well built. In order to transport evolution stones to various cities for sale, it is impossible without a wide and smooth road. The cost of all air transportation is too high, so it is better to spend a lot of money to build the road in the early stage. The Evie family, the richest family in Stone Town, took the lead, and other large mine owners and wealthy families also donated money. The Kanto Alliance naturally supported such a good thing. People are given to people, policies are given to policies. Anyway, those Grand Duke roads do not require Alliance to spend money. Siso did not go back to Dark City directly, but drove the Divine Bird motorcycle to the 105 highway to Rainbow City. The 1-month deadline has arrived, and he needs to go to Rainbow City. Chansey will be handed over to Nurse Joy for a full-body checkup. Siso did not forget the request made by Karama last time. After obtaining the permanent breeder rights of Chansey, he must take some time every month to go to the local Pokémon Center for Nurse Joy to check for him in the first 3 months. Prevent the trainer from abusing or abandoning Chansey. In fact, Stone Town is closer to Fuchsia City. But this Chansey was adopted from the Pokémon Center in Rainbow 22 City. It is better to walk a little further to check there and let Chansey, as the eldest sister, meet her little sisters. There was a cotton-like touch on the neck, and there was a cool breeze from time to time. Hisoka was a little helpless driving the motorcycle. He didn't know what the little thing had a habit. Since leaving the mine, it has been staying on his neck and likes to blow air when it has nothing to do. Hisoka had a formal communication with her and asked by Miss Drevis if she was willing to become his Pokémon. The little thing didn't answer directly, nor did it refuse, but it didn't want to enter the Pokémon ball. The little thing was too mysterious, and it didn't seem to be a simple Flash Pokémon. The unique bright gold bead necklace on her neck gave Hisoka a very strange feeling. Hisoka carefully observed the necklace, and a black rune was faintly visible in each bead. I don't know what those black runes mean, but I can roughly guess that some of the abilities of White Miss Drevis may be related to this necklace. Well, if you don't want to enter the Pokémon ball, then don't. As long as you can ensure that White Miss Drevis will not leave you, and the little thing will always stay hidden outside in contest condition, no one will find this strange Miss Drevis. The little thing likes the energy radiation on the colorful gem very much, and even has a bit of an addictive taste. Every once in a while, it will blow air on Hisoka's neck, urging him to take out the gem and take a few puffs. Be quiet for a while. Hisoka rubbed the invisible figure on his left shoulder. Wait until we get to Rainbow City. Let's take it again, okay? The little thing didn't agree, and the little Zue kept blowing. Lulu, who was sitting on the back seat of the motorcycle, was unhappy. With a wave of her little hand, confusion was activated to grab the little thing hidden on Hisoka's neck. Sure, Bao hugged this sky pillow that was almost as tall as himself to prevent her from moving. I know you understand what I say. Don't bother Shisu all the time, and I won't allow you to hurt him. If I find out, you're dead. The blue light in Lulu's eyes faded slightly, and she spoke viciously with telepathy. At the same time, her right hand twisted the big cotton ball in her arms a few times, which temporarily calmed down the little thing that had been moving nonstop. Lulu, what's wrong with you? Why is the back shaking all the time? It's okay. I'm communicating with my new partner. Although there are no other people on the road, you must pay attention to the front when driving. Shisuan nodded. No wonder I felt that there was no air blowing from my neck. It turned out that Meng Fei went to the back to play with Lulu. Without the harassment of the little creature, Hisoka was finally able to concentrate. He let go of the accelerator and twisted his right hand hard. The Divine Bird V motorcycle made a buzzing sound and sped forward on the straight road, startling the Bobos on the branches around them and flying into the air, looking at the Orbird monster driving away in fear. The mountains are vast and the forests are lush. The 4 words, vast land and sparse population, can perfectly describe the world of Pokémon. The Kanto continent, which is equivalent to half of the Earth's land area in the previous life, has only a few 100 million people. Kanto continent is the collective name of the Kanto region and the Chengdu region. The 2 regions are on a continental plate. More than 70% of these hundreds of millions of people are concentrated in major first-tier and second-tier cities. The Kanto region is a forested landform, so there are often several forests between cities. Unless it is an island city, you can see endless trees as soon as you leave the suburbs of the city. Come on, suck it. Hisoka looked up at the sky. Under the cover of many dense forests, the setting sun became less dazzling. He drove for 3 hours. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, he arrived near the suburbs of Rainbow City. Miss Drevis had already fallen out, and Lulu was too lazy to care about her anymore. As long as this annoying kid didn't hurt Hisoka, the rest were just small 12V problems. As soon as the incubator was taken out, Miss Drevis rushed up impatiently, staring at the colorful halo above, his face intoxicated, his mouth open, absorbing the life energy that made him feel happy and full. Take it easy, it will be gone after you finish absorbing it. Sisso didn't wait for the little thing to protest, and after she took a few puffs, he put the incubator back into the backpack. He had tested the colorful gem, and of course he knew that this thing was like a solar charger. When the energy radiation reached a certain low end, it would slowly return to the peak value as long as it was exposed to the sun for a few hours. This was mainly done to whet the little thing's appetite. The same was true when the trainers in the previous life trained wild beasts. They must never feed the beasts all at once, but must feed them slowly and quickly. This way the beasts will become more and more obedient. The little thing pouted its mouth, and seeing that Sisso was determined not to let suck enough, it flew around in the air angrily and then rushed over. Shisuo thought that he was rushing over to act like a spoiled child again, so he didn't try to dodge. Bang! After a muffled sound, Shisuo covered his forehead and squatted down. It hurts! Giggle. Rainbow City, Pokémon Center. Hisso, I was right about you. Chansey is well taken care of. You really put your heart into it. Nurse Joy said with emotion while caressing Chansey, who fell into her arms. She had taken care of this child since she was young. After a month of separation, she really missed her. As if she remembered something, Joy said softly, Chansey, your sisters are still studying in the old place. Do you want to go see them? Lucky. Chansey nodded excitedly at first, then turned around and looked at Hisoka with expectant eyes. Shisuo is her trainer now, so Chansey wants to ask Shisuo's opinion. Shisuo smiled and nodded. Go. Your sisters must miss you too. Let's get together. We will stay one night and leave tomorrow. Lucky. Chansey's eyes narrowed happily, walked up to Shisuo, and used the pink tentacles on the right side of her head to tighten his trouser legs. You two have such a good relationship. I am a little envious. Nurse Joy joked, looking at Chansey's figure running to the backyard. A hint of pampering appeared in her eyes. I will bring Chansey to see you often, Hisoka said with a smile. After all, you are the one who raised her. How can you not take her back to her parents' home after marrying her? Hee. Nurse Joy was amused by this sentence, and her shoulders trembled. She said with great joy, Well said, Chansey is a good girl. You must take good care of her and stay together for life. After that, the two looked at each other and laughed together. This scene was completely different in the eyes of other trainers in the Pokémon Center. A brat who suddenly appeared and flirted with Nurse Joy made Nurse Joy so happy. What a lucky little bee **************. D. The male trainers hated it so much that their teeth itched. How many young people did Nurse Joy have? Trainer's dream lover. Now she is being attacked by a young girl. Hisoka pays great attention to interpersonal communication, and he would not make enemies if he could avoid them. Isn't it better to have one more friend than one more enemy? If there's really no other way, he should be the enemy, so he should be killed immediately and not give the other party a chance to retaliate. Nurse Joy is backed by a large family-run medical institution. He also has a lot of say in the alliance meeting. If you have a good relationship with a Nurse Joy and have a good impression, it is equivalent to having a good relationship with Nurse Joy working in various cities. Hisoka is sure that with women's gossipy psychology, Nurse Joy in Rainbow City will definitely tell her sisters about her social experience with him today. When passing by the Ritz-Carlton perfume store, Hisoka suddenly remembered that the number 18 perfume specially used for Fiba was almost used up. It was just right to buy a few more bottles at the Wikingshui store. This special perfume that can keep Pokemon in a good mood is expensive. The main material is Gloom saliva is extracted, which is a very smelly raw material. Erica can be said to be a perfume master who was delayed by the profession of gym leader. Her talent in making perfume is much stronger than that of trainer. Hisoka's backpack is now full of mental herb and dusk stone. He will not sell mental herb. This good thing that can enhance the hard power of Pokemon must be kept for himself. How can he give it to Krishna? Dusk stone, Hisoka does not need it. Except for the first dusk stone given to him by White Misdreavus, the rest of the dusk stone, he was going to find an opportunity to sell them all. Welcome. Pushing the glass door open, as soon as he entered, he heard a sweet welcome. All the employees of the Li Jiao perfume store are beautiful women with high appearance. And the main target here is high-end customers, and the quality of the employees is very high. Handsome boy, you are here again. A tall beauty about 1.7 meters tall came towards him, wearing a pink hip-wrap tight uniform, a pink high-collar jacket on the outside, and a pair of white high heels under her slender legs. Do you still remember me? Of course. The tall beauty with a golden ponytail drew an arc at the corner of her mouth, revealing 6 white teeth. There are not many male customers who come to the perfume store alone to buy perfume, and you're the only one who is so young and handsome. It has only been a month. How could I forget you? This blonde beauty is the shopping guide who received Shisuo last time, and is also the deputy manager of this perfume store. There is also a beautiful woman with purple hair and green ponytails who is also a shopping guide at the Li Jiao perfume store. Are you still choosing the number 18 perfume from last time? The blonde beauty walked to Hisoka and asked softly. Hisoka did not answer her immediately, but glanced at the kimono beauty sitting on the sofa and recommending perfume to others. Looks familiar. The blonde beauty followed Hisoka's gaze and showed an understanding expression on her face, and then joked, "What's wrong? Are you interested in our store manager? Is that beautiful lady in kimono your store manager?" Hisoka asked. Yes. The blonde nodded. Last time you came here to buy perfume, the store manager just went back to the gym to deal with the trainers who came to challenge, so you didn't see her. So, she is Erica. No wonder she looks familiar. This is the first time Hisoka has seen Erica in person good. He had only seen interviews with gym leaders in various cities on TV before. But the Erica on TV has short blue hair and simple clothes, just like a girl next door normal. As for the Erica who appeared in the perfume store, she was completely different from the one in the TV interview. She wore a blue kimono of contest and a black wig, some light powder on the face, bright lipstick on the lips. Less pure and sunny, but more dignified and elegant. Compared with the appearance on TV, Shisuo likes the kimono-dressed Erica in front of him more. It has nothing to do with love between men and women. It's just an aesthetic habit. Okay, your eyes are straight. The blonde beauty deliberately waved her hand in front of Shisuo's eyes. Manager Erica is now recommending perfume to Miss Sabrina. Let's not go over to disturb them. A black straight-haired girl wearing a red high-collared button-down jacket and black stockings. Her face is very delicate, but her expression is a little stiff, so she exudes a cold temperament that keeps people away from Norman. Sabrina should be the official gym leader of Saffron City. She's a very good trainer. She is good at commanding psychic Pokemon, and she is also a psychic owner. Psychics exist in this world. Of course, they're not as scary as in the movies. There may be only 1 or 2 psychic owners among millions of people, and the use of these psychics is probably similar to the confusion of psychic Pokemon. Psychics give them innate strong mental power, and they can command Pokemon with multiple tasks and are very responsive. If these psychics take the path of trainers, as long as they're willing to work hard, their strength is often better than that of ordinary trainers. Bang! The door was pushed open again, and a tall and thin man in a blue police uniform strode in, holding his police hat in his right hand, and shouted loudly, "Miss Erica! Miss Erica!" "Sure." The blonde assistant manager was startled and quickly made a gesture to the tall and thin man at the door. It's so noisy. The man sitting opposite Erica Sabrina was originally struggling to choose which perfume to use. After being disturbed by the loud voice, she frowned, stood up, spread her 5 fingers, and pushed forward. The man in police uniform wanted to say something, but was pushed out by an inexplicable repulsive force and crashed into the glass door behind him. Ahem, you are so brave. You dare to attack the police. The tall and thin man covered his chest and muttered intermittently. He felt that he was really in trouble. He was attacked by someone even though he had an important notice. Hey, Mr. Kurama, have you changed your skin again? A familiar voice came from his ear. Kurama shook his dizzy head, looked carefully, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Brother, it's you. How come you have time to come to Rainbow City today? Mr. Kurama, I'm so sorry. Sabrina didn't mean it. Erica, wearing a kimono, walked over holding the cold-faced, black, long, straight hand, and bowed to Kurama, who was still sitting on the ground with an apologetic look on her face. Sabrina and Erica were good friends. She would come to Rainbow City to see Erica every month, and the two would do beauty treatments and choose perfumes together. Although Sabrina was introverted and didn't like to talk to people, she still cherished her only good friend. Erica kept signaling Sabrina with her eyes. Sabrina didn't want to do it in her heart, but in order not to make Erica embarrassed, she still stepped forward and said abruptly, "Sorry, it wasn't intentional." The cold expression made Kurama tremble all over. Of course, he knew this gym leader of Saffron. He was simply a humanoid psychic Pokémon. It was nothing. It's better not to make the other party angry. He quickly patted his butt and got up from the ground, saying with a flattering face, "Hello, Miss Sabrina. I'm sorry to bother you. It's all my fault for my loud voice." Sabrina turned her head away. She didn't like the guy with a horse face in front of her. "Mr. Kurama, do you have anything important to do?" Erica waved to the shopping guides who had gathered to go down first, then glanced at Hisoka and asked, "Is this handsome guy Mr. Kurama's friend?" "This guy is called Hisoka. He is my good brother." Kurama put his arm around Hisoka's shoulders and said carelessly, "Let's find a place to sit and talk. It's not good for the guests to see us standing at the door like this." Kurama sat on the sofa and took out a piece of paper from his briefcase and smiled. "It's like this. A lot of living fossil Pokemon have been discovered in Dasha Valley recently." "I've heard about it." Erica nodded. Alliance decided to build a nature reserve in the big valley of Dasha Valley. Today, I met with Erica, the owner of the museum, to discuss which city the nature reserve belongs to. Dasha Valley is not far from our Rainbow City. According to the distance, Dasha Valley should belong to Rainbow City. Erica responded naturally, as if the question asked by Kurama was a little strange. Dasha Valley is originally located in the large valley on the border of Rainbow City. Is there anyone who wants to compete? Fuchsia City also thinks so. Kurama smiled bitterly. Everyone knows that once the nature reserve for fossil Pokemon is established, it will definitely be a big piece of fat meat. Dasha Valley happens to be located in the large valley between Fuchsia City and Rainbow City. It is really hard to say which side it belongs to. Originally, the Great Valley was just a barren land with jagged rocks. Except for the occasional fossils dug up there were no mineral resources, so no one in Rainbow City or Fuchsia City took the valley seriously. Now, the ancient fossil Pokemon that lived millions of years ago has been resurrected from underground. This is the most significant discovery in the Kanto region recently. Many professors and scholars who specialize in ancient Pokemon have set off and rushed to the Great Valley. Nothing makes these people more excited than seeing living fossil Pokemon. The professors were excited. "Hey, things are getting annoying now." After leaving the Li Jia perfume shop, Kangma sighed. He originally wanted to persuade Erica to give up the competition for the ownership of the Dasha Valley Nature Reserve. Who knew that this seemingly weak and pure girl would be so stubborn? No matter how hard she tried, she refused to give in. It makes sense. As the gym leader of Rainbow City, Erica naturally wants to help the city gain more benefits. The political structure of this world is city autonomy. Unless a major malicious incident occurs, the Alliance will rarely interfere in the management of the city. The economy of Rainbow City is developed, second only to the international metropolis Saffron City, and it is definitely far richer than Fuchsia City. The Alliance's idea is to move the Dasha Valley Nature Reserve into the territory of Fuchsia City. After the Nature Reserve is officially opened, it can help the ancient Pokémon boost the economy of Fuchsia City. Ideas are ideas, but it is difficult to implement them. As soon as the mayor of Rainbow City got the news, he flew to Indigo Overnight Plateau, and they're still making trouble there. The senior Alliance officials from Rainbow City also want to move the Dashaga Nature Reserve to their hometown. Okay, let's not talk about these annoying things, brother. Why did you come to Rainbow City? Didn't you open a gym in Dark City? Kurama took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and pressed them lightly. A white and blue police car, not far away, made a Dojo sound. The logo on the front bumper of this police car is a flame trident. Hisoka recognized this logo. Like his favorite Shinyao motorcycle, it is a product of the heavy industry group under Zillafu. It is a relatively high-end model called Guangyan. I'm afraid that only the police departments of Jinwang City and Rainbow City have the financial resources to use Guangyan series models as police cars. You've been doing well recently. You've even replaced your broken Zip with Guangyan. Hisoka joked. Hearing this, Kurama showed his signature smirk again. It's all thanks to you, brother. Last time, the two of us solved the Diglett disaster in Fuchsia Forest in advance. And I completed the reservoir project on time and with quality, and I took advantage of the relationship between Boss Baijia. Although I didn't immediately return to the position of investigator, I at least got a team leader in the Rainbow City Police Department. How is your boss, Baijia? The impact of the last San Anu was not a big blow to him. Hisoka took the key handed over by Kurama, opened the left door, and entered the driver's cabin. It was indeed a car from the Guangyan series. Although it is definitely not a high-end configuration as a police car, the interior configuration is already luxurious. You know, the police in other cities all use Aoki brand cars. Aoki cars are the most common low-end cars, similar to Santana in the previous life. Kurama then sat in the co-pilot. His smile was restrained, and he sighed. Boss Baijia was attacked badly in the Alliance because of the sinking of the San Ano last time. Although the eldest brother's grandmother is Agatha, the eldest brother is very strong-willed and refused to let his grandmother help him. The eldest brother Baijia always said that we can't afford to lose that person. As if he thought of something, Kurama flicked the tumbler on the table and said slowly, for the time being, the position of the chief search officer in the East is out of the question. After returning from vacation, the eldest brother Baijia joined the Alliance Special Forces and is now specializing in fighting poachers and the rocket team on the front line. Hearing this, Hisoka nodded in understanding. Alliance Special Forces, he had heard of this name, of course, he only knew a little bit about it. It is said that this is an elite force that specializes in special operations. To join this special operations force, not only must you have a clean family background, but your trainer strength must also be at the elite level. You must have outstanding physical fitness and be able to endure hardships, no matter what your identity or strength is outside. Once you join the Alliance Special Forces, you must start as a rookie. There are instructors specifically for the team members, and there are also instructors specifically for Pokémon. Every month, an Alliance Elite Four will go to the Special Forces to give lectures to the team members and will accept the challenges of the team members. The welfare of this unit is very high. As for how high, Hisoka is not sure. The mortality rate of the Special Forces is the highest in the world, the highest among all the combat organizations of Alliance, and the elimination rate is also very high every year. However, even if the Special Forces are eliminated, they are first-class elites in other places, and they could be the captain of the criminal police team in any police station without any problem. Drive, let's go to Dasha Valley first. The nature reserve over there has been started. I will be in charge of the affairs there now. Kurama said proudly. I will take you to see a big guy. You will definitely be very surprised. This is the most ferocious Pokemon I have ever seen, damn. The Pokemon in ancient times and the Pokemon now are completely different concepts. You know how to slack off? Let me be your driver. Hisoka cursed with a smile, turned the key, and started the accelerator. Motorcycles are his favorite, but he also likes cars with outstanding configurations. Dasha Valley. Hisoka has never been there, but he only remembers that it is located in a large valley between the Wild area and Cinnabar Island. But there's a car navigation system in the car, so it doesn't matter if you don't know the way. Speaking of which, the city closest to Dasha Valley in terms of straight-line distance should be Dark City. Such a question suddenly popped up in Shisua's mind. Since the ownership of Dasha Valley Nature Reserve is determined by distance, Dark City is the most qualified to speak. Ask me a question. What do you think about assigning this Dasha Valley Nature Reserve to our Dark City? Puff. Zongma, who was leaning against the car window and drinking a drink leisurely, spit it out. Then he looked at Shisua with a shocked face and said loudly, "Boss, I call you boss. Don't make trouble for me." Now the two mayors of Rainbow City and Fuchsia City are still arguing over at Indigo Plateau. If no one stopped them, the two old men would probably have started fighting directly. Didn't you say that ownership is determined by the distance between the cities? Dark City is closest to Dasha Valley in terms of straight-line distance, and you know how poor Dark City is. If Alliance wants to boost the city economy, it should also boost Dark City. 0-0. Kurama was speechless after hearing what Hisoka said. He didn't know how to refute. He leaned back helplessly on his chair, put his hands on his head, thought for a while, and said, "Well, since you have this idea, as a brother, I should support you. Yes, why can Rainbow City and Fuchsia City compete, but Dark City can't? Besides, the wild wilderness area of Fuchsia City should have been allocated to Dark City. If it weren't for that be D, named Koga, who intercepted it, Dark City would not be as poor as it is now. When the Dashaga Nature Reserve opens, Shisua can imagine the huge flow of customers. Dark City has no special products and resources and can only rely on tourism to develop. The classical architectural style of the Ping-Song period hundreds of years ago and many ancient snacks that have long disappeared in other cities can become local tourism projects. Now all that is missing is a famous attraction to attract traffic, and this nature reserve with the resurrected ancient fossil Pokémon as its gimmick is very suitable. When the Dark City economy develops, taxes will be higher, and Shisua's income will also increase. Alliance will also allocate more funds to promote the development of a city when it sees a city flourishing. If you want policies, there are policies, and if you want money, there is money. Who doesn't want to have another second-tier city in the city under their rule? After the car entered the valley, it became difficult to drive. There were continuous rocks and narrow mountain roads without any protective measures. This valley was too barren before, and no mineral resources were found underground. Therefore, it has never been artificially developed. The environment here is still the same as it was thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. This may be why the ancient fossil Pokémon sleeping underground were not officially discovered until today, or because of a small accident. Otherwise, no one would have discovered them for hundreds of years. Living fossil Pokémon just sound incredible. There are warning signs everywhere on the mountain road to Dasha Valley. This valley is now completely under martial law. 003. There are special police on duty every 1,000 meters. It can be said that ordinary trainers cannot enter without official connections. Now there are very precious living fossil Pokémon in Dasha Valley, as well as many respected professors and well-known scholars from Kanto and Chengdu. The protection measures must be the most comprehensive, otherwise some poachers and members of underground organizations who heard the news would sneak in, which is no joke. Even though Hisoka was driving a police car, he was checked 5 times along the way. Fortunately, Kurama is a person in charge here and has a special pass in his hand, otherwise he would have to check until the evening. The Guanyan police car finally stopped in front of a large camouflage tent. Kurama pointed at the tent and said mysteriously, "Do you know how many big shots are inside?" Hisoka didn't bother to pay attention to him, and just opened the car door and walked out. This broken mountain road was very difficult to drive, and he was uncomfortable driving. Professor Oak, this is incredible. I can't imagine that a fossil Pokémon that was dormant millions of years ago was discovered today. Its body structure has not been damaged except for severe degradation, and its cell activity is still in a very active contest condition. The tent curtain was lifted, and an old man with gray hair, wearing a white coat and a very energetic look, came out first. Behind him was a young researcher in a white shirt and short brown hair, who excitedly told his discovery. The old man laughed. "Bill, Pokemon is so fascinating because of all the unknowns. Don't you like studying fossil Pokemon now? You can apply to the Alliance to stay here for a few more days." Professor Oak's name must be known to everyone. It's Samuel. This leader in the Pokemon research community and the big baby of the Kanto Alliance is famous all over the world. Even many famous professors in other regions regard themselves as his disciples. It can be said that he has many students all over the world. Professor Oak. Kurama waved over there and secretly bumped into Hisoka's shoulder, whispering, "Come on, I'll take you to meet some of them. Many well-known professors came here today. Even if you just get to know them, your future will be much easier." Oh, it's Kurama. Professor Oak is a very humble person with a cheerful personality. Sometimes he doesn't look like a 60-year-old man, but more like an old naughty boy. "Professor Oak, let me introduce you. This is my good brother, Hisoka," Kurama said frankly. He has a very good impression of the little brother. After several contacts, he really regarded this 15-year-old boy as a brother. Hisoka? This name sounds so familiar. Professor Oak was stunned for a while when he heard this name, and then he seemed to remember something and suddenly laughed. "Young man, when the Saint and sank last time, did you save Ash and the others?" "Yes." Hisoka nodded. Hearing this, Professor Oak walked up quickly, grabbed Hisoka's hands, and said with gratitude, "Young man, thank you so much." At that time, Delia, Ash's mother, saw the missing list of the ST, ends on the news and cried for 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, he has a friend like you. Otherwise, I really don't know how to explain to Delia. After Hisoka met Meichi in Rainbow City more than a month ago, he made a video call to Ash and the others to report that he was safe. However, Ash and his 3 companions happened to go to Saffron City to challenge the gym at that time. After that, there has been no good opportunity to meet. With this episode, Professor Oak has a good impression of this handsome and polite young man. Professor Oak praised Hisoka's insights on breeder Pokemon and his deep feelings for Pokemon as his own family. "I knew it. It's always like this." Kurama leaned on the hood of the police car, holding a cigarette in one hand, looking at the 3 figures chatting happily with a sigh on his face. Perhaps this is the charm of the young man. Every time he finished introducing, he always had nothing to do. The young man didn't look like a 15-year-old boy. Oh no, he should be 16 years old soon. But he had never seen any 15-year-old boy with such emotional intelligence as Hisoka, not to mention IQ. Whether it's talking or dealing with people, he is like an elite who has been in society for decades. As long as you don't deliberately harbor hostility, it's really comfortable to get in touch with the young man. Professor Oak patted the shoulder of the young man next to him. "This is Bill 2.5. Don't look at his young age. He is a genius inventor. Do you know the Pokemon teleporter? That thing was invented by Bill." "Professor Damon, that's really great." The young scholar with brown hair scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and at the same time stretched out his right hand to Hisoka. "Let's get to know each other. I am Bill. Inventor was my previous job. Now, I like to study fossil Pokemon." "Hello." Hisoka also politely extended his right hand. "Everyone, what are you talking about? You look so happy." A mature female voice full of magnetism and laziness. Hisoka looked over and was amazed. It was a female researcher with dark red, shoulder-length hair and an exceptional figure. The large white coat could not hide her good figure at all. Professor Uchiki. Before Professor Oak could introduce this beautiful lady to Hisoka, Kurama, who was originally full of size, rushed faster than anyone else, like a 100-meter runner, and rushed to the front of this busted professor. "Who are you?" Professor Uchiki looked up and down at the policeman who stopped in front of him, tilted his head, and said, Do we know each other? Puff. Kurama instantly felt his heart being stabbed by a needle and cried sadly, whispering, Professor Ichiki, we obviously knew each other yesterday. But Professor Ichiki turned a deaf ear to him, stepped on the right side of his black high heels, and walked around Kurama and walked towards Professor Oak. Professor Ichiki and Professor Oak have been friends for many years. In the Pokemon research community, there are few female researchers, and there are even fewer female professors who can achieve considerable achievements and have a certain status. Hello, handsome boy. I'm Nei Mu from Valencia Island in the Orange Islands. Professor Nei Mu's self-introduction was concise and clear. She was a person who loved Pokemon very much, and her passion and love for studying Pokemon was no less than that of Dr. Oak 22. Wow, chatting with 3 professors at once. Hisoka's scalp was really tingling. Fortunately, he didn't forget to charge himself, so he could understand most of the professional terms that kept coming out of the other party's mouth. Some topics could not only continue, but also be explained by his own understanding. The 3 professors were very cultured and did not talk about some too profound professional issues. The 3 professors couldn't help but have a better impression of a 15-year-old boy who could have such insights. Professor Oak, it's bad. The group of fossil Pokemon are fighting again. A sturdy man in a black security uniform ran over with a little anxiety on his face. Don't be anxious. Talk slowly. Professor Oak waved his hand to signal. The security man took a breath and said loudly, That Aerodactyl is too domineering. Not only did it eat up its own food, it also kept snatching the food of the Kabutops. Professor Oak pondered for a while and said, Let's go and take a look together. The nature reserve used to place ancient fossil Pokemon is now half completed. It is a valley covering an area of more than 20,000 square meters, which is being transformed under the original geographical environment. Because Aerodactyl flying is very fast, a layer of air defense protection is made of special tempered glass with a thickness of 10 centimeters above the reserve. Now, the main thing is to simulate the internal environment and try to simulate the natural environment of ancient times so that these precious and unusual fossil Pokemon can live more comfortably in modern times, and it is best to continue to reproduce and not become extinct again. With some memories of his previous life, Hisoka knew that in a few years, the German production company in Ryuan region would invent a fossil Pokemon resurrection machine that would shock the world. As long as it contains fossils, the fossils of Pokemon genes can be used to revive ancient Pokemon that have been dead for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years by using the resurrection machine. It sounds incredible that humans can revive life, but some of the black technologies in this world are indeed so incredible. By that time, although fossil Pokemon are still quite rare, they are not enough for the Region Alliance to build such a large nature reserve specifically for them. To open the gate of the reserve, there are 4 layers of protection: password, fingerprint, voice control, and the last key. If one of the procedures is missing, the police will be called immediately. Then the police officers scattered around the Grand Canyon will surround the entire reserve within a minute. The police stations of Rainbow City and Fuchsia City will also immediately send a large number of police forces. The security guard enters the initial password, and Professor Bill provides fingerprints. I'm Professor Oak. Professor after Oak finished speaking, it was Kurama's turn to step forward and use the key he carried on his chest to open the gate. Entering the reserve, the first thing that caught my eye was the tall, ancient shrubs. The river valley was surging. This was the introduction of groundwater to simulate the river that crossed the entire reserve. Everyone, be careful. These ancient Pokemon are not as gentle as the current Pokemon. The carnivorous ancient Pokemon are very ferocious. Kurama released his Ariados and whispered to remind everyone at the same time. Of course, he reminded Hisoka more. After all, the professors had seen the ferocity of Aerodactyl. In order to protect the safety of the 3 professors, a dozen strong security guards wearing black caps were distributed around the team. They also took out their own Pokeballs and released Pokemon in advance to prevent the existence of Kabutops hiding in the dark around them. A dozen Ariados were distributed around the bushes. Once a special situation occurred, The spider silk spit out from their mouth parts could bind any creature in place. Ariado's spider silk is very tough. Each meter of spider silk can bear a weight of 500 kilograms without breaking. Roar! At this time, a roar came from the front, deafening and heart-shaking, and the roar was full of an inexplicable sense of madness. Aerodactyl stood on the top of a large bush, and under its claws was a long dead calf. There were several small holes on the surface of the calf's body, and its body also looked a little dry and flat. Aerodactyl was 2 meters tall, and its wingspan was more than 5 meters. It was definitely a behemoth. The most terrifying thing was the sharp teeth in Aerodactyl's big mouth, which were like sharp knives. It opened its mouth and bit the calf under it fiercely. Crack! The sound of bones breaking. The calf's neck was directly crunched by Aerodactyl's sharp teeth with a sense of taunt. This Aerodactyl swallowed half of the calf in front of the 3 Kabutops under the bush. Hiss, hiss. The 3 Kabutops roared like snakes, and the bone sickles more than 1 meter long slashed in the air, making bursts of air-breaking sounds in response to Aerodactyl's taunt. This calf was originally the food of the 3 brothers. Kabutops is also a carnivorous Pokémon. Unlike Aerodactyl, which likes to eat meat and gnaw bones, they prefer to hold down their prey with sickles and then use the mouth parts hidden under the helmet to suck the prey's body fluids. A very cruel Pokémon, comparable to Aerodactyl. A Kabutops can never beat Aerodactyl, but now there are 3 Kabutops gathered together, and Kabutops has both rock and water attributes, which gives them an advantage in attribute restraint. After a few bites, the remaining half of the calf was also swallowed by Aerodactyl and power trip burped. The bat-like flesh wings spread out, covering the sky and the earth like a fighter plane. Normal flew down from the 30-meter-high shrub and rushed straight to the 3 Kabutops below. Do we need to stop them? A security guard whispered in the bushes. Kurama looked like he was used to it. Let them fight first and prepare the net gun and tranquilizer gun. Don't let them fight too hard. Professor Oak and Professor Ichiki did not say anything to stop Kurama. Although they liked Pokemon very much, they still knew what was important and what was not. Such security issues should be left to professionals. Aerodactyl and Kabutops were too unruly to be subdued at all. Even if they were defeated by force with Pokemon, or even knocked out after being subdued with Pokeballs, as soon as they were released, these crazy ancient Pokemon would attack the trainer himself. As soon as the ancient fossil Pokemon in Dasha Valley was discovered, Alliance immediately contacted fighting elite Bruno, who was training around Fuchsia Forest, to come to calm the situation. One was to prevent these ferocious ancient Pokemon from suddenly going berserk, and the other was to deter those unscrupulous people. Bruno was a warlike person. As soon as he came, he first fought with the stunned people. Kabutops had a real fight. After winning, he was still not satisfied, so he released one of his main forces, Macamp, and knocked Aerodactyl unconscious. As the ancient totem of soaring in the sky, Aerodactyl's strength is unquestionable. Although his body has seriously deteriorated due to long-term dormancy, the recent sufficient food supply, Aerodactyl's overall strength has recovered significantly. A hurricane suddenly arose, and the strong wind pressure pressed down the tough bushes below. A Kabutops was unable to dodge, and was grabbed by Aerodactyl's powerful leg claws on the waist, and then soared into the sky and brought to soaring in the sky. This Kabutops did not panic, and fought back with a slash, and the sharp bone blade slashed Aerodactyl's thigh. With a clang, the leg was attacked, and Aerodactyl felt pain. The long tail behind him flashed with a metallic luster and pulled back. The iron tail of the steel type was very difficult for the rock type. Kabutops' damage was good. With a furious lash, Kabutops trembled all over. If it weren't for its tough exoskeleton, this blow would have been enough to make Kabutops unconscious. The 2 Kabutops below saw their brother being bullied, raised their helmets, revealing their sharp mouth parts hidden deep inside, and 2 streams of water spurted out with great force, shooting at Aerodactyl in midair. Aerodactyl was flying more than 30 meters in the air, but this water column was like an exploded fire pump hitting the sky again and again. This is the Aqua Jet, which is unique to the ancient water Pokémon. Its power is actually about the same as the current water gun. Looking at the battle between the two, Bill suddenly became excited and explained to Hisoka beside him, Aqua Jet is faster. Due to the different body structure, the water from Kabutops' mouth parts spit up can reach farther. Aerodactyl's flying speed is very fast. Even with the Kabutops on its leg, it can still easily dodge the water paint spray from below at a very fast speed. It is not the one that just woke up a week ago, was exhausted from hunger, and was chased and beaten by a newly evolved Charizard. Bang! Kabutops was thrown out of Aerodactyl's claws and fell heavily to the ground. Aerodactyl had been full for a long time. Snatching Kabutops' food and taunting them was just too boring. By the way, it wanted to show who is the boss here. Hisoka patted a security guard in front of him and smiled. Brother, can I use this gun? The security guard looked at Kurama, the leader, awkwardly. Give him a try, Kurama said indifferently. All personnel on alert. Net guns ready. Let these hot-tempered bastards know who is the boss of this protected area. Hey, little brother, do you know how to use this thing? Do you want me to teach you? Kurama came over. He would not give up any opportunity to show off in front of Hisoka. I know a little bit. Hisoka skillfully pulled the bolt, half-knelt on his left leg, raised his hands, stared at the sight, raised the tranquilizer gun with both hands, and slowly adjusted the aiming direction along the moving trajectory of Aerodactyl soaring in the sky. You are awesome. Kurama rolled his eyes. This gun-raising and aiming posture is more professional than his own. He has only seen it in those special forces. In order to better travel around the world on foot and survive in the wild, Hisoka went to the special forces to study for 18 months in his previous life. This world does not have the high-powered gunpowder weapons on Earth, but there are still guns, mainly police net guns and police tranquilizer guns kings. Puff! The shooting of the tranquilizer gun was silent, and the speed of the tranquilizer bullet in the air was as high as 900 meters per second. At this speed, Aerodactyl could not react at all, and the special piercing needle easily pierced into the gray tough hard skin bundle. Roar! 044306322 Felu 170571511. Aerodactyl's growl became lower and lower. It felt its head gradually dizzy while hovering in the air, and its eyelids became heavier and heavier. After less than 5 seconds, Aerodactyl trembled all over, and then it could no longer hold smelling salts, and fell straight from the air. At the same time, more than a dozen Ariados on the ground spit out spider silk all over the sky at the same time, and the security personnel who rushed out held the net gun, and with a few sounds of bang-bang, the 3 Kabutops were also tied in place. Under the double insurance, they cannot do anything except blinking their eyes. There were 2 fully threaded steel cages. The larger one held the anesthetized Aerodactyl, and the one Arnold ordered held 3 Kabutops. Naughty, noisy, noise. Kurama kicked the cages one by one, turning back to point at Omanite, who had crawled from the river to the shore to bask in the sun. Can't you be a little more obedient like Omanite and the others so that I don't have to use violence every time? I hate violence the most. The 3 professors shook their heads helplessly. Kurama waved to the security personnel to transport Aerodactyl and Kabutops away. These bad-tempered brats were to be sent to a temporary laboratory for the professors to conduct some necessary research. Sitting back in the police car, Hisoka leaned out and waved his hand. Professor Oak, Professor Elm, and Professor Bill goodbye. Professor Oak waved his hand vigorously. Hisoka, please come to Pallet Town when you have time. Ash's mother really wants to meet you and thank you in person. Handsome boy, you can also go to Valencia Island in the Orange Islands when you have time. My Bill Lighthouse also welcomes you to visit. 077. The police car was driving on the road to Rainbow City. Hisoka couldn't stand the eager gaze beside him and laughed. Get lost. Don't look at me like that. It's a shame. You are good, Kurama said excitedly. The 3 professors have a very good impression of you, and they even want you to work in their laboratory. It's just polite words. You really believe it. Hisoka turned the steering wheel stepped on the accelerator, and the car's speed did not slow down. A handsome and elegant crosses the curve in front. This, Kurama curled his lips in disdain. Do you think I can't see that the three professors are all straightforward people, and they say what they mean? Who is being polite to you? Have you really decided to compete with Rainbow City and Fuchsia City for the ownership of the nature reserve? The police car slowly drove into the city, and Kurama's face became serious. We brothers have known each other for so long, and we have something to say. If you really make up your mind, go back to Dark City tomorrow and find your leader, whether you write a letter or go to Indigo Plateau in person. Write as pitiful as you can, and it's best to make those big men in Indigo Plateau feel that without this newly built ancient Pokémon nature reserve, the citizens of Dark City will die of poverty and starvation. The police car stopped at the parking area specially designated at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. Hisoka pulled the handbrake and said, "Isn't it too exaggerated? This will easily cause some people to be disgusted." "Brother," Kurama deliberately dragged his voice, "I know more about Alliance's tactics than you do. Trust me for once. Only crying and fussing children get milk. Compared with Rainbow City or Fuchsia City, your Dark City has no advantage. You only have one advantage. That is, you are poor enough." I feel a little awkward." Shisuo smiled and said, "Can being poor be an advantage?" "Of course, being poor is sometimes an advantage." Kurama said, as a matter of course, Alliance already has a poverty alleviation plan. The reason why Fuchsia City competes with Rainbow City for this nature reserve is that Rainbow City has a developed economy and excellent secondary industry development. One more tourist attraction in the reserve will not increase GDP at all. It is better to give it to Fuchsia City and let Fuchsia City develop first. It was late at night, and it was like a silver plate. Shisuo was lying on the single bed in the Pokémon Center. In order to accompany Chansey, he did not go to the 5-star hotel in Rainbow City to book a room. He still had more than 3 million in savings, plus a new batch of dust stones, so Shisuo was not short of money now. Thinking of what Kurama said during the day, it was not his original intention to open a gym. The main purpose was to have a fixed asset and a training base to house the expensive training equipment. Like a bounty hunter running outside every day in the wind and rain, there is not much time to train Pokémon properly. And the training equipment can only be rented. Because you can't take away if you buy it, it's too big. It's better to be like this now, guarding the gym and making a living. The rest of the time, train Pokémon, or take those children to explore and vacation together. When you are really short of money, you can also find a few good bounty tasks to do. Wouldn't it be great? Besides, the title of Alliance's official gym owner sounds better than bounty hunter. Giggle. There was another burst of cold air next to his ear. Shisuo had no choice but to reach out his left hand and grab the air at his right ear. He felt a soft touch, and the little thing showed a round shape. Its big amber-green eyes blinked and stared at Shisuo in a cute way. The little mouth exhaled and inhaled, as if saying, "I'm hungry, you know." "Got it. After taking this sip, let's rest obediently, okay?" Shisuo let go of the little thing, got up, and went to the table to get the folding backpack. The glare inside the colorful gem was even more amazing at night. The 7 colors of light slowly rotated clockwise, which made people intoxicated. When his right hand sank, he saw that the little thing had already pounced on his hand, and the little mouth bulged up and took a sip of the colorful gem with force. Then it smacked its lips in a very humane way, looking like it was still unsatisfied. Rest! Regardless of the little thing's reluctance, Hisoka quickly put away the incubator, put the white misdreavus on his waist, and lay back on the soft bed, covered with a quilt. No one spoke all night, except for a noisy little thing that bumped into Hisoka's stomach several times in the middle of the night. Dark City, Municipal Building. For the century-long development plan of Dark City, I, an old man, will go all out. The old man with a white beard and a head full of white hair showed the determination of a young man for the first time. Hisoka's words made the old man's blood boil, and he even made up a century-long development plan. If he can bring Dark City, which ranks at the bottom of the 4th-tier cities, to the 3rd tier or even 2nd-tier cities during his term, Then the old man will die without regrets. What letter to write? Shisuo, book me a flight for the afternoon. The old man hasn't been to Indigo Plateau for a long time. I wonder if those old friends still remember this old friend who was exiled to the frontier. The nearest airport is only in Rainbow City and Saffron City. Shisuo suggested sending him to Rainbow City, but the old man refused. He would rather die than compete for rivals' territory, so he went to Saffron City to take a plane. In the early morning, everything was quiet. Drops of morning dew were crystal clear on the green bamboos. With a gentle breeze, a drop of morning dew slowly dripped from the bamboo leaves and fell into the river in front of them, splashing ripples. Not far away, there was a rhythmic sound of running. Shisuo, wearing a black hooded sweatshirt, was running in the front. Following closely behind was Weevil's agile and flexible figure. The ground trembled slightly, and Right On Black's huge figure also rushed out from the back corner. Its running speed was not fast, but it gave people an invincible momentum. Every time it lifted and fell, there would be a loud bang. Lando was already sweating profusely, and her breathing became heavier and heavier. Beedrill was flying in the air, and the speed of flapping his wings was not as fast as before. On the contrary, Ponyta, who was following beside him, was the most relaxed. Running was simply a way for him to release his nature. Ponyta did not regard morning exercise as an exercise at all. As his forehooves moved, his feet kept whinnying. Not bad. It seems that you did not slack off during the days I was away. After an hour of morning jogging, Shisuo wiped the beads on his forehead with a white towel handed by Lulu and threw a bottle of pure, natural mountain spring water over. This mountain spring water was picked out by the porters of Dark City from the depths of the surrounding forests every day at great risk. It was expensive. The water was pure and sweet, rich in minerals, and tasted great. Those spring water porters earned their money through hard work. Not many people in Dark City could afford it. It was mainly supplied to the wealthy families in Rainbow City and Fuchsia City. Shisuo ordered 3 years of water at once, which was considered to be a help to them. Thank you, master. Londuo swallowed her saliva, revealed a silly smile, twisted the lid, and gulped down the water, without the normal young Stephanie's reserve. When I got home yesterday, you were already asleep, so I didn't bother you. After I left, did anyone come to challenge the gym? Shisuo sat on the rock beside him and slowly took a sip of the pure mountain spring water in the cup. Lando nodded, with a bit of excitement on her face, and said loudly, "Yes, the day after you left, a trainer came to challenge our gym, but I won, and I didn't lose face for you." Won? Hisoka smiled slightly, and then raised his thumb. "Okay, to celebrate your victory, you can have breakfast today. Beedrill and Ponyta." "Great!" Lando raised her hands excitedly. She had secretly eaten Lulu's small cooking, and it was absolutely first class. She had never eaten such delicious food in her life. It was hard to imagine that it would be food made by Pokémon. "Brother, Alliance has sent an official document to allow Dark City to join the competition for the ancient Pokémon Nature Reserve." In the video call, Kurama waved a paper document in his hand and said in a surprised tone, "I didn't expect that the old man in your Dark City has some connections and knows several Alliance senior officials. Shouldn't it be sent directly to our Dark City?" After breakfast, Hisoka stood leisurely in the pavilion, holding a handful of energy cubes in his hand and feeding them into the pool in front of him. Phoebe's scales are getting more and more bright and beautiful. Every time it rushes out of the water, it exudes a healthy and bright luster under the sunlight. Especially the spirit, compared to the first meeting at the Cerulean Gym more than 4 months ago, it is much more confident. Kurama pressed the document on the table and said loudly, "You wish Rainbow City and Fuchsia City are not dead. It is not easy to get the opportunity to participate in the competition." Hiso frowned slightly and stroked it a few times Phoebe's head, asked, "How exactly is the competition? Can you explain it more clearly? What else can we do?" Kurama shrugged. "In order to show fairness and justice, some officials have proposed that you 3 official gyms have a Pokémon duel. Whoever wins can help the city get the qualification to belong to the nature reserve. Simple, rough, but also the most fair. Hisoka shook his head lightly. He felt that there was nothing wrong with this proposal. At least it was not a one-man show. As long as he could beat the Rainbow Gym and the Fuchsia Gym, he could help the Dark City get the qualification to manage the reserve. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The competition between the three gyms will start in a month. That is, after the nature reserve is officially completed. Kurama specially collected some information about the Rainbow City gyms and sent it to Hisoka. As a team leader of the Rainbow City Police Department, this behavior could be said to be a betrayal. The competition between gyms has existed since the establishment of the Region Alliance. Normally, when two cities compete for a disputed mineral resource or scenic spot, and a conflict occurs, and neither side gives in, then the strength of the local official gym will speak. What's the point of arguing? Let's fight with Pokémon. Whoever wins will own the protected area. Gym trainer versus gym trainer will no longer be the same as playing house against rookie challengers before. In order to protect the interests of their cities, gym owners will do their best to deal with it. After the video call, Hisoka fell into deep thought. He was not too worried about Erika of the Rainbow Gym. Instead, Koga of the Fuchsia Gym was in some trouble. There is little information about Koga on the internet. We only know that he is a trainer who specializes in poison-type Pokémon and seems to be from a ninja family. But there is a key point that many ordinary people don't know. Kurama just said in the video call that Gym Master Koga went to Chengdu to participate in the Elite Challenge 3 years ago. Although he failed in the end, it can be seen from this point that the opponent's strength must be normal. Not everyone is qualified to challenge the Region Elite Four. At least you have to make the Alliance recognize your strength and pass the previous test before you can challenge the Elite Four. The one who defeated Koga was the Chengdu Evil Elite, Karen. Together with the Kanto Ice Elite Lorelei, she is known as the two most beautiful elites and is very popular in the Chengdu region. This is the gym that has just opened recently. A red sports car stopped in the open space in front of the arch bridge, and a sassy boy with a brown hedgehog head and black sunglasses walked out from the passenger seat. The most exaggerated thing is that including the beauty in the driver's seat, there are a total of 5 tall beauties wearing cool and revealing clothes following him. Let the gym badge of this gym become the 11th collection of this young master. The young man opened his arms, hugged, and made bold statements. Gary, it's great. The 5 tall beauties screamed in unison, looking at the back of the teacher in front of them with a face full of anger. My girlfriends, come in with me and witness how this young master beat this gym. After saying that, the boy named Gary waved his hand, 363, and strode towards the gym gate surrounded by 5 beauties. At the same time, 2 figures flashed through the bamboo forest. One tall and one short hid behind the green bamboo, secretly observing what was happening at the entrance of the gym. Little Ant, it's that showy guy again. The shorter figure made a childish girl's voice. This short girl with a blue pineapple head was wearing a ninja-like tights and a pink cape around her neck. The woman she called Little Ant was a sexy, hot dark green long-haired beauty. The pink mesh ninja tights set off her hot figure to the fullest. Janine, don't worry about that brat. I don't know what my brother is thinking. He can obviously beat him, but he always lets him go at the critical moment. Whenever Iane thought of the brat's power trip after winning the game, she was so angry that her teeth itched. That annoying boy has a bad temper, but he's still a good trainer. At this point, Janine showed a smug smile on her face. Aunt, we will sneak into the gym later, and that boy will definitely challenge the gym owner. Then we can do this. Janine just turned 12 this year. She is the daughter of Koga of Fuchsia Gym. She is not very old, but she has been very smart since she was a child. She is much more stable than her unreliable aunt. Koga has always trained ACHA as the successor of Fuchsia Gym. Janine and Iane are not only Pokemon trainers, but also have undergone very strict ninja training since childhood. The 3-meter-high wall of the Dark Gym is just a decoration for these ninjas. Iane stood under the left wall, squatted slightly, and crossed her hands on her abdomen. Janine started to run at a distance of 5 meters, and then stepped on Iain's palm. With the help of assist, her petite body stretched out like a swallow, holding the eaves of the wall, and jumped up. Iain is older than Janine. Her body has already matured, and she has been training ninja for a longer time. She doesn't need any help, just jumps on the spot. Her body jumps up like a spring, and this jump is nearly 4 meters high, completely surpassing the height of the wall. Two figures, one tall and one short, sneaked into the big arena silently. The aunt and nephew were full of confidence. With their skills, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to discover their traces. But they didn't know that not far behind them, a transparent white shadow quietly followed them. "Hey, is anyone there?" On the training ground, Gary put one hand on his waist and shouted loudly, "I am Gary from Pallet Town, and I am here to challenge the Dark Gym. I am here. Lando took off her apron while jogging. She was cleaning inside just now. When she heard someone outside challenging her, she ran over immediately. "Are you a gym trainer?" Gary asked. "No, I'm just a disciple of the Dark Gym. If you want to challenge the gym leader, please follow me." Lando tidied her hair and then led the way to the middle courtyard. Gary shrugged and followed him. The 5 cheerleaders withdrew their gazes and quickly caught up with their young master. "It's Liu." Seeing the person coming, Gary's eyes were full of shock, and he was even too excited that his speech was a little unclear. "Are you not in Cerulean City as a gym leader? Why are you here in the Dark Gym again?" "Young man, long time no see." Hisoka's mouth curled up, and that playful smile was very eye-catching in Gary's eyes. "Don't call me young man. You're not much older than me," Gary said angrily. "Don't think I'm still the same as I was 4 months ago. This time I will definitely defeat you and avenge last time." Hisoka spread his hands and smiled. "Very good. Trainers should have this kind of unyielding momentum. The competition rules of our Dark Gym are 1-to-1. If both sides are tied, you will be declared the winner. The last sentence is the unspoken rule in the one-on-one mode. When the Pokémon of the challenger and the gym trainer lose their combat ability at the same time, the challenger wins. Among the current official gyms in the Kanto region, only the Vermilion Gym and Hisoka's Dark Gym have a 1-to-1 competition mode. Now, Gary from Pallet Town and gym trainer Hisoka will start a formal match with the Dark Badge as the stakes. Both sides can use one Pokémon. When one side loses the ability to fight, the match ends. Lando, change her clothes at this time. This is the gym uniform specially customized by Hisoka, with a black vest, black military pants, black military boots, and a black cap with a Dark Badge logo printed in the middle of the brim. The handsome tactical belt makes Lando's already good figure look more upright and energetic. The green 4.5 color flag, representing the start of the game, was raised high and then waved down vigorously. "Come out, Weevil." Hisoka's right hand touched his waist, and the Poke Ball belonging to Weevil emitted a white light and shot towards the rocky ground. The white light disappeared. Weevil's agile and flexible figure reappeared, with his claws wrapped around his chest, his mouth curled up, revealing his canine teeth on the left, and his red vertical pupils made people dare not look directly at him. "Sneasel? Weevil," Gary muttered to himself. Although they looked different, they had similar names and the same sharp claws. He thought he was not a hot-blooded idiot like Ash, so he immediately realized that the Pokémon in front of him that Song had never seen before must be the Sneasel that challenged his 2 major masters in Cerulean City last time. Sneasel is a Pokémon with both darkness and ice attributes. Since Gary experienced his first defeat in the Cerulean Gym, he has been specifically looking for this Pokémon from Chengdu. His grandfather is Professor Oak, so it is very easy for him to find some information about Pokémon. Fighting Pokémon is undoubtedly the best choice to deal with Pokémon with both darkness and ice attributes. Because fighting type restrains darkness and ice, theoretically, it can deal 4 times the damage bonus. Sneasel is a high attack, agile, and fragile Pokémon. If it is hit by a brick break from a fighting Pokémon, the damage it causes will be very terrifying. Even after evolving into Weevil, it will definitely not be able to withstand the attack of a fighting Pokémon with the same strength. Hisoka is of course more clear about this than Gary, but among the fighting Pokémon, Which one can keep up with the speed of Weevil? None, as long as it is not hit head-on. It doesn't matter how high the damage is. 22. Even if the opponent is stronger than them, with the speed of Weevil, it is possible to use the kite tactics to kill him. In Pokemon duels, attribute restraint is one aspect. Knowing how to play to one's strengths and avoid one's weaknesses. Using the weak to overcome the strong, and using the strong to defeat the weak is the quality that an excellent trainer should have. Gary does not have a fighting Pokemon in his team now, but in order to deal with Weevil, he's still prepared a Pokemon that can restrain the opponent. Gary took off the shrunken Pokemon under the pendant and kissed it gently on his lips. My baby, let's avenge our previous shame today. Arcanine, let him see our strength. The voice was high-pitched, and the Pokemon drew an arc in the air. With a bang, white light emerged, and a large dog Pokemon as majestic as a lion appeared on the rocky field. This Arcanine was 1.9 meters tall, huge, with a contest mane, and covered with tiger-like orange and black stripes. In terms of size alone, Arcanine is several blocks ahead of those African lions in the previous life. Lions are only about 1.3 meters tall, and Arcanine is more than 2 times bigger than them. Woof! Arcanine seemed very excited when he came out and howled to the sky, his voice full of majesty and vitality. This Arcanine was very energetic, with beautiful fur and muscular/full. It was obvious that Gary was a pretty good breeder. Arcanine's majestic posture made the 2 people who were hiding on the roof and peeking at him curl their lips in disdain. This Arcanine was the main force that defeated their Fuchsia gym not long ago. Although the brother/father did not use the main Pokemon, the expression of that brat power trip, coupled with the roar of taunt after Arcanine won the game, made them very unhappy. Gary understood the rules of the gym. The challenger would attack first, so he was not polite. He waved his hand and shouted, Arcanine, Flamethrower, serve the opponent. Fire overcomes ice, double damage. Arcanine's front legs sank. His majestic white mane fluttered in the wind. His mouth opened, revealing his upper and lower canine teeth, and a column of orange-red flames shot out quickly. The column of fire shot out in the air very quickly, but Weevil's speed was faster. The autonomous reaction specially trained in normal times allowed Weevil to react the fastest without Hisoka's orders. Weevil bent his body almost parallel to the ground, put his hands behind his waist, assisted his well-developed leg muscles, and rushed out suddenly. The hot column of fire brushed past 5 centimeters above. Weevil felt some heat, but the flamethrower didn't even touch her hair. The power of flamethrower was not bad, but it was a straight move, lacking continuous changes. Weevil didn't use jumping to dodge the opponent's attack, because he was afraid that his body would be in midair and unable to change his moves, and he would be easily hit by the opponent's skills. The length of the competition field is only 30 meters, and with Weevil's speed, he can run it in 2 seconds. Not to mention that the 2 sides are only halfway apart. Arcanine sniffed the air and smelled a dangerous smell close at hand. He growled and immediately jumped back with all 4 limbs. The next second, the cold hook came from below with the posture of an uppercut, and a sound of breaking through the air was made. Weevil saw that the attack missed, and his body flipped and pulled away. Woof, woof. Arcanine was angry, lowered his head, and roared with his teeth bared. If it hadn't reacted in time and smelled Weevil's smell, the freezing punch might have hit its shin. The sound of breaking through the air was enough to show the power of rival. Even if the opponent's attribute is inferior, this hit on the fragile chin, not to mention losing the ability to fight, it must be painful. Well done! Gary showed a happy face and cheered for Arcanine loudly. He didn't react to Weevil's speed just now, and didn't have time to give orders. But Arcanine relied on his nature to avoid the opponent's thunder attack. Hiso folded his hands and gently tapped his right arm with his left index finger. Relying on his sense of smell, he avoided Weevil's attack. Arcanine's sense of smell is 10,000 times that of ordinary humans, and he is a Pokemon who is very good at running. With the help of the 2, it is not surprising that he can avoid Weevil's fast attack. But can you avoid the next attack? Hisoka raised a curve at the corner of his mouth. Weevil double team. Naive, Gary said. Arcanine's sense of smell can immediately find its true identity. Big word explosion. Gary almost shouted the name of this skill. Just as Gary said, when Weevil's 12 shadow clones surrounded Arcanine, Arcanine just moved his nose a few times, then turned back and fired a long stockpiled large character flame explosion. The flames surged, the flames splashed. Weevil was blown away by the explosion effect of the large character explosion, and after a scream, he crashed into a tree not far away. What's going on? This is too fast. Janine couldn't believe it. She hadn't had time to collect her information. The opponent was defeated just like that? Is that brat too strong? Or is the owner of this dark gym too weak? What? With this level, he still wants to compete with Big Brother for the nature reserve. It's a joke. Iane showed a contemptuous smile on his face. Ninjas have always only worshipped the strong. When Gary was not 100% sure whether Weevil would lose his fighting ability after being hit by this heavy blow. Big Explosion is Arcanine's strongest skill, with an official power rating of 110. Not only does it have the powerful burning ability of the fire skill itself, but the most terrifying thing about Big Explosion is its amazing explosion effect. It can cause damage twice, the flame hits, and then the flame explodes. Gary was sure that as long as Weevil was hit by Big Explosion, even if he did not lose his fighting ability immediately, he would definitely be seriously injured. In the next game, Arcanine would win even if he used his feet to fight. The smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing Weevil, who was hit and thrown into the tree. Weevil was now covered in burns and scorch marks, sitting on the ground and breathing heavily. It seemed that he could not fight anymore. Seeing this, Gary's smile became even more proud, and he turned back to look at Hisoka and said loudly, "Do you want to fight again? Your Weevil is already seriously injured, and there is no point in fighting anymore. Just admit defeat." I finally let out my anger. Since my debut, I have never lost so badly as I did in the Cerulean Gym. Haha, but a genius is a genius. He can surpass rival in 4 months, and will leave him further and further behind in the future. Do you think you won? Hisoka did not show the panic expression that Gary imagined, and his expression was still calm, as if the seriously injured Weevil was not his Pokémon normal. Pong! Originally lying under the tree, the seriously injured Weevil suddenly turned into a white smoke and disappeared in the surprised eyes of everyone. Gary looked surprised, but reacted in time and shouted, "Arcanine, be alert!" Not bad. Hisoka nodded secretly at the other party's performance. Among all the newly debuted rookie trainers, Gary's personal trainer quality is undoubtedly the highest. After all, as the grandson of Professor Oak, he has been exposed to more than ordinary people since he was a child. Except for some defects in his personality, it is not an exaggeration to call Gary a genius. "Auntie, is that the substitute trick?" Janine asked in a low voice. It should be. Ian's expression was a little complicated. She thought that the owner of this dark gym was a rookie before, but she didn't expect such a change in the blink of an eye. Shadow clones and substitute tricks are 2 skills that ninja families must learn. Although Janine is young, she can still recognize the skills that Weevil just used. Consume some physical strength and use the energy of Pokémon itself to create a substitute. Substitute has no attack, but can be used as bait to attract rivals' attention. Of course, the most important thing about substitute is that it can be used as an escape technique. Weevil's substitute will have the same appearance and a completely similar smell as the original. Using Double Team to distract Arcanine's attention, Substitute was created in an instant and hidden in the clone. Arcanine will definitely smell the closest smell first. The battle situation is fleeting, and every opportunity to attack cannot be wasted. Predicting the attack sequence of rival is also a quality that an excellent trainer should have. Brick Break. Hisoka's right hand was in the shape of a knife, and he pressed it in the air. This move made Gary's hair stand on end. A black shadow flashed over Arcanine, and the 3-fingered claws with cold light made the same hand-knife shape as Hisoka and the attack did not come from the surroundings, but from above. Woof! The sensitive dog nose allowed Arcanine to react again from the critical moment. He looked up at the sky, opened his mouth without any hesitation, and the fire surged. "Ma, how could I give you a chance?" Weevil grinned with a mocking smile, squatted down, and adjusted his body slightly, speeding up the falling speed. Just when the flame in Arcanine's mouth was about to spray, a brick break with a sound of breaking through the air chopped Arcanine's forehead. Woo-woo! Arcanine whimpered pitifully in pain, and the fire in his mouth turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated. The skill was forcibly interrupted, letting Arcanine know what it means to attack with two prongs. Her head was dizzy and painful, and her throat was burning uncomfortably. Weevil looked coldly at the roaring dog in front of her. If she had lived in the wild before, she would have gone up and killed the dog with her claws. The gym competition is different from the normal street duel. The main responsibility of the gym leader is to select and coach those talented rookie trainers for the Alliance, not just to defeat and attack the opponent. Just like Koga, the gym leader of Fuchsia Gym, he dare not say that he has the strength of an elite, but he can participate in the elite challenge. At least he is a quasi-elite. A trainer of this level can't lose to a rookie trainer who has just been traveling for only half a year, even if the Pokemon used is not his main force. The gap between the two is too big, and no external factors can make up for it. Arcanine's painful appearance made Gary feel pain in his heart. His love for Pokemon is no less than Ash and others. Weevil stood there, not pursuing the victory. Gary understood the opponent's thoughts. After fighting so many gyms, he was no longer the proud boy who only looked up at the sky. Except for one gym that was really bad, if the trainers of other official gyms really used their full strength, the rookies who had just traveled for a short time would never be able to match them. "I give up." Gary used the Pokeball to take back the roaring Arcanine. Although he was full of reluctance, losing was losing. The opponent had already let him go. If he tried to delay by force, it would be meaningless. If you win, you must be able to afford to lose. "Lando," Hisoka pouted over there. Lando nodded and did not immediately announce the result of the game. Instead, he trotted to Gary and took out a dark badge from his pocket. "What do you mean?" Gary didn't take the badge and angrily looked at Hisoka, who was walking slowly. "I have already admitted defeat. Are you laughing at me?" Hisoka shook his head. "I'm not interested in that. You are quite capable. You are the best among the rookie trainers I have seen. Even if you admit defeat, it is more than enough to get a dark badge. The new gym has just opened. Alliance has a badge issuance quota every month. Just help out. It seems that your gym can't issue badges." Gary was so angry that he laughed. "Janine, what should we do now?" Iane asked quietly. The gym match was over. Since the rules of the Dark Gym match were one-on-one, Iane and her friends only saw a Weevil and didn't know what other Pokemon the owner of this newly opened gym had. "How about I pretend to be a challenger and then come in through the gate to challenge him?" Janine shook her head. This guy's Weevil didn't suffer any damage and still has plenty of physical strength. If he still fights with Weevil, wouldn't we waste our time in vain? And if he finds out, it will be hard to explain to my dad. That's right. Although Iane is 6 years older than Janine, she is far less thoughtful than her little niece in considering problems. Janine bit her lip and frowned slightly. Anyway, there's still a month before the showdown between the 3 gyms, so we'll just live in Dark City. There will definitely be other trainers coming to challenge the Dark Gym. I don't believe you will always use this Weevil to fight. If we stay here for a month, how will we explain to our eldest brother? Iane is a proud woman. To put it nicely, she is straightforward, but to put it bluntly, she is big-breasted and brainless. She is not afraid of anything except her eldest brother's temper. I will write a letter to my father later and say that my aunt and I went to the deep forest for special training and will be back in a month. What can we do? Iane nodded. It is common for ninja to go to the wild for special training. Although it took a little longer this time, I believe that my eldest brother will not be too suspicious. The aunt and nephew are not worried about the problem of the Rainbow Gym. The economy of Rainbow City is indeed very developed, but it does not mean that the strength of the gym owner must be very strong. As the saying goes, insects and poisons are inseparable. Fuchsia Jim is an expert in playing poison and also in playing bugs. Like Janine and Iane, their Earl Dervish Pokemon is a Venonat. Of course, it has evolved into Venomoth. Pokemon with both bug and poison attributes. Bug Pokemon is a perfect counter to grass Pokemon, and Koga's own strength is much stronger than that of Elegia. If there is no intervention from the Dark Gym, the two of them would not worry about the ownership of the nature reserve. The red Snapdragon sports car left the bamboo forest path with its unique engine roar. Although I admitted defeat, I didn't feel so bad. I lost once, and now I'm used to losing for the second time. Everyone is growing, myself, and others are growing. Gary felt that he lost without saying anything when he was defeated by the attribute. Sitting in the co-pilot, looking at the dark badge in his hand, he seemed to remember something, and the smile on Gary's face became stronger. Huh? Unable to hold back any longer, he burst into laughter. Gary, are you okay? The four beauties in the back seat looked a little worried. They were afraid that Gary could not bear the blow of failure and was too sad. It's okay. What can happen to me? It's just a temporary success or failure. I can afford to lose. Gary waved his hand. There are still many days to come. One day, I will have a 6v6 full-member duel with that guy. When that time comes, I will make him look at me with new eyes. Dark City is remote and not on the main travel route, so Normal rarely has trainers come here on purpose. Although Dark City now has an official gym, the traffic is a little more than before. But compared with other second-tier cities, or some third-tier cities with famous specialties, it is still far behind. After Gary's game, the second challenger didn't come until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This time Hisoka didn't make a move and let Lando go up to fight CCC. Rival used a Nidoking, which was quite powerful, and Lando was not Rival at all. The minimum indicator given by Alliance to the Dark Gym is to issue 28 gym badges a month, an average of 1 a day. It can't be issued more, and there is no problem with more than 2 or 3. The minimum is 28, which is a hard indicator. Newly opened official gyms have this indicator, and Hisoka didn't have much fame before. When the Dark Gym becomes famous in the future, there will be more and more challengers. Alliance will also adjust this fat index. The dinner was still very rich. While drinking beef bone soup, Hisoka communicated with Lulu in his mind. Are those 2 peeping mice still on the roof? Lulu nodded. They have been here for a day. Should we drive them away? Forget it, let them be. Hisoka was too lazy to care. He could tell from Lulu's description that the 2 Stephanies, one big and one small, were dressed as ninjas. He could guess it. The Fuchsia Gym in the neighboring city is a famous ninja gym. The 2 Stephanies must have a relationship with Koga. They came here to gather information. The night wind was chilling. Iane couldn't help but twitch her nose a few times as she smelled the fragrance coming from the house. She hadn't eaten for a day. She didn't feel anything before, but now she felt itchy in her throat when she saw others eating so deliciously. Hoot hoot. Janine covered her stomach with a blush on her face. Aunt, why don't we go to the city to eat something first? Anyway, there will definitely be no trainer coming to challenge us at night. Iane nodded in agreement. I think so too. The ethereal, strange laughter of a young girl suddenly sounded in their ears, and the aunt and niece who were about to leave trembled. ACHA, did you hear it? Yeah. Janine swallowed her saliva. Who is it? Iane deliberately lowered her voice and took out a black shuriken from the small bag on her waist. No one responded to them, but along with the strange laughter, 2 will-o-wisps suddenly lit up in the air, or to be more precise, 2 orange-red small pumpkin ghost heads, which bit their teeth up and down, making a terrifying clicking sound. The pumpkin ghost heads surrounded Iane and Janine, one in front and one behind. They didn't want to alert the people below, but they were scared by the haunted scene in front of them, and their legs trembled. Go to hell. Iane couldn't control the fear in his heart, and he threw the shuriken out with a sound of breaking through the air. The shuriken shot towards the pumpkin head in front of him. OJ! The pumpkin head opened its black mouth and bit the shuriken. With a sound of cracking, The iron shuriken was easily crunched by it. Ah! Ah! Two shrill screams resounded through the night sky, and bang bang. Two figures fell from the roof onto the grass at the entrance of the stairs. Giggle. The figure of white Miss Drevis slowly emerged from the air, and two orange-red pumpkin ghost heads the size of an adult's fist surrounded her on both sides, making a strange laugh. There is no doubt that the two ninjas who fainted from fear were pranks by the little thing. Hisso put his hands on his waist and looked helplessly at the two troubles of different heights in front of him. Lulu, carry them in first. Having guessed the other party's origin, Hisoka naturally would not hurt these two people, but it would be a big trouble to put them in the dark gym. Looking up at the sky, the looming white shadow and the eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, stretched out his right middle finger, and pointed at the troubled little thing. White Miss Drevis didn't understand what this gesture meant, but just thought it was fun. The illusory body below simulated a human palm and raised the middle finger to Hisoka. Lulu used confusion to control the two women and slowly put them on the tatami in the hall. In short, the two troubles had to be woken up first. Hisoka walked forward, half-knelt on his left leg, and pressed the philtrum of the big beauty with dark green hair with his thumb. After gently pressing a few times, the beautiful woman in ninja costume groaned, her eyes slowly opened, and she murmured, "Am I dragged into hell by the evil spirit? Don't dream. You are not alive." The man's voice made the beautiful ninja suddenly jump up from the tatami, and her right hand habitually touched her waist. "Are you looking for this?" Hisoka tossed the small bag in his hand. "Get it back to me." Ayane frowned, moved her feet, and rushed over like a phantom. Her instantaneous burst speed was so amazing that ordinary people had no time to react. Hisoka lazily threw the ninja bag into the air, and Ayane's right hand just caught it at this moment. He quickly squatted down and kicked Ayane's ankle with a sweeping kick. In pain, Ayane couldn't control her body balance and rushed forward, about to fall heavily to the floor. Seeing this, Hisoka circled around her waist and stabilized her body, and then threw her onto the tatami in the ashamed and angry eyes of this beautiful ninja. She had experienced such difficult ninja training since she was a child, but she couldn't even beat an ordinary person. Ayane half-knelt on the ground, her heart full of rage and confusion. If Hisoka knew what the other party was thinking at this time, he would definitely cry out for injustice. This young lady's skills are really amazing. If she hadn't met him fighting with bare hands, I guess 5 or 6 grown men would not be her rival. Hisoka has never given up physical exercise since he was a child. During Pokémon training, he accompanied those children to do as much exercise as they did. With the energy radiation of the 7-colored gem, Hisoka's cell activity and muscle strength have long surpassed those of ordinary people. He doesn't need any skills. With his own strength and reaction speed, it is no problem to beat 10 adult strongmen. Give it back to you. The ninja cloth bag drew an arc from the air and landed in front of the beautiful ninja. Ayane didn't take the cloth bag, but said coldly, "What did you do to us? If you dare to hurt me and Janine, my brother will not let you go." Hisoka couldn't help laughing for a moment, biting his teeth lightly, and said, "Hey, beautiful woman, you are the first to complain. I don't know why you two fell from the roof of my house." Ayane was speechless. She didn't know how to answer. Could it be that they said that they were from the Fuchsia Gym and came here to find out the depth of your gym? That would be too embarrassing. The hem of her dress was gently pulled. Janine, who had been unconscious, had woken up and winked at her secretly. This was a secret code between the aunt and niece. Ayane understood it and didn't refute the other party. She just lowered her head secretly. She knew that she was impulsive and it was better not to say some things. "Little girl, since you wake up, then get up." Hisoka saw the little movements between the two clearly and was too lazy to expose them. "Since you want to play, then play with them." Janine didn't hide it anymore. She got up handsomely with a carp tumbling. "Big brother, hello. My name is Janine, and I'm a rookie trainer from Rainbow City." Janine sat cross-legged on the tatami, scratching the back of her head with her right hand, with an innocent look on her face. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hisoka leaned back on the chair, and Lulu sat on his thighs. One person and one pet just looked at Janine quietly. Is there any problem? Janine couldn't stand the two gazes and could only speak to break the awkwardness. Are you two ninjas? Hisoka asked. Yes. Janine nodded. But I heard that ninjas are normally from Fuchsia City. This sentence made Janine's face stiffen. What should I do? What should I do? The other party began to doubt. You are just ignorant. Who said there are no ninjas in Rainbow City? Although there are few ninjas now, there are ninjas in many places in Kanto, except Fuchsia City. Iane retorted. Auntie, you are finally smart for once. Janine breathed a sigh of relief. She saw across his legs, stroked Lulu's green hair, and looked like a bad boy. I don't care whether you are a ninja or not. Just tell me, why are you hiding on the roof of my house? If you can't tell me, it proves that you two may be thieves. I will send you to the police station now. We are not thieves, Janine said indignantly. My sister and I came here. Came here, by the way, to become a disciple in this gym. Become a disciple? Hearing this answer, Shisua's smile became stronger. It seems that this little girl has lost her sense of propriety and even made up such a reason. Janine, you are crazy. We are obviously here to gather intelligence. How can you say that we are becoming a disciple? In a tidied guest room, Iane looked at her niece lying on the bed with a leisurely look, complaining. Don't worry. Janine put her hands behind her head, holding a toothpick in her mouth. We have to get through that stage first. We can't let the other party suspect that we are from Fuchsia Gym, and after becoming his disciple, we can openly go to investigate intelligence. It's okay, Janine interrupted. At most, we can just run away after investigating the information. Anyway, we are not really going to be his apprentice. Auntie, don't you always like to sleep naked at home? Why are you wearing so much today without even taking off your clothes? Janine had already taken off her ninja tights and only wore a tube top and a pair of black shorts and got into bed. Although Janine looked cute and had a rare heroic spirit that Stephanie rarely had, she was only 12 years old and had a very poor figure. The tube top made her look like a man's vest. You're going to die. Iane blushed and shouted. We are outside now. We have to be careful about everything. Maybe that brat will come and spy on us in the middle of the night. Let him see. It won't hurt anyway. Janine's answer was unusually fierce. No one spoke that night, and it was 5:45 the next morning. When the aunt and niece were still sleeping in a daze, they heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Iane jumped up from the bed reflexively and picked up the shuriken beside the pillow. It's me, Lando. The master asked me to wake you up. Iane breathed a sigh of relief when she heard it, and she remembered her current situation. Last night, the two of them had already worshipped that brat as their master, and the most hateful thing was that the brat agreed. Although she was unwilling, she could only bear it temporarily. Hey girl, get up. Iane pulled Janine's quilt. No, it's still so dark. Let me sleep a little longer. Looking at Janine, covering her head, Iane shook her head helplessly. Her niece was good in everything except that she liked to sleep in. Her eldest brother had told her countless times about this. Girl, stop being angry. This is not the Fuchsia Gym. Didn't that brat say that if we can't gather at the gate at 6 o'clock today, he will kick us out? That's right. Janine pulled off the quilt on her head, got out of bed, and quickly looked for her clothes. She still had to help her father collect information about Rival. So how could she be kicked out on the first day? That's stinky. No. Where is the little master? Iane suppressed her discomfort and said this name that she hated very much. She asked them to gather at the training ground early in the morning, but she didn't know where they were. Lando remembered the instructions of the young boss before leaving, with a playful smile on her face. She was still wearing the same black uniform as yesterday, with her hands behind her back. Master has gone out for something. Let's get acquainted again. I'm your senior sister, and my name is Lando. Hello, senior sister. My name is Janine. Janine said happily. Iane had no expression on her face and said coldly, Master, senior sister. My name is Iane. Londuo didn't care about the other party's attitude. She took out a piece of white paper with a smile. Before the master left, he arranged some assessment tasks for you too. If you complete them, you can stay in the gym. Of course, if you can't complete them, then you can only... I promise to complete the tasks. Without waiting for Iane to say anything, Janine agreed. Task 1. Before 8 o'clock, go to the surrounding forest to find high-quality spring water and fill 2 large vats. Task 2. Help change the water in the rockery pool and wash the bottom pool again. Complete it before 10 o'clock. Task 3. Clean the gym. Task 4. Cook by yourself. No takeout allowed. After reading these 4 tasks, Iane's shoulders trembled with anger. She wanted to tear up the white paper in her hand. That stinky boy actually dared to order them like a master. The 2 large water tanks in the corner of the training ground were more than 1 person tall. They had to be filled with water within 2 hours. Even if they were being a ninja, is not an easy job. Lando didn't know why the boss wanted to prank the 2 Stephanies. After following Hisoka for a while, she roughly understood his temper. That is, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, just do it. And the behavior of the 2 Stephanies, one big and one small, was very strange yesterday. They actually fell from the roof and fainted. Lando didn't know the existence of white mischievous, so she just thought that the 2 Stephanies fainted. Janine held Iane's hand tightly, fearing that this hot-tempered girl would explode on the spot. Although she herself was also unhappy with these task arrangements, in order to find out the real news, she would be tired. Ninja training is much more tiring than these odd jobs. Brother, where did you get so many dusk stones? Kurama looked at the table full of black stones in front of him, at least more than 100 pieces, and from his perspective, the quality of these dusk stones is very good. Not to say that they are all top grade, but most of them can reach the upper middle grade. Kanto, the evolution stone veins in the region rarely produce dusk stone. Scarcity makes things valuable. Therefore, in Kanto, the price of dusk stone is higher than the other 4 evolution stones. Ordinary low-quality evolution stones are about 30,000 yuan, medium-quality 50,000 yuan, and high-quality 80,000 yuan. The energy contained in the evolution stone is different. Using a better quality evolution stone, the Pokémon will be stronger after evolution. The market price of high-quality dusk stone in Kanto is about 100,000 yuan. It will be cheaper in Chengdu. Compared with its neighbor Kanto, Chengdu region has been a place of contention since ancient times. There are examples of large-scale ancient wars that have been clearly recorded in history. Under the MT Silver Vein, I don't know how many ancient soldiers and the remains of ancient Pokémon are buried. There were too many wars that broke out in the ancient Chengdu region. Forests were burned, and countless Pokémon and ordinary people died in the war. In the end, even the ancient beast Ho-Oh, who was called the god of life, couldn't help but take action. Therefore, people in Chengdu worship Ho-Oh very much. The holy fire used by the Chengdu White 0.6 Silver Conference is the fire of life left by Feng Wan after he quelled the war. I picked it up. Puff! This answer made Kurama spit out the tea he had just drunk and spit on his scalded head. Brother, don't tease me. I believe I can pick up 1 piece, but can I pick up 100 pieces? Hisoka shrugged. I did pick it up. I found it in an underground pit when I went to Stone Town last time. Now that you mention it, I remember it. Kurama gently choked his head. I heard recently that an ancient battlefield was discovered in a mine 800 meters underground in Stone Town. The underground plain is full of white bones. An archaeologist said that at least 300,000 people died in this ancient battlefield, not counting the skeletons of Pokémon. Do me a favor. Do you have any channels to dispose of these dusk stones? It's a bit inconvenient here. Shisuo didn't want to go to some companies that specialize in purchasing evolution stones, because these evolution stone companies in Kanto basically have cooperation with Stone Town. Dusk stone is currently only in the plain under Stone Town. If such a large number of dusk stones are sold, it will easily attract the attention of the other side. Although the other party may not necessarily make trouble for such a thing, it is better to be steady in doing things. Seeing that Kurama was lost in thought, Shisuo smiled slightly. After selling it, I will give you a part of the profit. Pa, hearing this, Kurama slapped the table and said indignantly, "Brother, who do you think I am? Am I the kind of person who talks about interest with friends? But how much money can I get for helping you sell it? Don't get me wrong, I'm just a little curious." Kurama laughed. Shisuo was troubled by his funny personality, so he held up a finger and said, 15%. If you help me get rid of all of them, I will give you 15% of the total price. People often say that the friendship between gentlemen is as light as water, while the friendship between villains is as sweet as honey. When asking friends to do things, giving them some benefits is an equal exchange for Shisuo. No matter how good your relationship is with your friends, if you always ask others for help without bringing any benefits, it's okay once or twice, but if you do it more often and for a long time, even the deepest friendship can't withstand such consumption. Therefore, for true friends, you must learn to bring win-win results to yourself and the other party. This is the best way to maintain friendship. I can help you get rid of this batch of dust stone, but I can't take the money. Kurama shook his head. Brother, you have helped me several times. If it weren't for you, I would have been assigned to a certain department to clean the toilet. Shisuo put his hands on both sides of the table and waved to sweep some dust stones. These things are originally unexpected gains, 15% or 50% for me. They are all picked up. In the future, I may ask you for more things. You said we are brothers, so don't hesitate on this. The tone was very firm. Under Shisuo's gaze, Kurama could only nod in response. Knowing each other for so long, he probably understood some of the other's temper. Once a decision is made, it will not be changed. Well, the salary at the police station isn't that great anyway, so just treat it as some extra money. Kurama resumed his cynical look. Brother, you found the right person to help me with this. You know Boss Baigia, and the family behind him is an expert in playing ghost Pokémon. Evolution stones can be used as storage resources, especially high-quality evolution stones. For some wealthy families who are not short of money, the more of these things the better. Give me 3 days, I'll contact Boss Baigia and sell these dust stones directly to their family. Haiso nodded. There's no rush, there's one more thing. Can you ask Mr. Baigia if he has something called prism scale? Prism scale? Kurama scratched his neck. I'm not sure about this. I can ask Boss Baigia later. Few people in the Kanto region know what the prism scale is used for. Many fishermen living by the sea sometimes don't care about it, even if they pick it up, thinking that it's just a beautiful scale and what use it can have. After finishing the work, Hisoka went to the Pokemon Center in Rainbow City to pick up Chansey. After the batch of dust stones is sold, he will go all out to buy Prism Scale, and it's time to evolve Phoeba. The little guy is the offspring of Milotic, and her talent in this aspect is superior to her peers. And after 4 months of careful training, she has completely lost the timidity and inferiority she had at the Cerulean Gym. Now, she only needs the magical item Prism Scale to induce her own evolutionary genes to change, break through the shackles of the gene lock, and complete the leap. In the competition 1 month later, facing Koga with quasi-elite strength, Hisoka dare not be careless. Since he has decided to fight for this one, he will go all out. The red rock armor required for Rhydon's evolution should also be prepared. Hisoka's giant Rhydon has excellent talent and has great potential to be tapped, so there is no rush to evolve it for the time being. Red rock armor is just the scientific name given to it by SR Laboratory in Sinnoh. In fact, the so-called red rock armor is just the product of some special ores and rare metals in the depths of the volcano that have been slowly condensed after hundreds or thousands of years of magma melting. Sometimes, when a volcano erupts somewhere, red rock armor will erupt with the magma. This thing is not very rare, but people in Kanto and Chengdu region think that Rhydon is already the final evolution, so no one has that idea. When the news that ironclad Tyrannosaurus can evolve again is widely known, red rock armor will inevitably become a hot item and its price will soar. Rhydon is huge in size, and its individual strength is relatively outstanding among most Pokemon in Kanto. Therefore, there are many trainers who breed Rhydon. Cinnabar Island, located in the southern waters of Kanto, has a huge living volcano. Dark City is located between the Wild area and Cinnabar Island. and the two places are not far apart. After the gym competition in a month, Hisoka will go to Volcano on Cinnabar Island to help Rhydon find the red rock armor needed for evolution. By then, with Milotic and Rhydon who has completed the final evolution, Hisoka's overall strength will increase exponentially. With the four main forces in hand, the Elite Trainer certificate seems to no longer be suitable for him. What's more, Lulu can evolve once more, and her strength will reach a peak when she becomes the Super Queen. Can't think about it. Just thinking about it, she feels hot all over. Accumulation step by step, accumulation of strength, hard training at ordinary times. Once evolved, under the witness of the light of evolution, strength will explode. I'm so tired. With a plop, Janine lay directly on the corridor floor. After a day of test tasks, the 12-year-old Stephanie was almost exhausted. Of course, she was exhausted now. With the sound of light footsteps, Iane was also sweating profusely. The pink grid-shaped ninja suit was already soaked with sweat. At the end of the day, he first picked up 2 large cylinders of spring water from the forest. Then he drained all the water from the rockery pool with an area of more than 500 square meters. After cleaning it, he had to use a water pump to storm drain from the river outside. Finally, he cleaned all the rooms in the middle courtyard and the backyard. It was not until after 6 o'clock in the evening that the task was completed. The 2 girls were so hungry that their stomachs kept hooting. That be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Why hasn't he come back yet? For Hisoka, the name has changed from a bad boy to AB asterisk, 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 asterisk D now. It is conceivable how angry Iane is. I wish I could press this kid into my hand, squeeze him into a ball, and then stab him with a shuriken. Janine saw the shuriken flying up and down in Iane's hand and couldn't help reminding her, "Auntie, we must bide now. Everything is done. The next step is to collect detailed information about that brat. He will be very surprised to see us in a month. By then, we can avenge today. Congratulations to both of you for completing the assessment task of the Dark Gym. Now I declare that you two officially become disciples of our gym." Hisoka stood in the first place, holding 2 bags of clothes in each hand. This is the uniform of our Dark Gym. Every disciple must wear it. Go and change your clothes now. 2 sets of uniforms, one large and one small, were thrown in front of Iane and Janine. Seeing this, Iane bit her red lips lightly, looking unwilling, but under the pull of her niece, she took her clothes and went back to her room to change. Looking at the backs of the 2 people leaving, Lando finally couldn't help the questions that had accumulated for a whole day. She walked up to Shisuo and whispered, "Master, why do you take these 2 people in? It's obvious that they don't come to learn from you sincerely." Lando grew up in a welfare home and was exposed to society at an early age. Although she's not very old, she has a good eye for people. After a day of contact, she guessed the little tricks of the aunt and niece. Shisuo smiled indifferently. "I know they came from Fuchsia Gym. Since they want to play, then play with them. Strength is something that is fought, not seen." Hisoka didn't care about letting the other party know his Pokémon. It was too easy to investigate this kind of thing. With Koga's relationship, he asked the Employment Assessment Center to retrieve his information, which was clearly written. Similarly, it was easy for Hisoka to know what Pokémon Koga would use. The Fuchsia Gym had been open for such a long time, and countless trainers had been challenged. Just go to the Elite Trainer Forum and ask, and you will know. What prism scale are you talking about? It has been a long time since we last saw each other. Shirakai in the video is no longer the pretty boy on the Saint, and his skin color has become a little bronze, but the eyes that seem to never open remain unchanged. Kurama held up a picture in his hand and said, "It is this kind of heart-shaped scale with colorful colors." Bai Jie looked at it carefully, smacked his lips, tilted his head slightly up, thought for a while, and said, "I have an impression. Wait a moment. I'll go find it." Zhongma and Bai Jie have a very good relationship in private. They have known each other since childhood and graduated from the same elementary school. When they grew up, they worked in the same industry. Usually they're leaders and subordinates, so there are not so many rules for getting along in private. Zhongma waited in front of the phone for a while, and saw Bai Jie coming back with a wooden box in his hand. When I was a child, there would always be many people coming to give gifts to my grandmother on her birthday, and I was responsible for opening the present, Bai Jie said, with a little nostalgia in his eyes. Childhood memories are always so happy and carefree, but when we grow up, we have to bear the responsibilities and obligations as men. Ordinary people always envy those second generations born in big families, but as the saying goes, how much you gain, you have to lose. Unless you just want to be a playboy who eats and waits for death, it is really comfortable. Bai Jie shoulders the expectations of his grandmother. As the third generation of the family, he must learn all kinds of knowledge, and the strength of the trainer must also be excellent. Year after year, day after day, even if you have grown up, in order to be able to inherit that position, you still have to keep training yourself and learn the so-called tolerance of the superiors. Sometimes, lying in bed alone, thinking about it, I feel that life is really tiring. It is better to travel around the world with your favorite Pokémon like an ordinary trainer. Bai Jie opened the wooden box, which was full of small things, ruby, gold ring, diamond brooch, etc., and finally a platinum necklace. And the ornament hanging under the necklace is a colorful heart-shaped scale. This should be it. Bai Jie played with the necklace in his hand and said, "It has been punched. I don't know if it is still useful." Bai Jie didn't know who sent this thing. His grandmother was a person of great stature. She was the oldest Elite Four in Kanto. She became a region elite at the age of 28. She has been in this position for more than 30 years. During this period, there were countless powerful trainers who challenged her, but Granny Agatha still sat on the Daitai. The other three elites, even Mr. Lance, who was known as the strongest elite, usually respected Granny Agatha. For a person at the top of the pyramid, even if he didn't want to make it public, the families, merchants, and officials who heard the news would rush to send presents, either very expensive ornaments, clothes, or some precious medicinal materials. Bai Jie is now on a mission in Chengdu region. It takes at least a week to express things. As for the dusk stone that Hisoka asked Kurama to sell, Bai Jie decided directly. He would arrange for someone in his family to go to Rainbow City to contact Kurama, and then the two of them would just have to hand it over. The price of the dusk stone is based on the market price, with the top grade 10 being 70,000. Hi! The wide wingspan of Pidgeot passed through the air. This is a Pidgeot wearing a green cap on its head and carrying a mailbag on its belly. It is obvious that it belongs to the Pokémon of the courier company. The speed of Pidgeot's full-speed flying is amazing, crossing the mountains and forests, passing through the valley, soaring from the lake. The powerful power brought by the high-speed flying directly caused a burst of water on the lake. After Pidgeot flew away, there was still a ripple on the lake. After a while, it slowly returned to calm. A small group of Poliwags popped their heads out of the lake and gathered together, tremblingly. They were frightened by the sudden appearance of Pidgeot. If Pidgeotto's recipes include Caterpie and Weedle, then Pidgeot's recipes are more extensive. The extremely hungry Pidgeot doesn't mind going to the water to catch fish. This Pidgeot, dressed as a courier boy, went through many twists and turns and came to Sky in Dark City. Pidgeot's vision is amazing. Some researchers have done tests and found that a Pidgeot at an altitude of 1,000 meters can easily find the trace of Magikarp in the water. 150 when he saw the target location, Pidgeot let out a long and cheerful cry. After flying for a week, he finally found the place. With his wings on one side, he rushed towards the big arena in the southern suburbs of Dark City. Pidgeot is very fast, and the mission must be accomplished. Normal couriers in Kanto and Chengdu are all Pidgeotto. Only for some expedited express or valuable items, for the sake of insurance, consumers are willing to pay more, and the courier company will use Pidgeot with stronger strength and faster speed. Pidgeot kept circling above the dojo of the Dark Gym and kept whistling. Hisoka, who had been notified long ago, had been waiting in the training ground for a long time. He took out a courier bill with Pidgeot's pattern printed on it and shook it in the sun. With Pidgeot's eyesight, it was easy to see the pattern on the express delivery slip. After confirming that it was correct, the raptor opened the zipper on the parcel, picked up a small black package, and threw it down. When the small black package was thrown down, it reached a certain height. At this time, a small white parachute popped out from above, and slowly fell on the training ground with the package. In order to prevent accidents from happening to Pidgeot, the express company strictly ordered Pidgeot not to land at the delivery location when training Pidgeot. It takes a lot of investment to train a qualified Pidgeot courier, and the express company never wants these cash cows to be harmed in the slightest. After unpacking the package, the prism scale, made into a necklace, was lying quietly in a box. Hisoka was very grateful for Kurama's help. Although this person usually looks unreliable, he is always so attentive when he really does things. The more than 100 dusk stones have been purchased by the family members sent by Jia. The total is 12 million, and according to the previous agreement, 1.8 million will be given to Kurama. Originally, Hisoka wanted to buy this prism scale for 3 million, but Kurama refused. This scale only looks good on the outside. For Shirakai, it is just like those gemstones. It has no use except to collect memories. Both of them are stubborn. After arguing for a long time, there's no way to give in. Hisoka added 200,000 plus the express fee, just as if he bought this prism scale. Hisoka doesn't like to owe favors to others, but for Fee-Ba to evolve as soon as possible, he owes it. At most, he can repay it when the other party has trouble in the future. When he came to the rockery pool, Hisoka flicked his fingers on the water surface a few times, and circles of ripples gradually drifted away. After about 5 seconds, bubbles emerged from the bottom of the water. Plop! Phoebus's yellow figure covered with brown spots jumped out of the water. His eyes narrowed, and with a hint of joy, he ran into Hisoka's arms. Touching the little guy's smooth head, Hisoka was a little emotional. From today on, this once ugly little guy will completely change, perfectly telling how the ugly duckling becomes a white swan. Light a stove of Doyle incense, and the light blue smoke slowly floats out from the hole on the top of the incense burner. With a hint of Doyle's unique fishy sweet smell, it smells very comfortable. Hisoka embraced Fee-Ba and sat cross-legged on the tatami in the pavilion. The laptop was turned on, and the Milotic evolution video of the Satopolis gym began to play. Lulu knelt on her legs and leaned quietly beside Hisoka. Every time she saw this evolution video, she felt so incredible. Fee-Ba and Milotic had no similarities. A Pokemon named for its ugliness could evolve into such a Mew-like Pokemon. The kind of beauty that goes straight to the soul made Lulu feel a little inferior. Can I become like that today? Phoebus's soft voice sounded in his mind. Lulu used telepathy to link the brain waves of Shisuo and Fee-Ba, so that each other's thoughts could be directly presented in their brains. She saw, while helping the little guy wipe the scales, he asked softly, "Remember what I promised you?" Fee-Ba spit bubbles. "I want to be like my mother." "As long as you want, as long as you are willing to work hard with me, you will be more beautiful than your mother." The promises made in the past resounded again today. "I will work hard," he said. "That's just my starting point." During the first communication, Fee-Ba once said that she was born by Milotic. The creator is fair. The more powerful the life form, the more difficult it is to reproduce offspring. Normally, Fee-Ba are reproduced by Fee-Ba, and only a very small number of Fee-Ba can be born by Milotic. This ratio is about 1%. Although the strength of these Fee-Ba born from Milotic is no different from that of ordinary Fee-Ba, they are more intelligent. After evolving into Milotic, they often inherit some powerful skills from their mother. The 7-minute evolution video will soon end. The picture finally freezes on that slender and charming Mew Pokemon with infinite charm. Milotic, what does that brat want to do? Iane squatted on a big tree in the middle courtyard, secretly observing the direction of the pavilion, muttering, "He is so mysterious in the morning. Does he have any secret weapon besides the super large Rhydon?" Great discovery, great discovery. Janine's figure also appeared on a big tree. "I knew that the ugly fish must be extraordinary. How could an excellent trainer capture that kind of Pokemon? There's only one possibility. That is, this fish will become very powerful after evolution, just like Magikarp." Janine's little brain turned quickly, thinking about the Magikarp that everyone in Kanto knows, and its evolution Gyarados is a typical salted fish turning over. Therefore, when people in Kanto and Chengdu describe a child born in an ordinary family who has achieved great success when he grows up, they like to say a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. I have to say that Janine's guess is almost right. After closing the computer, Shisuo picked up Fiba, returned to the rockery pond, and put Fiba into the water. "Open your mouth," Shisuo said softly. Puff, puff. Fiba nodded and did as he was told, untied the platinum necklace, and put the prism scale into the mouth of the ugly fish. Fiba swallowed the heart-shaped prism scale in one mouthful, and was stunned for a moment, just like the Fiba in the video, who seemed to be savoring something. Then a gleam of brilliance burst out in his eyes, and he turned around and swam towards the bottom of the water with a flick of his tail. Shisuo and Lulu stood on the shore holding hands, watching Fiba's figure gradually disappear into the water. Now, they can only rely on the fish itself. Don't worry, Fiba will definitely succeed. Feeling the tightening force in her hands, Lulu comforted Shisuo with telepathy. Shisuo smiled and shook his head. Of course I believe her. This child has been working hard. Every night, I can always see this child jumping around on the rockery, even if he is bruised and battered. But during the day, he pretends to be stupid and thinks he can hide it from me. Now I think about it, hey. Shisuo feels very honored to be the trainer of Lulu, Weevil, Rhydon, and Fiba. He treats them sincerely. These children know it in their hearts and have been using their efforts to repay the people they love most. The water's surface trembled slightly, and a few ripples began to spread from the center of the pool to the surroundings, one circle after another, becoming more and more intense. After about a minute, the pool water seemed to boil, and drops of bubbles kept emerging, but they kept bursting. Buzz, buzz. Finally, the long-awaited evolutionary light flashed from the bottom of the pool, becoming more and more intense. Finally, the entire pool was soaked in white by the evolutionary light, and the light passed through the water surface and printed light lines on Shisuo's face. Here it comes. Hisoka clenched his fists, even trembling. After flashing for more than 10 seconds, the evolved white light began to retract, and in an instant, the pool water returned to calm. At this time, a long, twisted snake slowly passed from the bottom of the water and stopped when it approached the shore. 14. The water splashed, and an elegant and slender snake broke out of the water. The countless water droplets it brought up emitted a little light under the sunlight, which further highlighted her beauty. Meow. The ethereal, distant growl, like a complaint and a cry. Hisoka's heart trembled slightly when he heard it, and a pair of black pupils looked at him. The whites of his eyes turned red, and a trace of admiration gradually emerged in his eyes. Ayane, who was hiding in the dark and observing, covered her red lips in surprise. It was too unbelievable. For the first time, she felt that Pokémon could be so beautiful. The word beauty does not only refer to the compliments between opposite sexes. Just like a woman seeing a diamond, Milotic's beauty is popular with people of all ages, regardless of gender, and that kind of charm goes straight to the heart, and is an appreciation of the most beautiful things. Sure enough, there is a secret weapon. Janine excitedly danced with her pencil on the drawing in her hand. Sure enough, it was exactly as I thought. The ugly fish would become as powerful as Gyarados after evolution. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ugly. Milotic. Hiso suppressed his excitement. He did not step forward immediately, because Pokémon would have a great change in personality after evolution. He was afraid that his rash actions would scare Milotic, who had just evolved. Meow. Milotic opened his mouth and cried softly again, and then his body actually broke away from gravity and slowly floated up. His winding and graceful body left the water, stretched his head forward, and swam towards Hisoka. The snake body coiled up, and Milotic's length after evolution was as long as an African python. The two red tentacles extending from the eyebrows to the top of the head are like Milotic put on a crown. The red and blue four-leaf fan-shaped tail wrapped around Hisoka's legs, and then the winding snake body wrapped up his entire body. Without using superpower, Milotic's body could float low in the air, leaving a little space in the middle, carefully protecting this beloved master. The fish fins, like the long red hair of a human girl, floated on Hisoka's shoulders, and a head stretched out from behind his neck, gently touching the master's cheek with its cold face. Under the long hair fin on the left, a colorful scale was vaguely visible. It was Milotic's outrage. When a Milotic died, this outrage would fall off and become the so-called prism scale, because the next one would bring hope of evolution. Generation after generation, forever. Hey, why did I draw this kid too? In Janine's hand-drawn sketch, a ponytailed boy in a white shirt stands by the pool with a doting smile on his face. Beside him, a beautiful Pokémon is winding around him. The man and the pet seem to be so harmonious and tacitly connected. The bamboo forest is long and quiet, and there is no sun or moon in the mountains. In a blink of an eye, another month has passed quietly. The morning is the most important part of the day. After living in the dark gym for more than 2 months, Lando has long been accustomed to getting up at 6 in the morning, preparing breakfast by herself, and then feeding the Pokémon. On this day, Lando came to a guest room as usual. The two sisters were really annoying. They always asked her to knock on the door. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she found that the door was ajar. Lando whispered to herself, "Have you changed your nature today? You got up so early." After saying that, she pushed the door open and looked up. The bed was neatly made, and 2 sets of Black's gym uniforms were thrown on the bed. A card with words on it was nailed to the head of the bed by a shuriken. Lando walked over curiously, pulled out the shuriken with force, and picked up the card. There was an emergency at home, so he left without saying goodbye. The master-disciple relationship was cut in half. 487. There was also a Q-version Stephanie head portrait in the lower right corner of the Don't Think card. It can be vaguely recognized that it should be Iain's Q-version head portrait. I knew you would run away. There was no unexpected emotion on Lando's face. The two sisters have been uneasy these days. It's only a matter of time before they leave the dark gym. Tear up the card directly. Don't bother the boss with such a small matter. It's a waste of time. About 2 kilometers west of the dark gym, there is a natural waterfall lake surrounded by forests. A long and winding snake shadow is passing through the bottom of the lake. A human figure can be vaguely seen following on the left. The water on the waterfall rushes down, splashing misty water mist. Under the illumination of the morning sun, a small rainbow actually appears. The beautiful snake broke out of the water, and its slender milky white body wrapped around the boy's body and floated into the air. Okay, let me down. Shisuo caressed him lovingly. Milotic's fins. Milotic nodded happily, stretched out her head and patted Hisoka's cheek, then used her red and blue fan-shaped snake tail to put Simon to the shore. Don't think that Milotic is weak and not as strong as Gyarados just because she is slender. In fact, this Pokémon that looks very beautiful can easily crush a piece of rock with all its strength, and she can learn Orbird Tail. He wiped his body with a dry towel on the shore and put on a black vest. For this month, Hisoka basically put all his energy on Milotic. Tailor-made training mode for her, combined with specialized skills, to help Milotic lay a good foundation in the early stage. Milotic is a Pokémon with a very high IQ. As a pure water Pokémon, it can learn some psychic skills. This alone can show her intelligence. The 7-meter-long snake body gracefully hovered above the lake. It obviously has no wings and is not a flying Pokémon, but it can break through gravity. It looks incredible. Milotic cannot fly and can only float at low altitude. Hisoka tested Milotic, and her maximum floating height is about 2 meters, no higher. Standing on the shore, 2 high-definition cameras on the left and right sides are aimed at Milotic in the lake. Every time he conducts individual training, Hisoka always uses the camera to record all the images, and then he can classify and compare the data obtained and input the most accurate points into the 3DST system. This will allow Milotic to conduct a large number of virtual combats in the virtual environment of the computer, find its shortcomings, and conduct targeted training in reality. This semi-finished 3DST system has great predictive benefits for training Pokemon and can help Hisoka avoid many detours. In fact, Hisoka wants to make a virtual reality. This idea may be difficult to achieve in the past life, but the technology in the Pokemon world is extremely advanced. As long as there is a lot of money invested in research and some talents in this field, it may be possible to make it. At that time, as long as there is accurate information, Hisoka can simulate various Pokemon in virtual reality, even the legendary beasts. No need to worry about getting hurt. You can challenge all kinds of Pokemon without limit and accumulate a lot of practical experience. Surf! Meow! Milotic responded cutely, and the fan-shaped snake tail swung to the lake surface. With a heavy slap, the lake's surface was instantly agitated, and the water surged. The lake's surface seemed to have a dragon sucking water normal, and endless waves formed behind Milotic. Milotic deliberately controlled the water flow to both sides, and the surging waves rushed towards the forest. Some thin trees could not withstand the pressure of the waves and broke in half. The official power rating of the surf skill is 90, but it has a big weakness, which is the limitation of the venue. In order to achieve the theoretical power of 90, the Pokemon using this skill must be in the water. If the surf skill is used on the shore or in other environments, its own damage will be greatly weakened and can only reach about 50. Although the attack range is large, the physical consumption is also not small. Compared with water gun and hydro pump, its practicality is a little worse. Scald! Hisoka issued an order again. Milotic responded quickly, opened her mouth, and a stream of water with white steam gushed out of her mouth. A large tree that was the target of the attack was submerged by Scald. Soon, the green leaves on the tree were boiled into a withered yellow by the boiling water, and the bark was severely cracked and fell off. By the time Milotic retracted his attack, the tree had already changed beyond all recognition. Seeing Milotic's Scald attack, Hisoka nodded with satisfaction. This skill was inherited by Milotic after evolution. As a child born by Milotic, her talent after evolution is better than that of Milotic evolved from ordinary Phoeba. The inheritance of Scald's skills can prove this point. Hisoka prepared 4 skills for Milotic to specialize in. 1. Scald. Although its power rating is 10 points lower than Surf, 0.8, it has no field restrictions and has the special effect of burning enemies. 2. Freezing Ray. Use to target dragon, flying, and grass Pokemon. Especially for grass Pokemon. Facing the water-type Milotic, ordinary people will definitely use grass-type weapons to target it. At this time, the counterattack is a Freezing Ray. With Milotic's own strength and the high power value of Freezing Ray, it is still no problem to kill some grass-type Pokemon instantly. 3. Liquid Circle can restore one's own physical strength and block the damage of fire skills. It is a half defense, half recovery skill. 4. Rain Dance, a weather skill, causes small-scale rainfall on the field, enhances the power of water skills, and weakens fire skills. For the rest, learn some auxiliary skills, such as Attract, Safeguard. A month is enough time for many things to happen. The ancient fossil Pokemon Nature Reserve that has attracted the attention of the entire Kanto region will be officially opened on January 1st. At that time, tourists from all over Kanto, the Orange Islands, and the Chengdu region will be able to buy tickets to visit. Similarly, on February 8th next month, the annual Indigo Plateau Conference will also kick off the preliminary round. For this reason, many trainers who do not have enough badges have stepped up their collection of badges. Trainers who have already collected 8 badges have returned to their hometowns and are ready to use the last month to conduct intensive Pokemon training, striving to face the upcoming regional competition with the best attitude. In the Pokemon world, the annual Regional Alliance competition is undoubtedly the most popular and most watched event, even more popular than the World Cup in the previous life. After all, Pokemon battles are loved by all ages, both men and women, and have a wide audience. On that day, the The Venue Indigo Plateau will usher in the annual peak of tourists, and local businesses are basically the kind of business model that does not open for a year and then eats the main year. December 25th is Hisoka's birthday. This year's December 25th is of great significance. This is not only the 16th year since he came to this world, but also means that he has officially become an adult under the Alliance law. It also means that he has to take on the responsibilities of an adult, which is to pay taxes. All alliances have very sound and strict laws to protect minors. Boys and girls under the age of 16 can enjoy many benefits brought by the law, and even if they break the law, they will be given a light sentence. However, once you become an adult, it will be different. When Hisoka was a bounty hunter before, he did not need to pay taxes on the rewards he received for completing the mission. Now that he is 16 years old and an adult, he needs to pay 7% of the Alliance's rewards as taxes for each completed mission. Large market transactions require a 9% tax. In the Alliance organization, the most powerful department is not the Search Officer Organization or the Alliance Special Forces, but a very mysterious organization department. That is the Alliance Tax Bureau. From wealthy families to ordinary people, even to major dark organizations, as long as they hear the name of the Alliance Tax Bureau, they can't help but tremble. The Rockets have many physical industries in Kanto and Chengdu, and the business tax they pay every year is an astronomical figure. The richer the individuals and companies, the higher the taxes set by the Alliance Tax Bureau, which has led to major wealthy families and companies recruiting excellent accountants and lawyers, promising high salaries to let them help companies avoid taxes reasonably and legally. The four elites can be offended, the Alliance champion can be offended, but the Alliance Tax Bureau must not be provoked. This is a consensus among countless wealthy families, corporate groups, and dark organizations in secret. In the front school field, a pile of firewood was lit, and a roasted dairy cow was placed on the fire and slowly smoked. Lulu used the brush controlled by confusion to apply layers of sauce on the dairy cow. The firewood roasted, and drops of oil fell on the charcoal wood, emitting a mouth-watering aroma. Rhydon was not afraid of the heat at all. He grabbed the red-hot roasting fork in his right hand and slowly turned the greasy and red cow. The cow had thick skin and flesh and could withstand a temperature of 2,000 degrees. Especially under the temptation of delicious food, these high temperatures that could burn people's skin were just a drizzle for Rhydon, and he didn't feel it all. Planita was in front, wearing a triangular birthday hat on her head and a small food cart behind her with a 3-layer birthday cake on it. "Master, happy birthday!" Lando was wearing a very bold and sexy outfit today, a red hip skirt, a red tank top, and a birthday hat like Planita on her head. This big cake was made by Lando with a month's salary and asked the pastry chef in the Dark City. She didn't have much money to buy an expensive birthday present, so she could only prepare this cake as her own present. Shisuo grinned. "Thank you." He didn't care about any birthday present, as long as he had this intention. In the past, he spent his birthday with Lulu. At that time, Lulu was still Ralts. The little one would sing birthday songs for him. I remember that song was taught to Lulu by Hisoka. The school field gathered all of Hisoka's Pokémon so far, including Lulu, Weevil, Rhydon, Milotic, Chansey, and the white Misdreavus that liked to hide and lie on his neck. Beedrill divided the cake into pieces with his hands and sent them to each Pokémon. Rhydon's eating style was the most exaggerated. He threw the plate into his big mouth in one bite. With a few crunches, the porcelain plate was directly crunched into his stomach. The big guy is an omnivorous Pokémon. His stomach has a very strong digestive ability. He will eat some minerals when he is very hungry. Today's unique birthday party is the happiest one Hisoka has had in these years. Lulu and Milotic danced in the air, with giant snakes circling around them. Lulu's ballet-like figure kept spinning, and Milotic followed her rhythm and coiled around. The two beautiful Pokémon performed the most perfect dance under the night sky and in front of the fire. Chansey stood on the blue bricks excitedly to applaud them, and her round body kept shaking with the rhythm of Lulu and Milotic, which made people laugh. 203. Weevil did not join them. She was aloof and did not like these fancy things. The cow was roasted, and Rhydon grabbed the calf weighing dozens of kilograms and threw it to Weevil. Weevil glanced sideways, raised his 3-finger claws, and jumped to catch up with the cow. The speed of the swing was difficult to see with the naked eye, and the roasted meat was cut very neatly and slowly fell from the air. Lulu was doing 2 things at once during the dance. With a wave of her hand, the porcelain plate on the table flew up and perfectly caught the roast beef pieces, preventing them from falling to the ground. Amid Lando's exclamation, in the end, except for a skeleton, all the meat was cut out by Weevil. This move was comparable to the legendary butcher's trick of butchering an ox. A meteor streaked across the sky in the bright night sky. On the grass in the backyard, all the Pokémon and Hisoka lay down together. Hisoka slept in the middle, with Lulu in his arms and Weevil on his right. Milotic's 7-meter-long snake body formed a circle, wrapping them in the middle. Chansey leaned against Milotic's snake body and gently supported her round belly. Rhydon leaned back on his hands and lay on his side next to a landscape stone. Hisoka sat up, looked around, and couldn't help but curl his lips. They're the best presents of my life. Southern Grand Valley, Deshagu Fossil Pokémon Nature Reserve. After 2 months of construction, this closed reserve covering an area of more than 30,000 square meters is officially completed. With the participation of the Pokémon engineering team, various facilities are built very quickly and the quality can be guaranteed. The reserve will be officially open to tourists from all over the world on January 1st, 5 days later, and is now preparing for the final safety commissioning. The Pokémon here are all ferocious fossil Pokémon. In their era, the natural environment was harsh and food was scarce. Every fossil Pokémon that can survive to adulthood is undoubtedly the best predator. If something unexpected happens and Aerodactyl and Kabutops escape from the reserve, they will not distinguish between humans and Pokémon. Dusong is just food to eat. In the top floor conference room of the reserve building, the 3 mayors from Fuchsia City, Rainbow City, and Dark City have already sat in the front row. The mayor of Dark City is the oldest and has the most seniority, so he naturally sits in the first seat. On the left of the old man is a middle-aged man, who is the current mayor of Rainbow City. On the right is a woman in her 30s, who is the current mayor of Fuchsia City. The 3 mayors said nothing. Even if they had a lot of gullies in their hearts, they were very calm on the surface. You couldn't tell what the other person was feeling when they were talking and laughing. These people who are involved in politics are not simple people. Mr. Miyamoto, thanks to your wise leadership, the economic development of Rainbow City in the past 10 years is incredible. The heroic lady in her 30s was the first to break the silence. After hearing the compliments, whether they were sincere or false, Miyamoto's mustache slightly lifted, and he put his hands on the table back to his abdomen and smiled. Miss Anada, you are also amazing. The development of Fuchsia City in recent years is impressive. Rainbow City is one of the most developed cities in Kanto. Except for Saffron City, you are more developed than any other city. Why don't you give us Fuchsia City, such a small thing as the nature reserve? I believe that the citizens of Fuchsia City will definitely thank Mr. Miyamoto. Miss Anada, you can't say that. Miyamoto shook his head regretfully. I am the mayor elected by the citizens of Rainbow City, so I must be responsible for them. The nature reserve is closer to our Rainbow City, so in theory it should be allocated to us. If the comparison between trainer and trainer is the strength of Pokémon, then for the mayor, the GDP of the city is the achievement to show off. The two seem to completely ignore the old man in the middle of the Dark City. What if he had seniority? He would still waste his whole life in that poor place at the bottom of the 4th tier. He was completely incomparable with the elites who were about to enter the political center of Kanto. The old man was not angry at all and drank the tea in the porcelain pot leisurely. As for the intrigue of the 2 little monkeys, he was already past that age. Now he just wanted to bring the economy of Dark City up during his term of office. Today, the ownership of the nature reserve is the best opportunity. Knock, knock, the door was knocked. Come in. Miyamoto, and Sonata said in unison. The door of the conference room was opened, and a middle-aged man walked in, wearing an ancient ninja battle robe, a red hairpiece on his back, and blue hair standing up. Seeing the visitor, Miss Sonata smiled, stood up, and nodded. Koga, you're here. Yeah. Koga looked stern. He was a strict person. Koga, who was born in a ninja family, was known for his strictness in training Pokémon, whether for himself, his sister, or his daughter. Koga found a chair at random and sat on it, clasped his hands, and closed his eyes. Koga's cold reaction made MS. Sonata a little embarrassed, but there was no fluctuation on her face. She still smiled and said, Mr. Miyamoto, our Fuchsia City's Koga Gym owner, participated in the Chengdu Elite Challenge 3 years ago. It can be said that he was just a little bit away from becoming the poison-type elite in the Chengdu region. Miyamoto was disdainful in his heart. What is just a little bit away? If you lose, you lose. How many people are just a little bit away from that position, but they end up being there for their whole lives? There were people moving at the door, and a beautiful girl in a blue-patterned kimono walked in quietly. Behind her was a red-fronted jacket with a slender figure and long black straight hair. Although she was not very old, her cold and indifferent eyes made everyone who looked at her tremble in their hearts. Her blue eyes seemed to have some kind of magic. Erika, Principal Miyamoto, stood up from his seat and walked over quickly. How are you preparing? Do you have confidence? Miyamoto and Erika's father were good friends. For this beautiful and smart Stephanie, Miyamoto always regarded her as his own daughter. Erika clenched her fist and waved it vigorously. Don't worry, Uncle Miyamoto, I am sure. Sabrina is here too. Miyamoto looked at the expressionless Stephanie behind Erika. Sabrina did not respond, but simply nodded. Miyamoto also knew a little about the other party's temperament. Although her personality made him angry, he would not care. Little Stephanie was just angry. Hello, 3 principals, hello, 3 owners. Karama, who was dressed in a police uniform, had a bit of dignity. He walked to the front desk with a serious face and a microphone in his hand. First of all, thank you for your attention to the nature reserve. I understand your desire to fight for the interests of this city. Dark City has the worst economy. According to the original intention of Alliance, it wants to give the nature reserve to Dark City. Relying on this attraction, it can boost the economy of Dark City. As soon as this sentence came out, the mayors of Fuchsia City and Rainbow City looked unhappy. Especially Miyamoto, who was already cursing in his heart. Karama, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. You eat and drink from me, and you work under me, but you dare to be quick. You will die if you go back. So you're the gym leader of Dark City. Eligia recognized the handsome boy with ponytail sitting next to her at a glance. He went to her perfume shop last time and bought some number 18 perfume. After that, Karama came to inform her about the nature reserve. Eligia remembered that the handsome boy was called Hisoka and had a very good relationship with Karama. Hisoka nodded and smiled. Sorry, I have to compete with you for the ownership of the reserve this time. Eligia didn't feel deceived. In her heart, she probably didn't know that the handsome boy was the leader of the Rainbow Gym when they met last time. Your competition rival is not me. Mr. Koga is better than me. Eligia said so. She is still self-aware. Koga is the oldest and has the most experience as a trainer. He has even participated in the Elite Challenge held in Chengdu. Regardless of winning or losing, at least his overall strength has surpassed the level of an elite trainer. Now I announce that the first reserve competition will be between the Rainbow Gym Master AI Ligia and the 307th Fuchsia City Gym Master Koga. As soon as Karama finished speaking, Mr. Miyamoto stood up from his seat, glared at Karama, and then strode out of the meeting room. The gym competition was decided by the Alliance, but the main planning afterwards was decided by Karama, the person in charge of the reserve. Under the premise of fairness and justice, he naturally favored Hisoka. Letting Erika and Koga fight first can allow Hisoka to observe the depth of both sides, and then no matter who he faces, he will have some bottom line in his heart. Of course, if Hisoka is not strong enough and loses in the end, all the favoritism will be in vain. The venue for the competition is on an abandoned construction site. It will be renovated in 2 days, but it is the best venue for the competition at this moment. The venue is wide and in a trough. It is compacted with thick rock and soil layers. There are some jagged rocks and stone pillars around it. Trainers on both sides can stand on the 3-meter-high cliff to command. The preliminary elimination round adopts a one-on-one mode. Koga and Erika face off, and the loser will face Hisoka again. The winner will have a second chance, and the game will be 2-on-2. If the loser loses both games, it will be GG. Mr. Koga, you must hold back. Erika covered her face with a white fan, and her clogs made a rhythmic tapping sound on the rock. Contest kimono swayed slightly, and a green and white pokeball appeared in her snow-white jade hand. Koga was serious and took out a purple and white pokeball from the ninja bag on his waist. The competition was not like an ordinary gym challenge. There was no need for both sides to let go. According to the rules, they had to release their Pokémon at the same time. Venusaur dance. Erika retracted the white fan slightly and gently threw out her Pokémon ball. White light flashed, and with a bang, a giant frog nearly 2 meters tall appeared on the valley field. It had blue-green skin, and some bumps all over its body made some people with trypophobia shudder. The most eye-catching thing about Venusaur is the huge flower supported by the palm branches on its back. It looks like a land cruiser tank. As the Rainbow Gym specializing in grass-type Pokémon, how could Erika not have the Kanto region's signature grass-type 3 Imperial families? Compared to Bulbasaur's petite and cute appearance, Venusaur is undoubtedly much bigger. At the same time, the final evolution of the 3 Imperial families, Venusaur is the largest one among them. Koga's treasure ball was also thrown out at the same time. It was a giant moth Pokémon with a height of 1.5 meters and a wingspan of more than 2 meters. Venomoth, the evolution of Venonat, has 3 slender protruding antennae on its head. It is said that this purple moth Pokémon with poisonous phosphorus powder on its wings. Iligia is very smart. She chose Venusaur, which has both grass and poison attributes. If bugs and poisons are inseparable, then grass and poisons are sometimes inseparable. Grass-type Pokémon are immune to the most disgusting 3-powder series of bug-type. While having poison-type, Venusaur is not afraid of being poisoned at all. Koga is an expert in using poison-type Pokémon, and the appearance of Venusaur makes his most important means ineffective. Venusaur, Razor Leaf. Venomoth, Bug Buzz. The 2 gym trainers issued their respective orders at the same time. If Lulu's Magical Leaf is a sharp piercing sword, then Venusaur's Razor Leaf is a powerful blade that splits the air. Crescent-shaped blades with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters flew out from both sides of the palm leaves on Venusaur's back and rushed towards Venomoth hovering in the air with a hissing sound. Bug Buzz is a subsonic attack emitted by bug-type Pokémon using the unique cavity in its body to vibrate at high speed. For humans with low perception, Bug Buzz may not cause much damage. But for Pokémon with 5 senses, especially excellent hearing, it is an extremely terrible torture. Bug-type restrains Grass-type, and Bug Buzz's pervasive sonic attack is undoubtedly the most unbearable for Venusaur. Gaga. Venusaur took a few steps back, and his huge body knocked down a rock pillar behind him. He shook his big head vigorously, and the subsequent Razor Leaf also paused. Venomoth flapped its wings, dancing up and down like a well-trained ninja, using superb skills to quickly dodge rival shuriken. More than a dozen Razor Leafs, which were enough to easily cut rock, were shot into the air one by one through the gaps where Venomoth dodged. Great! Dad will definitely not lose against Erika. 2 heads suddenly appeared on the higher cliff. They were the ninja aunt and nephew who had been gathering information at the Dark Gym before. Iane saw that his eldest brother had taken the lead and smiled proudly. Whether it is Erika from the Rainbow Gym or that brat from the Dark Gym, they can't be his rival. Strength is superior, attribute restraint, air superiority, no matter from which aspect, from the beginning of this game, Erika's side was at an absolute disadvantage. But there is no absolute. When the hard power of Pokémon cannot bring you victory, you need the wisdom of trainer. Use your own strength to defeat the enemy's weakness. There has never been a weak victory over the strong in this world. Strong is strong. Weak is weak. Humans are intelligent creatures. Just because they know how to play to their strengths and avoid weaknesses, and use strength to defeat the enemy. Venusaur, Sweet Air. Erica saw that the initial tentative attack was useless and immediately used a roundabout tactic. Gah! Venusaur showed 2 fangs between his lips and teeth, and his huge body sank slightly, standing on 4 legs, and the red flower on his back shook suddenly, and a stream of pink mist with sweetness instantly filled the whole field. Even Hisoka and others who were standing on the cliff observing the situation in the field were affected by the Sweet Air skill. Sweet Air is not harmful to the human body like 3 powders. It is a material for making perfume and is harmless. When people smell untreated Sweet Air, they will feel a sense of oxygen intoxication. You will feel a little dizzy, but it will not cause any harm. The Sweet Air skill in the official skill list is to reduce the dodge rate of enemy Pokémon. What is dodge rate? It uses the unique slight anesthetic effect of Sweet Air to make Pokémon produce an effect similar to oxygen intoxication. The Sweet Air permeates the whole field. No matter how fast Venomoth is or how flexible his body is, he can't resist the harassment of Sweet Air. Koga raised his mouth and smiled coldly. Venomoth, Fierce Hurricane. To deal with this kind of powder or gas-type trick covering a large area, nothing is more practical than Fierce Hurricane. Venomoth received the order, and the 2-meter-long wide wings immediately began to wave violently. The air friction generated between the waving formed a violent hurricane. Erica is not a fool. How could she let the other party disperse the Sweet Air field? The hand fan danced lightly, and she shouted, Venusaur, use the vine weave to stop it. Swish! Swish! 2 giant vines as thick as a child's arm, with a violent sound of pulling air, crossed the sky, like 2 steel cables, one on the left and one on the right, surrounding Venomoth. The pure power of the vine weave used by an adult Venusaur is 25 times that of Bulbasaur, and the power of Bulbasaur's vine weave is enough to pull down an armored rhinoceros. Multiplied by 25 times, this is such a force that it is easy to break a piece of marble. With the inherently weak physical strength of bug-type Pokémon, even a little scratch is enough to cause serious damage. Venomoth, use confusion to slow down the vine weave. With the influence of the Sweet Air covering the field, Koga was afraid that Venomoth would be affected and did not dare to let it dodge directly. The 2 pairs of Venomoth's compound eyes flashed blue light, and the speed of releasing confusion was very fast. 2 vines came violently, but the surface was covered by confusion, which seriously delayed the force of the attack. Venomoth took the opportunity to make a low-altitude dive to avoid the encirclement of the vines this time. Who do you think will win? Kurama bumped Hisoka's shoulder and asked in a low voice. If Erica's Venusaur is only this powerful, then Koga will definitely win. Hiso has a lot of personal combat experience. His many years of experience as a bounty hunter have given him a lot of experience in fighting wild Pokémon and trainers. During his rest time, he would watch a lot of elite trainers, including some battle videos of elites, to learn from their strengths and make up for their weaknesses and enrich his own horizons. Erica's personal command can only be regarded as elite level. She can fight Koga until now, but she still relies on the Venusaur that is about to enter the quasi-elite level. If she used Charizard of the same strength instead of Venusaur, then the game might not be so difficult to play, and there would even be a great chance to win this game. But there is no if in Pokémon duels. Specializing in one series of Pokémon can indeed give you a higher priority in early strength growth, and with concentrated training resources, Pokémon will evolve and grow faster. Hiso will never choose this single attribute breeder method, too easy to be targeted by rival. Of course, the most important thing is the profession of bounty hunter. Ability and his own personality do not allow him to do so. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Look at the Dragon Elite Mr. Lance to know the disadvantages of a single attribute. He was suppressed by the Ice Elite Lorelei, who was inferior to him. He tried to challenge the Kanto regional champion several times, but was defeated by the opponent. The strongest main fast dragon type of Dew is Dragon, flying, 4 times weak to ice. Even if Lorelei is not as strong as him. So what? Attribute restraint is the law of the world. You can only weaken the influence in this aspect, but you can never really get rid of it. The game situation on the field became white-hot for a while. Venusaur used Razor Leaf to harass continuously, and at the same time, the arm-thick Rattan weaving close defense prevented Venomoth from getting close to it. If you defend for a long time, you will lose. As the attacking party, Venomoth undoubtedly has more opportunities. Oh! The waving of the insect wings blew back all the stun spore and sleep powder of Venusaur spit up. The flexible body was blurred for a short time, and 2 identical Venomoths appeared together. Double team, but a must-have for ninjas. Venusaur, weave sweep. Ilygia finally gave up the defensive posture and let Venusaur start the attack. The thick Rattan weave made a sound of breaking through the air and hit the Venomoth in the middle. Supersonic, Koga shouted loudly. The harsh sound waves resounded instantly. This time, not to mention Venusaur, even Ilygia, who was commanding on the spot, felt a little uncomfortable. This is the disgusting part of the supersonic skill. It can not only affect Pokémon, but also interfere with the opponent's trainer. Ilygia covered her ears and frowned. Venusaur, Sunshine Flame. Finally, the flaw was revealed. Koga still had that serious expression. When he heard Ilygia shout out the name of this skill, he knew that the game was won. Sunshine Flame needs a period of time to accumulate energy. Even if the plants and flowers on Venusaur's back are large and absorb sunlight quickly, Koga is confident that he can solve this game before the opponent launches it. White dots of light quickly formed above the huge flower. Erica was also trying her best. Venusaur's Sunshine Flame was launched very quickly and had a large attack range. As long as it could hit the target, it could instantly turn defeat into victory. Venusaur lost the ability to fight, so the first match is won by Koga, the gym owner. Kurama, who was acting as a temporary referee, stepped forward and announced the result of the match with a microphone. We turned our attention back to the competition venue. A hole with a diameter of more than 1 meter appeared on the cliff wall below Koga, and there were obvious scorch marks around it. This was the effect of Venusaur's Sun Flame, which had just been half-charged. The power was amazing. Although Sun Flame was a grass-type trick, it had an extremely high temperature. If it hadn't been for the long charging time, it would definitely be a perfect skill. Venusaur's huge body tilted sideways and fell among the rocks. Venomoth lay quietly on a stone pillar, and there were serious scorch marks on its left wing. Obviously, Venomoth did not perfectly avoid the sun flame of the Meow 140 Frog Flower. He did not lose his ability to fight, but he also lost his flying ability. The victory was determined by a signal beam, a special beam shot by Venomoth with 3 tentacles on his head, which had a high probability of causing confusion to the enemy. Unfortunately, Erica's Venusaur was hit by signal beam into a chaotic contest condition, and then took 2 bug buzzes. Venusaur's physical strength and special defense attributes are excellent. Even when the attributes are restrained, it can still withstand so many attacks. The nickname of the Land Cruiser tank is well-deserved. As a loser, Erica will have a contest with Hisoka. If she can win this game, she will have another chance to fight Koga 2v2. Erica, don't take the victory or defeat to heart. Miyamoto saw that Erica's face was a little ugly and stepped forward to comfort her. What if we give the protection area to them? Our Rainbow City has such a developed economy that we don't care about the benefits of a small protection area at all. Thank you, Uncle Miyamoto. Erica smiled and shook her head. I will try my best. After all, I'm still the gym leader of Rainbow City. Whether I win or lose, I must be responsible for the citizens. Are both sides ready? Kurama asked loudly. Shisua and Erica nodded. As a winner of the last game, Koga took a break. He came to a higher cliff and took out two Stephanies wearing ninja uniforms from behind a large stone pillar. Plop! Iane and Janine sat on the ground together. The raised gravel made their butts uncomfortable. However, when they saw the smiling expression of the eldest brother/father, the aunt and nephew lowered their heads and dared not look. The serious Koga is not scary, but the smiling Koga is the most terrifying. You two don't seem to care about my words? Janine shook her head quickly. Aunt Iane and I are just worried about you, Dad, so we followed you. Ninja has no excuses. Koga turned around and left the two of them with his back. After returning, run around the mountain 100 times. Dad, don't. It will kill people. 120 laps. Forget it. Forget it. Iane quickly covered Janine's mouth and whispered, You know your father's character. If you bargain, it may be 200 laps. Hisoka doesn't have a fire-type Pokemon, but Weevil with Ice attribute can still restrain Grass-type, which is theoretically no worse than Fire-type. Both sides are ready and take out their own Pokemon balls. Weevil, Vileplume. The previous Venusaur was the strongest Pokemon in Erica's hands, but the most handy Pokemon to command is still Vileplume, which is Erica's Earl Dervish Pokemon. Oddish is the most common Grass-type Pokemon in the Forest of Kanto, and its strength is weak. But it has an advantage, that is, Oddish is a Pokemon that evolved from the Earth stage. Its final evolution, Vileplume, is one of the best among many Grass-type Pokemon, especially the unique Stinky attack from the Gloom period, which Vileplume perfectly inherited, and the Stinky effect is even more terrible. Weevil used Taunt. Even if he was facing a beautiful woman like Erica, Hisoka was not prepared to hold back. How to resolve the battle more quickly was what he should think about now. To deal with Pokemon like Vileplume, you must find a way to block the opponent's changing skills. Vileplume's Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, and a unique Stinky Pollen are too disgusting. Weevil raised his right hand, and the three-finger claws bent backwards. At the same time, a trace of black flashed in the blood-red vertical pupil. At the same time, Vileplume's small eyes that looked at it also appeared black light, and its emotions began to become unstable. Without waiting for Erica to issue an order, it immediately shook its body and shot out a piece of Crescent Blade leaves. Taunt can use the special characteristics of evil energy to put the opponent into rage contest condition, so that they can only use offensive skills for a period of time. Razor Leaf speed is not enough. Weevil pulled out a series of phantoms behind him, quickly dodging the flying leaves, raising his claws, and directly cut off some flying leaves that could not be avoided with his claws. The opponent's first move Taunt caught Erica off guard, biting her red lips lightly, and a look of unwillingness appeared on her face. Vileplume and Venoshock. If you can't use the transformation skills, then don't use them. At worst, you can fight hard. Whoever is 3.0 is afraid of who. Stephanie is angry, and she is tougher than a man. The flower on Vileplume's head has the largest petals in the world. The flower core in the middle makes a gurgling sound, and streams of purple and black liquid are sprayed out. These purple-black liquids dripped onto the ground, making a hissing corrosion sound, and light smoke rose. From this appearance, one can imagine how terrifying these purple-black venoms are. If they dripped onto a person, it would create a hole. Seeing the venom flying around, Weevil stopped her forward rush in time. She didn't dare to let her small body be splashed by the venom, so she could only temporarily surround Vileplume and look for a gap to attack. Because the venom in the flower core on Vileplume's head could not be endless, this level of spraying could not be sustained for too long. You've been fooled, Erica said in a sweet voice, with a smile on her face. The venom sprayed by Vileplume evaporated quickly under the sunlight, and a lavender poisonous fog spread around. Weevil frowned and retreated again and again. Sure enough, none of the gym leaders who went all out were simple. To deal with this kind of poisonous fog, it would be very simple if the Pokemon had wings, just like the previous Venomoth, just flapping its wings to use Fierce Hurricane. The hurricane blew, the poisonous fog changed direction, and Erika's calculation immediately failed. Hisoka did not show panic as Erika thought. His expression was completely a performance of winning, which made Erika mutter in her heart. He is obviously a young boy. Why does he look so mature? Weevil, I see wind. It is the stupidest thing to rush into the poisonous fog rashly. Although Weevil has no wings, he still has the means to solve the current dilemma. Ma! Weevil did a few backflips, trying to distance himself from Vileplume and the poisonous fog. His stomach was slightly bulging, and he took a deep breath. Then he opened his mouth and exhaled with a loud whir. A chilly cold wind gushed out of Weevil's mouth. If you look closely, you can vaguely see some crystal particles in the whistling cold wind. They were small ice particles condensed by the moisture in the air, being invaded by the cold air. Icy wind blew towards the poisonous fog in front of him. In a few breaths, the purple poisonous fog was quickly blown away, and the freezing wind blew over the surface covered with venom. Soon, a layer of purple thin ice formed on it. Without any worries, Weevil raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a canine tooth, put his hands behind his waist, and rushed out with a quick attack. Because the speed of the sudden burst was too fast, a series of afterimages were left behind. Freezing fist, Hisso ordered loudly. Weevil responded with a low roar, and a cold light burst out from its claws, and a trace of light blue cold air continued to emerge. Bang! Vileplume was hit in the face. The cold fist, combined with the force of the upward thrust and the muscle strength that Weevil had developed through long-term and arduous special training, sent the 1.3-meter-tall, 25 kg weight totem flower flying backwards with a heavy punch. The attribute bonus of ice skills to grass damage is doubled, just like fire skills. Vileplume, a bloated and slow Pokémon, could not avoid Weevil's fast attack. Fortunately, its physical strength was still good, and Weevil's freezing punch did not make Vileplume lose its combat ability immediately. Eligia's face tightened, and just as she was about to command Vileplume to get up and fight back, Hisoka's order had already been issued. No chance will be given. It is a compulsory course for every trainer to reasonably pursue the victory. Freezing punch. Ma! Weevil splashed high, and just as Vileplume was about to stand up, Black's figure had already jumped up and straddled Vileplume's body. In the other's horrified eyes, he threw his heavy punches with cold air again. Ahem! Kurama cleared his throat, and under Miyamoto's murderous eyes, he waved the green flag representing victory. Vileplume has lost his ability to fight, so the winner of this game is the gym leader Hisoka from Dark City. Eligia lost both games and lost the opportunity to continue the competition. It can be said that the little girl is unlucky. Insects and poisons are inseparable. Koga is a trainer specializing in poison Pokémon and a master of playing insects. Fighting against Hisoka, he was defeated by Weevil's ice type, and even without Weevil, Hisoka still had Kirlia, a psychic type. Vileplume is a grass and poison dual type. Psychic-type Pokémon can still restrain poison-type. There was no halftime break in the gym competition. After Hisoka and Elika finished fighting, the final showdown began immediately. Koga and Hisoka played a 2v2 match. The winner of this match will officially determine the ownership of the Fossil Pokémon Nature Reserve. Although Koga is a ninja, he is upright and loyal. When passing by Hisoka, he suddenly said, "Little brother, I'm sorry. The two people who went to your gym before, under the pretext of being disciples, were actually my sister and daughter. I have punished them. After the game is over, I will let them apologize to you in person." Hisoka smiled freely and shook his head. "Mr. Koga, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to blame Iane and Janine." Koga waved his hand to interrupt, his face solemn. "If you do something wrong, you must accept the punishment. This is also one of the ninja ways I have always believed in." Hisoka shrugged helplessly. Since the other party was a decisive person, it would be too hypocritical to explain further. The last game officially started with Kurama's red flag waving. This time, Koga did not release Venomoth from the first game, but chose a more special Pokémon. Mook, a stinking Pokémon made of mud all over its body. It is hard to imagine that this thing that looks like mud is actually a Pokémon with wisdom. The soft, 583 slippery purple body is crawling on the ground. Even if it is dozens of meters away, you can still smell the nauseating stench. Mook has eyes that seem very fierce, especially the huge mouth that seems to be able to swallow everything. Mook has no head, no lower body, and is completely made of a ball of mud. Its huge mouth can open unlimitedly as long as it does not exceed the range of the body. Lulu, I'm sorry to let you deal with this rival. Hisso used his mind to communicate with Lulu. He was reluctant to let the cute Lulu face such an ugly and smelly Pokémon. What if the white and beautiful figure was accidentally stained with some mud? Oh, it would be a waste of nature. Another Pokémon I haven't seen before. Erica did not leave the reserve, but accompanied Sabrina to stand on the hillside to watch the game below. She was very curious about who would be the final winner. It is a psychic Pokémon in the Hoenn region called Kirlia. Sabrina's answer helped Erica satisfy her curiosity. As a gym leader specializing in psychic Pokémon, Sabrina also had some understanding of the psychic Pokémon on the continent across the sea. Lulu, Magical Leaf. Hisoka took the lead in launching a tentative attack command. Magical Leaf is a grass-type skill. For Mook, who is a poison type, the damage is not high, but the Magical Leaf is launched very quickly, and it has a special tracking effect. Under Lulu's mental control, it can change direction freely, achieving a theoretically certain hit effect. The white little hand slowly raised, and purple leaves composed of energy formed around Lulu. The little hand waved forward, and the dozens of purple leaves were like flying swords. Normal broke through the air and attacked F. Koga's face remained unchanged, and a low voice sounded at this moment. Mook, shrink your body. Gurgle. Mook's fierce eyes stared at the magical leaf attacking from the front. At the same time, the soft body like mud suddenly shrank back. The body that was originally 1.5 meters tall shrank to dozens of centimeters in the blink of an eye. Mook, who had no bones and meridians in his body, could rely on his mud-like body to drill into various sewer pipes. Even a sewer pipe with a diameter of only 10 centimeters, it could drill into it. The magical leaf that was supposed to hit Mook passed through its body, and with a thumping sound, dozens of purple energy leaves were all inserted into a piece of broken rock behind it. Lulu frowned slightly. Mook's evasive method was somewhat beyond her expectations. She raised her right hand and clenched her palm. The magical leaf that was originally inserted into the rock immediately floated up again, quickly adjusted the steering position, and shot at Mook again. There was nowhere to hide this time. Puff, puff! Dozens of leaves shot into Mook's body one after another. Gulyalu! Mook swallowed the attack of the magical leaf and uttered a muffled groan. The special body structure allowed it to slow down the impact of the magical leaf, and the grass-type skills reduced its damage by half, so it did not cause much impact on it. Koga knew that it was undoubtedly a pipe dream for his Mook to catch up with the Kirlia in terms of speed. With Mook's creeping movement, it could only become the opponent's target. And the opponent is obviously very smart, not planning to get close to Mook, using long-range attacks to accumulate damage, and even grinding Mook to death. We must create some opportunities. He glanced at Kirlia, his eyes condensed, and shouted, Mook, gas! Gurgle! Mook roared in a low voice, and his originally shrunken body quickly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. He opened his huge mouth and began to gush out purple and black mists. Poison Pokémon's skills lack burst, but they are good at lasting and continuous damage accumulation. Unless it is a steel Pokémon that is completely immune to poison, the further it is dragged behind any other Pokémon, the more advantageous it is for the Pokémon. Facing the invasion of poison gas, Lulu was not in a hurry. The blue light in her eyes gradually faded, and she spread her hands and drew a circle in front of her. A faint light film wrapped her whole body. Poison gas rushed towards her, but when it approached the light film, it quickly dissipated and spread out to both sides. Safeguard can prevent Pokémon from being affected by any status condition for a period of time. It's a bit miserable to be targeted. Koga now understands a little bit how Elijah feels when she is fighting him. This feeling of being suppressed everywhere is very uncomfortable. Mook is not suitable for this battle. Thinking of this, Koga made a decision. He took out the Pokeball and took back Mook, and then took out another Pokeball from the Ninja Bag. In this final 2v2 duel, the rules allow players to switch Pokemon once. This rule is common in the regional conference. Trainers can also change Pokemon when challenging gyms. Switching Pokemon in time and conducting joint defense with attribute restraint is a course that every trainer must learn. However, as the gym leader, Koga is not allowed to change Pokemon when facing the challenge of trainers, but now it is different. Now he is no longer facing rookie trainer, but another gym leader. Come out Crobat! As the final evolution of Golbat, Crobat evolved with the special prop Soothe Bell has a second pair of wings. Compared with Golbat, Crobat's body structure is more streamlined, so short-distance flying speed is very fast. According to the data, Crobat is faster than Weevil. Crobat, get close quickly and use Crunch. Devil skills are undoubtedly the most effective against Kirlia, who is a psychic. Crobat has few evil skills, and the most powerful one is Crunch, which is rated 80 by the official power. Swoosh! Crobat spread his wings with a crisp snapping sound, and the purple figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. At the speed of Crobat flying, it takes 1.2 seconds to cover a distance of nearly 60 meters. Almost in the blink of an eye, Crobat's slender and wide bat wings appeared behind Lulu, with sharp teeth and fangs, and his mouth moved up and down, and he bit her head with a mouthful of Crunch. Crack! The teeth fiercely tackle. Crobat felt a sour feeling in his mouth, just biting with all his strength, but suddenly biting empty was not a good feeling. Teleport. Koga's eyes kept scanning the field. He could suddenly disappear under Crobat's high-speed attack. In addition, it was a psychic Pokemon, so there was no other possibility except using Teleport. Lulu's figure appeared again. Good thing. On a 2-meter-high, sharp-topped rock pillar 30 meters to the left of Crobat, with slender green legs gently tapping the top of the pillar. Confusion. Hisso didn't give any orders. He and Lulu could telepathically communicate. Any command could be instantly conveyed to Lulu as long as it was in his mind. Between one person and one pet, the convenience of assist telepathy could almost achieve perfect command and fit. Unable to hear Hisoka's orders, Koga couldn't figure out the other party's next move. He could only let Crobat perform continuous high-speed fast attacks. The four wings danced suddenly, and the purple phantom flashed from the air again. Sucker punch to Kirlia on the rock pillar. Lulu didn't dodge or evade, and stood quietly on the top of the pillar. The blue light in her eyes became stronger and stronger. Ruby's pupils were completely filled with blue light, and an invisible and colorless mental force began to spread around. Squeak! Crobat's growl is somewhat similar to that of a rodent, sharp and piercing. The slender and wide bat wings once again stretched out in Kirlia's sky, and the four scimitar-shaped bat wings suddenly slashed forward into the void. Air cutter! Koga's order sounded. Swish! Swish! In an instant, for air blades that could not be seen by the naked, I rushed towards Kirlia below with a tearing momentum. Using the wings to create a wind cut that could easily cut through trees, the sharp ability could easily hit rivals' vital points. Hey! Lulu shouted, blue light in her eyes, and the confusion storm composed of powerful mental power also broke out at this moment. The blue confusion and the empty air cutter collided head-on with everything, accompanied by a tooth-grinding sound. Bang, bang, Crobat was pushed out by the subsequent confusion. Fortunately, this Crobat was well-trained. When it was about to hit the broken rock, it quickly adjusted its body balance with its smaller pair of wings so as not to collapse. After flying backwards for several circles in the air, it regained its balance. Hypnosis! Hisoka didn't want the battle to drag on, so he prepared to use Hypnosis to interfere with Crobat. If 927 could succeed, then the game would be a sure win. Hisoka communicated with Lulu by telepathy. Koga didn't know what the other party's order was, but Curly's next move still made him react. Lulu closed her eyes, put her hands together on her chest in a triangle shape, and her mental power spread rapidly. Then she suddenly opened her eyes. Crobat, who had been looking at her, was startled, and then he felt a little dizzy and suddenly wanted to rest. Crobat's eyelids were rolling, and Lulu's mental power for using hypnosis was becoming more and more full. Koga's face tightened, and he shouted loudly, "Crobat, supersonic!" The master shout was like a blow to the head. Crobat shook his head vigorously, and smelling salts came over temporarily. Thinking that he was almost tricked just now, a nameless fire arose spontaneously, and he opened his mouth and showed 2 pairs of fangs. If the supersonic used by Venomoth is a copycat, then as a natural ability of bats, the supersonic emitted by Crobat at this moment is simply destructive. Kba. Supersonic is a sound wave with a frequency higher than 20,000 Hz, which has extremely strong penetration. Its sound energy is very concentrated. Under Crobat's deliberate control, the all-pervasive supersonic attacked Curlia right in front. At this moment, Lulu felt some kind of pressure. Before she could fight back, she suddenly frowned and showed a painful expression. She covered her ears with her white hands and swung her body vigorously. Crack! A piece of rubble on the left side of the rock pillar shattered. This was because supersonic reached a certain matching frequency and directly shattered the rubble. Supersonic continued, as if endless. Lulu looked very painful, and a trace of blue veins emerged from her forehead. Well done, Crobat. Koga finally smiled for the first time. Damn it. Hisoka clenched his fists. Lulu's painful expression made his heart bleed, but what could he do now? Supersonic is omnipresent, and this Crobat itself is very powerful, perfectly controlling a point of Supersonic's invasion. He took a deep breath. He didn't want to see Lulu get hurt. He took out Lulu's Pokémon from the tactical belt around his waist. He also had a chance to change Pokémon, and now it came in handy. No, Hisoka, don't. Lulu's voice appeared in her mind, without the previous cuteness, crisp, but with a little hoarseness. Believe me, I can win. This is just an ordinary competition. At worst, we won't go to the protected area. I don't want to see you get hurt. No one understands how deep the feelings between Hisoka and Lulu are. Friendship? Family or love? None of them, just one person and one pet, are willing to simply accompany each other for life. The first time I saw the pot-covered head born from the eggshell, I realized that I needed to take on a certain responsibility in my life. In those years in Viridian City, one person and one pet went from the simplest delivery, helping people find lost Pokémon, to deep into Viridian Forest to complete dangerous collection tasks. They were injured together and almost forced into a desperate situation. Good memories, bad memories, make up the best memories of those years. Lulu endured the severe discomfort of her body, clenched her teeth, opened her ruby-like eyes, raised her little hand tremblingly, and pushed hard. Whoosh! A sharp stone floated up from the ground, then shot through the air, aiming at the pair of wide bat wings behind Crobat. Crobat's bat wings are made of a layer of flesh membrane, without any defense. Once hit by a sharp stone, it is easy to be seriously injured. If a flying Pokémon loses the ability to fly, it is equivalent to half of its martial arts. Desperately, Crobat could only put away the full-strength supersonic, and with a flick of his wings, an air cutter shot out, smashing the sharp stone that was rushing towards him. Supersonic suddenly disappeared, and Lulu, who was at the center, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Except for some tinnitus in her ears, her body was not seriously injured. Knowing that Supersonic had a miraculous effect, Crobat, who broke through the harassment, adjusted his body and continued to open his sharp mouth, preparing to use Supersonic to trap the opponent to death. Stop! Just as Crobat was about to attack, Koga suddenly spoke to stop his Pokémon. The field fell silent for a while, and the onlookers were puzzled, especially Ms. Sanada, the mayor of Fuchsia City. They had such a big advantage, Why did they let Crobat stop attacking? White light bloomed at Lulu's feet and slowly spread upwards. Her slender legs were gradually wrapped in white light, followed by the white dance skirt, until the red pupils. Drown 044306322 Falu 1800-31101. Finally, is it going to evolve? Hisoka's face showed an unprecedented brilliance, which was a sense of accomplishment and expectation, with doting and nostalgia. Half a year ago, Lulu became a girl from a little girl. Today, she will grow up again and truly become an adult. Article 128 of the Alliance Law clearly states, in a Pokémon duel, if the Pokémon of any trainer evolves in the middle of the battle, the other party should immediately stop attacking and wait for the other party to complete the evolution before continuing the battle. This is both a law and a morality. Pokémon is very fragile when evolving. Once it is forcibly interrupted by external forces, it is easy to cause evolution failure, and some damage to Pokémon is almost permanent. In serious cases, the Pokémon whose evolution is forcibly interrupted may not be able to evolve in the rest of its life. Koga, as the official gym leader of the Alliance, still has this basic quality. When he saw the light of evolution for the first time, he immediately ordered Crobat to stop attacking. Sabrina, Erica, and MS. Sonata, who were watching, were far away, so they did not see it clearly at the first time, resulting in some small misunderstandings. At this time, the pure white evolutionary light had already enveloped Lulu's entire body. As time went by, the white figure began to gradually lengthen. Lulu's original height was about 1 meter, but the figure stretched by the white light had exceeded 1.6 meters, reaching 1.7 meters. Standing next to Hisoka, this height was only half a head shorter. The brightness of the white light reached a certain 0 point, and the dazzling light made Crobat, who was not far away, couldn't help but cover his eyes with his bat wings. Bang! A pair of slender, gloved human hands first stretched out from the white light, and with a sudden wave, the white light wrapped around the body instantly turned into dots of starlight and dissipated in. The Pokémon that appeared in the original place was no longer the short little Stephanie. Curlia, no. It should be called Gardevoir. The long hair that originally fell to the shoulders turned into short curly hair similar to that of a young woman. The white body was like wearing an elegant evening dress, and a pair of perfect long legs were faintly visible between the evening dress. The red horns at both ends of the head during the Curlia period now come to the front and back of Gardevoir's chest, just connected to the green ribbon on the chest, perfectly forming the upper part of the long skirt. It is unimaginable that there are Pokémon in this world that look so much like humans. This graceful and dignified Pokémon in front of her, like a noble lady, almost perfectly fits all human aesthetics to a certain extent. Her unique noble temperament is like the ancient Queen Normal who ruled the world, enough to make countless women feel ashamed. In the Hoenn region, compared to the official scientific name Gardevoir, the local people of Kiyuin prefer to call her the Super Queen. Strong strength, noble temperament. The nickname of the Super Queen is well-deserved. So beautiful. Erica put her hands together and placed them at the position of her chin. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at the brand new Pokémon on the field. Even as Stephanie's daughter, Erica couldn't help but admire Gardevoir's beautiful figure and noble temperament. Sabrina, who was on the side, had a calm look in her eyes, but she couldn't help but shine after Gardevoir appeared. She was not good at speaking and didn't express her thoughts, but she had made up her mind that she must also capture such a Pokémon. Not only is it beautiful like a human, but it is also her favorite psychic Pokémon. Feeling the surging energy in her body and the mental power that was about to overflow, Lulu couldn't help but smile and blinked at the figure opposite. The charming smile made Hisoka's heart tremble. Gardevoir's evolution was completed, and the game continued as usual. Now let me win this game for the master. The gentle and graceful voice sounded in his mind. It was not the soft and cute Ralts, nor the cold and ethereal Curlia. That voice was noble, warm, gentle. All the most beautiful words in the world could describe it. Hisoka nodded in response. This time he did not use telepathy to command, but waved his hand and shouted, "Lulu, impression. Crobat, protect." From confusion, Psybeam, to the illusion at this moment, the 2 stages of skill advancement also represent Lulu's 2 stages of growth. As for flowers, Lulu raised her slender arm, and her slender fingers gently touched the air. The originally blue mana, Yi's mental power, instantly turned purple. The purple mana was strong, and the continuous ripples of light surged forward in waves. Squeak! Crobat let out a long cry, and 4 curved blade bat wings immediately protected its body. A faint transparent light film appeared in front of it. The Protect skill is a very practical defensive skill, especially suitable for those Pokémon with low physical defense and special defense. In theory, the Protect skill can completely resist the opponent's attack once. However, everything has its limits, and there is never any perfect skill. Eradicate's Protect skill can never block the attack of a mythical beast. 0. And the Protect skill has a 100% success rate except for the first time. The more times it is used, the higher the failure rate. Basically, the second failure rate has reached more than 60%. The release of psychic skills is very fast. Crobat's Protect skill has just been completed, and the purple Ripple Beam has already hit it head-on. Compared with the Kirlia period, the evolved Lulu has made a qualitative leap in strength, and the light of the spiritual power has condensed from blue to purple. The change in color also foreshadows a significant increase in the power of the skill. Ka. The transparent film released by the Protect skill made a shattering sound. Crobat responded with all his strength, allowing the film to survive. Finally, with a click, the film shattered, and Lulu's first illusion was also offset. Lulu's eyes flashed with purple light, and her palms closed with a snap, and an Imprison technique came over. If the opponent had the same skill as her, then Imprison would prevent rival from using that skill. Unfortunately, Lulu just knew that Protect skill. With her mental power increasing rapidly, she could do 3 things at once. She waved her right hand, and dozens of magical leaves took shape instantly. She pressed her left hand down, and the second illusion spread immediately. On January 1st, the long-awaited ancient fossil Pokémon Nature Reserve in Kanto was finally officially opened. Not only people from Kanto region, but also many tourists from Orange Islands and Chengdu region came here. Although it was already noon, the sun was blazing in the sky, and the temperature in the southern Grand Canyon had reached 32 degrees, but even the high temperature could not stop the curiosity of tourists. 2 long queues were lined up at the ticket window of the reserve, and the dense crowds made people's scalps numb. From the official opening at 8 a.m. to now, it is almost 12 o'clock, and the 2 pairs of long queues do not seem to have shortened. Perhaps it is difficult to understand why people are so curious about fossil Pokémon. For example, fossil Pokémon is to people in this world like the way people on Earth view dinosaurs. If a zoo suddenly said that they had living dinosaurs to watch, it goes without saying that the zoo would be crowded with tourists from all over the world the next day. Refer to Jurassic Park in the movie. Although there are not many types of fossil Pokémon in the Dasha Valley Reserve at this time, and the only heavyweight player is Aerodactyl, it can't offset the tourists' admiration for the top predator from millions of years ago. A medium-sized Wagyu was slowly lowered into a clearing in front of trackless forest by a crane. Amid the exclamations of tourists, a behemoth with a wingspan of nearly 5 meters flew over from the other side of the forest. The cruel and ruthless dark gray eyes, especially the big mouth full of fine and sharp teeth, are even more chilling. Compared to a month ago, Aerodactyl, which has enough food, has obviously grown a circle. Especially some black minerals have grown on its head, wings, and tail. Professor Oak, Professor Ichiki, and Professor Bill have held many debates and discussions on the strange minerals that appeared on Aerodactyl, and finally concluded that with the recovery of performance and the supply of nutrition, Aerodactyl is gradually returning to its original appearance. In other words, The Aerodactyl that people see now is not the real Aerodactyl from millions of years ago. After countless years of slumber, this Aerodactyl has been seriously degraded. Perhaps with the passage of time and a large amount of predation, this Aerodactyl may one day return to its true appearance millions of years ago. And these black minerals on its body are the best proof of this conclusion. Moo! The Wagyu was frightened. When Aerodactyl appeared, its animal instinct made it want to escape. However, in front of Aerodactyl, a top predator, the resistance of ordinary animals is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Swoosh! A gray shadow flashed through the air, and the Wagyu's limbs trembled. It was controlled by Aerodactyl's murderous aura and dared not even run. It could only wait to die on the spot. Dash! With a scream, Aerodactyl's powerful leg claws grabbed the Wagyu's back, and the sharp claws directly pierced the muscles, and the cow's blood flowed. The miserable appearance of the Wagyu made some female tourists watching outside the glass wall cover their eyes. Compared with the psychologically fragile women, many male tourists watched the feast of fossil Dilophosaurus with relish. Aerodactyl easily grabbed the Wagyu beef, weighing several hundred kilograms, waved its wide wings, and flew to a large bush with its food. Although the Wagyu beef was dying, it was not really dead yet. Duh! Aerodactyl raised his head to the sky and roared, then lowered his head, opened his huge mouth, and suddenly bit the Wagyu beef's neck. With a little force, it bit out the trachea and flesh. After chewing a few times, he raised his head and swallowed it. How many modern people have seen such a cruel hunting scene? Even some young people with a relaxed mentality can't help but feel a little nauseous. The ancient predators are much more brutal than the wild Pokémon today. Since Dark City has the ownership of the nature reserve, the number of tourists in the city has increased day by day. If you want to be rich, build roads first. The old man used all the taxes in the city and some funds allocated by the Alliance to repair the city roads and the surrounding forest trails. Don't say, after visiting the ancient fossils Pokémon and then come to this ancient city for tourism, is a good choice. The storefronts along the street are all renovated. While retaining the style of the Hykura era, all unsanitary and unqualified places must be rectified. The enthusiasm of local residents is very high. Finally, they have waited for an opportunity to improve their living standards. Naturally, they have to go all out, not only for themselves, but also for their descendants not to lose at the starting line of life like themselves. Trainer is the most popular and respected profession in the world. Which parent does not want to provide their children with the opportunity to choose the 3 major families as Earl Dervish Pokémon? But the annual tax of 100,000 yuan is not a small amount. The expensive taxes have caused most civilian children to only use some popular Pokémon, such as Rattata, Bobo, Caterpie, and Weedle as Earl Dervish choices. As the official gym of the Dark City, with the increase in the flow of people in the city, the trainers of the battle gym are also coming more and more frequently. However, Hisoka did not come out to deal with those 3.3 training families in the past 2 days. Instead, he handed the task to Lando and hid in his room, fiddling with something. In the gym competition 5 days ago, after Lulu evolved into Gardevoir, she successfully defeated Koga's Crobat after several fierce battles. After Crobat lost its fighting ability, Koga did not send the Mook that played for the first time, but directly admitted defeat. Hisoka always felt that the game with Koga was a bit strange, and this senior seemed to be suspected of letting him win. Although Crobat is quite powerful and exceeds the elite level, it should not be his strongest Pokémon. Mr. Koga must have a trump card. As for what he is thinking, Hisoka has no way of knowing. According to his guess, Koga may deliberately keep the trump card for the Elite Challenge exhibition next year. This large arena, which is the address of the Dark Gym, covers an area of more than 3,000 square meters. There was originally a basement for storage under the main hall in the backyard. The area is about 200 square meters. Since Hisoka took over the arena, he converted this storage basement into a private studio. Today, this underground studio is filled with many small and medium-sized processing machines and some magical props he collected, including some important materials, rare, or metals. The curved spoon, a magical prop, can increase the power of psychic skills by about 20%. The raw material of this prop is reprocessed from the confusion spoon in Alakazam's hand. It is said that before the psychic Pokémon, such as Alakazam, dies naturally, it will inject its last confusion into the spoon in its hand. The death of an Alakazam often represents the birth of two curved spoons. The market price of a curved spoon is about 250W, which is 50W higher than the price of Mystic Water. Hyso put the curved spoon he bought into a 22-inch graphite plate, and at the same time picked up a high-temperature spray gun in his right hand, which can spray 2,000 degrees Celsius in an instant. The temperature was adjusted to 1,500 degrees, and the spray gun was turned on, aiming at the curved spoon in the graphite plate, and began to burn. Time passed by minute, and with close contact with the high-temperature spray gun, beads of sweat gradually appeared on Hisoka's forehead. He wanted to personally help Lulu make a magical prop specifically for her. This plan actually had some ideas during the Ralt period, and the design drawings were drawn. But at that time, there was a lack of funds and conditions, so it was buried in his heart. Except for occasionally modifying the design drawings, it has been delayed until today. The curved spoon began to soften gradually, and as time went by, it eventually turned into a ball of silver-white liquid. The sealing cover is put on the head, and with the graphite disc, it can ensure that these liquids will not show signs of solidification within a quarter of an hour. Then Shisuo took out a small wooden box from the storage box next to it. When he opened the wooden box, a pink diamond only the size of a thumb cap lay quietly on the cushion. This is a super gem, a magical prop that can be consumed once. Although it is a magical prop that can be consumed once, the price is not cheap. The market price of Super Gem is 30W. Although it is much cheaper than the bending spoon, this thing is disposable and almost scrapped after use. The power of the skill amplified by the Super Gem is better than that of the bending spoon. It can reach 50%, which is a full increase of the power of the super skill by 3.5. It is a very good choice to use it as a surprise move to attack the enemy unexpectedly. Gold is the best energy-conducting metal. Shisuo first wrapped the super gem with melted gold liquid. At the same time, the melted liquid of the bending spoon was made into a necklace by the processing equipment. Finally, while the gold liquid was still in the unsolidified contest condition, the super gem was inlaid under this special necklace. Perfect! Hyso played with this magical prop he made by himself. Silver necklace, pink diamond decoration, gold edging. Even if it doesn't matter its special effects, just from the appearance, it is a luxury item with a very artistic atmosphere. After cleaning up the studio a little and turning off all the machines, Hisoka strode out of the basement. He couldn't wait to let Lulu wear this necklace and try out the special effects of this thing. Lulu, who has evolved into Gardevoir, is holding a broom in the middle of the courtyard, sweeping the fallen Sakura. This season is when Sakura is in full bloom. 2 Sakura trees are planted on both sides of the courtyard. Whenever the breeze blows, the pink Sakura falls into the courtyard like snow normal. Is it for me? Lulu stopped what she was doing and looked eagerly at the necklace handed to her by Shisuo smiled gently and nodded. To celebrate your final evolution, I made this magical prop for Lulu by myself. Lulu's pretty face turned slightly red, and her body suddenly turned around. The gentle and graceful voice sounded in his mind. I want Shisuo to help me put it on. The little girl has grown up. Shisuo sighed, and he actually felt shy. You know, in the Ralts and Curlia period, Lulu never blushed. Lulu grew up under his watch, and he couldn't help but have a little affection between his emotions, and there would always be a kind of family affection lingering in his heart. This little request, Shisuo naturally would not refuse. Walked behind Lulu, and the little girl who always liked to hold his hand was gone forever. Gardevoir is 1.7 meters tall and has a slim figure. That figure is simply the golden ratio, enough to make countless girls jealous and envious. Unlocking the interface of the necklace, passing through the short green hair, a faint fragrance came to the nose, a bit like the smell of sweet peaches. Shisuo remembered that Lulu liked to eat sweet peaches the most. Gently buckle the lock, and this super necklace was worn on Lulu's neck. Shisuo patted Lulu's shoulder and smiled. Turn around. Let me see how it looks. Lulu nodded slightly. Her hands tangled together, looked down at the tempered gold powder diamond necklace in front of her chest, and turned around timidly. Does it look good? Beautiful. Shisuo couldn't help but say a sentence in English. After Gardevoir, who was already very beautiful, put on this super necklace, it was definitely the icing on the cake. After the bending spoon and the super gem were fused, 50% of the super gem's super skill power increase was retained. It was no longer a one-time consumable, but became a special charging prop. In the future, when Lulu is in battle, she will communicate with a necklace in front of her chest with her mental power, and her psychic skill attack will be increased by 50%, but it can only be increased once. If she wants to continue to use the amplification effect of the psychic necklace, she needs to use confusion to make a necklace made by bending a spoon to charge the psychic gem for the second time. And this charging process requires concentration and takes a long time, so it must be charged under non-combat contest conditions. Cinnabar Island, located in the southern waters of Kanto, is named after a huge living volcano on the island. But what really makes Cinnabar Island famous throughout Kanto and even the Chengdu region is its natural hot spring resources. Cinnabar Island is also known as the hometown of hot springs. The existence of the volcano has brought a large number of open-air hot springs to Cinnabar Island, attracting tourists from all over the world. But the existence of the Cinnabar Gym has also made this island a place of longing for countless Pokémon trainers. Cinnabar Gym is known as the strongest gym in the Kanto region. As long as a trainer has a little ambition, no one would not want to get the Volcano Badge, which represents the symbol of strength. When you participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference, the 8 gym badges you take out as the qualification for the competition, whether there is a Volcano Badge among them, is an important indicator for other trainers to judge your personal strength. Jilu Town is a small coastal town in the Southern Sea area. Facing the coast, the towering Cinnabar volcano on the opposite bank is vaguely visible. Tourists and Pokémon trainers who want to visit Cinnabar Island must take a ferry in this coastal town. There are only 3 ferry trips a day from Jilu Town to Cinnabar Island. The popularity of the open-air hot springs on Cinnabar Island has also boosted the tourism economy of this coastal town in a way. Hisoka did not take a ferry like other tourists. Anyway, Jilu Town is not far from Cinnabar Island, so it is more convenient to rent a motorboat directly. The business that rents and sells motorboats also has a branch on the other side of Cinnabar Island. When you arrive on the other side, just stop at a fixed pier and make a phone call, and a staff member will come to collect the key. Hisoka went to Cinnabar Island this time, not to enjoy the open-air hot springs, but to the Cinnabar volcano. The red rock armor needed for Rhydon to evolve into a super iron Tyrannosaurus is produced in various volcanoes. This time he plans to try his luck at Cinnabar Volcano. If he finds a piece of red rock armor, the overall strength of his team will have a qualitative leap. After that, when doing many bounty missions, you don't have to be constrained by the lack of hard power. Cinnabar Island is a large island. The city area only accounts for 1/5 of the island area, and the city is built around the southern coastal region. Every time Cinnabar Volcano erupts, it mainly targets the eastern region. The magma will go directly into the sea. Except for some volcanic ash that may affect the environment, this active volcano does not bring any life and property safety to the city people. After returning the key of the motorboat to the staff who came to receive it, Shisuo tightened his backpack and walked towards the city center alone. Come, freshly baked cinnabar fire. The meat is crispy and delicious, and it tastes best when eaten hot. Grilled sori, fresh and delicious sori. Buy 5 skewers and get 1 free. Blueberry tarts, vanilla puff. Walking along the street, all kinds of delicious snacks come into view. As a famous tourist destination and hot spring town, Cinnabar Island's various snacks are also quite famous. A breath of cold air came from his neck, and then his hair tightened. Hisoka shook his head helplessly. It must be the work of white mischievous. This little thing didn't want to go into the pokeball and regarded his shoulder as a place for rest at home. White mischievous was in a hidden contest condition, and the people around him couldn't see that a snow white and cute ghost Pokemon was crawling on a boy's shoulder. The hem of his clothes was pulled up, and the target was the cake stand. Okay, I know, I'll buy it for you. Don't pull my clothes. If you pull my clothes again, I'm angry, Hisoka whispered. This little thing didn't usually like to eat any food, except for urging to absorb the energy radiation of the colorful gem all day long. It was very quiet most of the time. The owner of the cake stand was a middle-aged master, wearing a gray kimono and wooden clogs on his feet. This dress is also the usual dress of most local residents of Cinnabar Island. Tourists who come to travel sometimes follow the local customs and change into kimonos. After all, it is a hot spring town. Boss, 2 boxes of blueberry egg tarts. Oh, and 2 boxes of vanilla puffs. Shisuo remembered that Lulu's favorite snacks, in addition to strawberry-flavored rare candy, are these vanilla-flavored pocket puffs. Since we met, let's buy them together. The boss was naturally happy to see the business coming, and nodded enthusiastically, and quickly packed 2 boxes of egg tarts and 2 boxes of puffs in white paper boxes. Little handsome boy, 400 yuan. 100 yuan a box is much more expensive than other places. After all, it is a tourist attraction, so it is normal to be expensive, but the boss is honest, and there's a lot in a box. Finding the red rock armor is not an easy job. Shisuo must be fully prepared. Besides, it is rare to come to the hot spring town. Last month, the friends trained for a whole month for the gym competition without a break. Today, when we came to this place, we took a good hot spring bath and relaxed. Hideki was a rough man. He found a hot spring hotel with a nice facade and told the owner that he wanted to book the largest open-air hot spring. He was not bathing alone. With so many friends, ordinary open-air hot springs could not accommodate them. Besides, Lulu and Milotic were rare in Kanto region. If they were exposed in public, it would probably cause a commotion. Handsome. Guest, please come this way. This open-air hot spring covers an area of more than 120 square meters. It is the largest hot spring in our hotel. The hot spring water is directly amazing, drawn from Cinnabar Volcano. It is rich in minerals. It is good for your body to soak in our hot springs. This kind of wealthy guest who reserved the whole place was naturally the favorite type of guest for the innkeepers. Not only did they respectfully send Hisoka to the backyard hot spring, they also patted their chests and promised to prepare a seafood feast for the guests, all free of charge. Seeing the innkeeper retreat, Hisoka took off his black high-collar jacket first, and the tactical belt on his waist from left to right. In addition to the 4 yellow and white Pokemon balls, there was also a black super heavy ball. With a wave of his hand, all 5 shrunken Pokemon balls fell into his hands. Pressing the button on it, a series of bangs rang out in this hot spring courtyard. Lulu, Weevil, Milotic, Rhydon, Chansey all appeared in front of Hisoka. Of course, there's also the little ghost who always likes to hide on Hisoka's shoulder. Seeing that there are no outsiders here, the little thing also showed its true form, and it can switch between reality and illusion. The pink and white body of Normal, like cotton candy, flew back and forth among the 5 seniors, and finally landed slowly on Rhydon's head. Rhydon scratched the back of his head. He had known for a long time that there was such a little ghost following Hisoka, but it was the first time to see the other person's figure today. The annoying little thing White Mischievous seemed to prefer the big guy Rhydon, lying on his head and unwilling to get down. Rhydon was honest and didn't care about White Mischievous's behavior. Hisoka changed into a bathrobe and walked out slowly. Pokemon didn't need to change clothes. Except for Rhydon, Lulu and the others were already lying leisurely in the Lutian hot spring and began to enjoy it. Lulu seemed to be wearing a ball gown on the surface, but in fact it was just her body tissue and couldn't be taken off at all. Although Rhydon can swim, it doesn't mean that it likes water. Taking a hot spring bath is too scary for Rhydon, who is both ground and rock types. Hisoka exhaled comfortably. His whole body was wrapped in warm water. Only his head was exposed, and a faint smell of sulfur lingered at the tip of his nose. The hot springs here are all drawn from Cinnabar Volcano. Even after multiple filtering processes, there will still be some smell, but it does not affect the senses of the guests. Lulu and the others saw Hisoka get off the hot spring and approached him. Milotic swung his long tail and directly wrapped it around Hisoka's waist. With a little force, Hisoka was dragged over like a rag doll without resistance. For Pokémon, human power is too weak. Hisoka smiled bitterly and could only sit in Milotic's arms helplessly, with a 7-meter-long snake body coiling and circling. Lulu covered her mouth lightly, looked at the playful man and pet gently, waved her arms, and swam over slowly. Her slender hands were placed on Hisoka's body, massaging him. Chansey lay on her belly in the hot spring, floating back and forth with the movement of the water. Weevil put an ice pack on her head, placed her paws behind her head, and rested her eyes on the pebble bank. The seafood feast promised by the innkeeper was delivered soon. Hisoka didn't let him in, lest he be scared by a bunch of special Pokémon. Rhydon was the happiest when the seafood feast came in, because he couldn't go to the hot spring, so he could only rest on the side out of boredom. Now that he smelled the aroma of food, he naturally couldn't wait to come over. As a city on an island, the most abundant thing here is all kinds of seafood, including prawns, sashimi, clams, abalone, sea urchins. Everything is available. Hisoka and Lulu only tasted some of the flavors, and most of the seafood was eaten by Rhydon's stomach. The moon was bright and the sky was starry. Before I knew it, the sun had already set, and Panyu became the master of the sky. From time to time, cicadas chirped outside the window. Cinnabar Island is located in the Southern Sea and is adjacent to Volcano. It is summer all year round. The Pokémons had already fallen asleep. Rhydon was too big, so he slept alone in the courtyard. Anyway, this place was reserved and no other tourists would come in. As long as conditions permit, Hisoka will try to let the Pokémons sleep outside during the night rest time. No matter how high the quality of the Pokeball is, the space inside is still narrow and dark. Letting Pokémon live in the Pokeball for a long time is not good for their physical and mental health. Hisoka, wearing a kimono bathrobe, sat cross-legged in front of a low table, with the screen light of the laptop shining on his face. Lulu walked over quietly, holding a cup of green tea in her hand, and said softly, "It's so late, Shiso needs to rest. You go to bed first, I have something to do." Shisuo didn't look back, but just responded that he had to plan tomorrow's journey in detail. Exploring the volcano area is not an easy job. If you're not careful, your life may be in danger. You must be fully prepared. Having lived together for so long, Lulu certainly understands the character of her master, and she didn't try to dissuade him. She put the green tea on the low table and retreated, picked up a few quilts, and made beds on the tatami, one for herself, one for Shiso, one for Weevil, and one for Chansey. In the CAD software program, the 3D analysis diagram of Cinnabar Volcano kept flipping and forming. Shisuo controlled the mouse to mark multiple angles of the volcano diagram. The altitude of Cinnabar Volcano is 3,775.63 meters. There are Cinnabar 4 peaks around the edge of the jagged volcano mouth, namely Jianfeng, Baishan Peak, Dainichi Peak, and Aizu Peak. Jianfeng is the most dangerous, so the first one must be excluded. Dainichi Peak often has magma overflowing, so it must also be excluded. The remaining Baishan Peak is covered with snow all year round. After thinking about it, only Aizu Peak is the most suitable for climbing. The last eruption of Cinnabar Volcano was 65 years ago. This was a large volcano eruption. The volcanic ash that spread out could even be seen by the people of Saffron City. Fortunately, the wind direction at that time was blowing northward, and it did not cause much impact on the city on the south side of the island. Large volcano eruptions are rare in decades, but small volcano eruptions are common every year. In order to ensure safety, Hisoka must calculate the time well. For Cinnabar Volcano, it may just be a sneeze, but for the trainers who come here to explore, it is the most deadly threat. According to online information, Cinnabar Volcano had a small eruption half a month ago, and the scale was very small. If it weren't for some volcanic ash floating at the mouth of the volcano, perhaps no one would know that Cinnabar Volcano had erupted that day. As the last mark was completed, Hisoka put his hands together and placed them on the tip of his nose, his eyes lost in thought. Since there was an eruption in the past half-month, it proved that the energy accumulated by the volcano had been released, and it should be safer in the next week. Of course, you can't be sure. Who knows if the volcano will suddenly go crazy? This is not a dormant contest-conditioned volcano, but an extremely active living volcano. You must be extremely careful when searching for something on it. The next day, early in the morning, at 5 o'clock, most people in the city were still asleep. Hisoka was ready and left the hot spring hotel. The sea breeze outside the house made people feel refreshed. Tugged his collar, locked his tactical belt, and ran on the street with his long legs on the wide and empty street. There was only a young man running. At this time, his excellent physical fitness was fully exposed, as his trash cans, lampposts, walls, and everything else that could be used for leverage. Hisoka started his own city parkour. So what if he didn't have a means of transportation? In the city environment, his 2 legs and 2 hands even came faster. 3 hours later, he passed through the entire city, jumped through a forest, and arrived at his destination, the foot of Cinnabar Volcano. There's a mountain stream here. The gurgling water meandered out from the depths of the forest, like a jade belt, showing in front of Hisoka. As the saying goes, if you look at the mountain, you will die. The entrance of a Cinnabar volcano seemed to be close at hand for a moment, but that was just an illusion of sight. Located at the foot of the mountain, Cinnabar Volcano is more than 3,700 meters above sea level. It is not an easy task to reach Izu Peak from the foot of the mountain. At this time, if there is a Pokémon like Pidgeot or Charizard that can carry people and fly, it will be much more convenient. Charmander is too difficult to meet outside. Should I consider spending some money to get one on the black market? Owning a flying Pokémon that can carry people is really necessary in some cases. Of course, it is meaningless to think about these things now. I can only make plans when I meet the flying Pokémon I like in the future. The stream is very wide, with a width of 3 feet, but it is very shallow. The deepest part is less than 2 feet. Adults can easily wade across by rolling up their trousers. Shisuo stepped on pebbles of different sizes, walked to the stream, squatted down, scooped up a piece of cool stream water with his right hand, put it to his mouth, and drank it in one gulp. The refreshing stream water, with a hint of sweetness, moistened the throat that was thirsty from long-term exercise. The natural environment of this world is well protected, and stream water and mountain springs in the wild can be drunk directly. Just when Shisuo took a short break, a rustling sound suddenly came from the forest in front. He immediately stretched out his left hand and put on his waist. His intuition as a bounty hunter for many years told him that he must remain vigilant in the wild. One by one, rodents with a horn on their heads, big ears, and purple skin walked out of the forest. They were Nidoran male sign. Compared with its final evolution, Nidoking, Nidoran male sign is more timid. Their sensitive ears move from time to time. This pair of big ears allows Nidoran male sign to hear sound from far away, and once they encounter danger, they can react immediately. More than 20 Nidoran male sign gathered by the stream, raised their little heads, and looked at the human opposite. There was a little vigilance in their dark red eyes, but they were not afraid. In a barehanded fight, 3 ordinary people would not be a match for a Nidoran male sign. The little guys completely ignored the existence of this human, smacked their long teeth, and drank water leisurely by the stream. Now they have completely left the city and entered the deep forest. In order to prevent the sneak attack of wild Pokémon, Hisoka released Rhydon. Stepping on the big guy's right arm and sitting on its shoulder, with this behemoth leading the way, there is no need to worry even if they encounter the wild double-dominant combination of Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Shisuo grabbed the back of his neck, touched the soft skin, lifted up the white Misdreavus in front of his eyes, and said, "Little thing, go ahead and explore the way. Come back and tell me if there is any situation. Eat my food, live in my house, Now you can't slack off me again. This time, the white misdreavus didn't play dumb and nodded his head under Shisua's suspicious eyes. His body gradually disappeared into the air. As he got closer to the volcano, the surrounding air gradually became drier, and there were fewer and fewer trees in the forest, replaced by black rock and wild hot springs everywhere. These untreated wild, outdoor, open-air hot springs are actually very dangerous. Once a person accidentally falls into them, the water temperature, which is almost at boiling point, is enough to burn the skin. And the sulfur content in it is too high, so people can't soak directly. If you get too close to the volcano, the underground movement will be violent, and if you're unlucky, this seemingly ordinary hot spring will burst out with pressure instantly. For example, the one in front. Boom! A huge column of water gushed out from the ground without warning. You can't imagine how terrible the pressure under the hot spring was just now. It can make a 3-meter diameter column of water spray to a height of more than 30 meters. This is countless times more terrifying than the hydro pump trick. Even the hydro pump launched by Blastoise has a diameter of only about 25 centimeters. A 3-meter thick hydro pump? It's the kind with the scald skill effect. Rhydon swallowed his throat, stopped, and looked at the scald falling in front of him with horror. For the power of nature, both humans and Pokémon should be in awe. Hisoka understood Rhydon's mood at the moment, and he didn't plan to let the big guy walk over directly. This place is full of geysers. Rhydon is too big and can easily be accidentally injured by the impact of the geyser water flow. If he was hit head-on, even if Rhydon had enough physical strength, he would probably lose his combat ability instantly. After leaving the geyser area carefully, when Hisoka finally climbed up the Aizu Peak, it was already past noon. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the road ahead of him as bright as white jade. Relying on the route designed last night, he found the cave shown on the map. This cave is located halfway up the Aizu Peak. The entrance is not dark. The rock with special terrain in the mountain region provides a reddish-brown glimmer. As soon as he entered the cave, Hisoka felt a warmth different from that outside the mountain. He planned to rest in this cave for a night. Going forward in the dark in the volcano area was simply courting death. The moon sets and the sun rises. Soaring in the sky in the east gradually brightens, and the forest welcomes the vibrant morning. The crisp sound of birds chirping, one after another, is like the sound of a pleasant flute. Shisua woke up from his sleeping bag. He stretched his body and began to move his body. After waking up from his sleep, he felt extremely energetic, and at the same time his body, which was tired from climbing the mountain all day yesterday, also recovered to its peak. Walking out of the cave, Weevil's figure sat on the left, with a trace of fatigue in her blood-red vertical pupils. She had been guarding the night yesterday. In order to protect Shisua's safety, she dared not slack off at all. Weevil, thank you. Shisua rubbed her head. Weevil shook her head, slowly got up, and patted her chest with her 3-finger claws, as if 060 was saying, "Your safety is in my hands, and I will not let you get hurt." Hisoka smiled gently, picked up the Pokeball, and said, "Go back and rest for a while. I'll need you later." Ma! At this moment, Hisoka is at an altitude of nearly 3,000 meters. It was already dark yesterday, and it was impossible to see far away. Now, facing the rising sun, looking up, you can almost see the outline of the entire Cinnabar Island. There is an endless forest in front, and the town on the left is the town that I came to yesterday. Then there is the wilderness of yellow sand. The main force in the search for the red rock armor this time is naturally Rhydon. Its armor-like skin can allow Rhydon to survive in the 2,000-degree high-temperature magma. In fact, the temperature of magma is not as terrible as ordinary people imagine. Unless it is the core magma, the temperature may be amazing. But the dark red magma that normal people see erupting has a temperature of only about 550–625 degrees, and the temperature of bright red magma is above 700 degrees. Only the golden magma deep in the volcano can reach 1,100 degrees, but Rhydon can withstand 2,000 degrees. For a big guy, Soaking in magma is much more comfortable than soaking in hot springs. Izu Peak is only the last 300 meters away from the mouth of the volcano. Hisoka put on a white protective suit. He will go deep into the mouth of the volcano later, and some protective measures must be taken. No matter how good his physical fitness is, he is just an ordinary human. Ordinary people can't withstand more than 1,000 degrees of magma. If you fall down, let alone your body, your eyebrows will be melted. When he came to the mouth of the volcano, waves of heat rushed towards him. Hisoka first found a solid rock around and kicked it hard twice. The rock did not shake at all. He nodded with satisfaction and then took out a special rock climb rope from his backpack, tied it around the rock 4 times, and finally tied a human knot. The human knot was called the king of knots by outdoor people in the previous life. It is suitable for all kinds of outdoor activities. It has a simple structure, a high safety factor, and is easy to tie and untie. This rock climb rope is reinforced with special steel wire, and the safety factor is very high. The temperature of ordinary magma can't burn it. Take a deep breath. Shisuo fixed the rope around his waist and began to descend step by step to the bottom of the volcano mouth. This behavior is a bit risky. Although Cinnabar volcano has erupted last week, it should be impossible to have any action recently. If you are not afraid of 10,000, you are afraid of one. What if? No one can be sure, so he is ready to release Lulu at any time. Once the underground magma shows any signs of impulse, Lulu will use teleport to escape immediately. The red rock armor can be found later, but my life is this one. Gudon. The sound of magma bubbling and exploding came to my ears. Looking back, this is a world soaked in red. The temperature on the multi-function electronic watch is now 48 degrees. Wearing thick protective clothing, Hisoka felt that the sweat on his body was about to overflow. Bang! There was a solid feeling at his feet, as if he had touched the cliff. He looked down and saw a protruding volcano rock, about 1 meter long, only enough for one person to stand. In this environment, any careless and lax mentality is not allowed. Hisoka stomped hard on the protruding rock a few times and found that there was no obvious sign of shaking. Then he fastened the rock climb lock and stood on it to prepare for a rest. He took off the protective hat on his head. His face was already sweating profusely, and his lips were a little pale. He quickly took out a bottle of energy drink from his backpack to replenish the large amount of water lost in his body. He sat cross-legged on the rock, with his back against the cliff, trying to keep his body in a tight contest condition. Looking down, the golden magma was surging with hot air. He picked up a piece of gravel and threw it down. Gulp! The magma splashed. A mysterious black shadow flashed under the magma. I'm not dazzled. Hisoka wiped the sweat from his eyelashes. He did see a shadow flashing under the magma. Woo! With a beast cry, the originally quiet magma began to boil, and a red, upright creature slowly emerged from the magma. His calm eyes swept upwards and finally locked on the protruding rock. Hisoka's mouth twitched slightly, and he cursed in his heart. You are so nasty. This creature in the magma might have been hit by the stone he just threw. Red flame-like long hair, iconic duck beak for inverted red vertebrae on the back, especially the long tail burning with flames 4.0, which is exactly the same as the tail of the spouting dragon. Hisoka recognized this Pokémon at a glance. Charmander, one of the most powerful Pokémon in the Kanto and 2 places of the Fire Pokémon rankings. Charmander is a solitary creature that likes to live in areas with higher temperatures, especially near the mouth of the volcano. That's just near the mouth of the volcano. Can anyone tell me why a living duck-billed fire dragon appeared in the magma? Rhydon's armored skin can withstand 2,000 degrees of high temperature, but it doesn't mean that it can regard the magma as its home. The same is true for duck-billed fire dragons. Its body surface temperature exceeds 1,000 degrees, so it is not afraid of magma. But you can't play it like this. What do you think of the volcano magma? Is it a hauntang of the 100 schools? The duck-billed Charmander looked up. His eyes were lazy. Hisoka looked down. His eyes were sharp, and his right hand had already touched his waist. Although the duck-billed Charmander did not show obvious hostility, he did not dare to relax at all. This was the opponent's home court, and he did not want to be entangled by this guy. Woo! The duck-billed Charmander tilted its head, and then seemed to think of something. Instead of continuing to observe the human who suddenly appeared above, it waved its arms and swam under the magma and came to the edge of the cliff. The sharp five-finger claws were like cutting tofu. Normal easily penetrated into the rock. The seemingly bloated body showed different flexibility. After a few flips, it quickly climbed to the same height opposite Hisoka. When Hisoka saw the other party's actions, he quickly said, "Hey, duck-billed Charmander, I have no ill intentions. I'm sorry to bother you. I just came here to find something. The stronger the 22 Pokémon, the higher its wisdom. Even if it is a wild Pokémon, as long as you don't show obvious hostility, the other party normal will not take the initiative to attack you. Of course, there are exceptions. If you break into the opponent's territory, you'll be easily attacked. For example, Hisoka is now in a typical state of trespassing into the territory of the duck-billed fire dragon. The duck-billed fire dragon ignored him, raised his right hand, and punched a hole in the cliff wall. After doing this, the duck-billed fire dragon looked back at the human boy who disturbed its sweet dream. In the confused eyes of the human boy, the duck-billed fire dragon made a signature diving action and fell straight into the golden magma with a splash. The black shadow flicked and disappeared. What does this duck-billed fire dragon want to do? Hisoka muttered to himself. He couldn't understand the opponent's routine. The duck-billed fire dragon was very intelligent and looked very much like a Pokémon with an owner. Boom, boom. Just as Hisoka was thinking, the entire cliff suddenly began to shake violently. In his surprised eyes, iron chains thicker than an adult's thigh were slowly pulled out of the magma. This is Pokémon competition venue. This shocking scene in front of him made Hisoka a little overwhelmed. He only found out today that Cinnabar Volcano had been modified, but who would build a competition venue inside the mouth of the volcano? If a volcano erupts here, it will be very dangerous. No matter who it is, the person who built this facility is definitely a genius. It is not enough to describe him as a skilled and daring person. Lulu, use teleport to take me down. Hisoka took out Gardevoir's Pokeball from his waist. Lulu nodded gently, stepped forward and held Hisoka's right hand. A blue light flashed in her eyes, and the figures of one person and one pet immediately disappeared on the rock. Wow, it's so hot. As soon as Hisoka stood on this battlefield, suspended by iron chains, he felt a burst of heat coming from the soles of his feet, and the thick soles of his boots showed signs of melting. Lulu frowned and quickly used the control confusion controlled himself and Hisoka, and the man and his pet slowly floated up. This special battlefield had just been pulled up from under the magma by the mechanism, and the temperature above was already high enough to fry steak. Hisoka was a little curious about what materials this battlefield was made of, which could stay under the magma for a long time without any signs of fusion or cracking. That's a high temperature of 1,100 degrees. At the same time, 5 kilometers southeast of Cinnabar Volcano, there's an outdoor hot spring hotel. An old man with a shiny forehead and a long mustache is leaning on a cane and looking at the picture displayed on the monitor in front of him. Oh, another trainer has found a volcano battlefield by himself. The mustached old man wore a pair of round black sunglasses, a red long-sleeved robe, and a string of decorates similar to Buddhist beads around his neck. His mouth was grinning, giving a slightly funny sense of déjà vu. It's been a long time since Trainer found that place. This guy looks pretty good. Blaine pinched the end of his beard and laughed. It's time to exercise, otherwise these old bones will rust. This person is the owner of Cinnabar Gym, Blaine, an old man with high IQ. Not only is he the former fire elite in Kanto, he is also a top trainer, and he is also a formal researcher. The battle on Cinnabar Island Laboratory is another industry of Blaine. The research topic of the laboratory is how to train Pokémon to be stronger. This is a very broad topic, and it is also what countless trainers want to do day and night. Walking to his own bookcase, Blaine gently pushed the seventh book on the fifth row forward and heard the wall start to click, and soon the entire bookcase moved to the left. In addition to training fire-type Pokémon, Blaine also has a big hobby, which is to make various mechanical devices. After being a Kanto Elite Four for so many years, 753 is also the gym leader of the Hot Spring Town. Although he has retired now, the pension money he has accumulated over the years is an astronomical figure. Money is something that you can't bring with you when you are born, and you can't take with you when you die. It's better to realize your own various pleasures in your lifetime. People who know Blaine think that he doesn't look like an old man who is almost 70 years old. His mentality is very young and optimistic, just like an old naughty boy. A private tunnel was built under this hot spring hotel, which is connected in all directions. By using the high-speed train, Blaine can reach any place on Cinnabar Island in a short time. The investment in building such a tunnel can be imagined, but for Blaine, it is just an ordinary toy. After getting on the train and inputting the location of Cinnabar Volcano, the train slowly drove along the track. It began to drive at high speed. Blaine sat on the sofa in the cab, playing with the handle of his cane. There are two Cinnabar gyms, one in the back of the town, next to the battle laboratory, and the other Cinnabar gym hidden under the volcano. Only the trainer who can find the hidden gym himself is qualified to challenge Blaine. As for the gym in the back of the mountain, it is better to give it to his useless disciples. Let's get to work. Shisua waited for a while on the field. Seeing that the duck-billed fire dragon really didn't care about him, he took down his backpack and placed it on the battlefield. Although the temperature on the surface of the field was still very high, this specially made tactical space backpack had an insulation layer, and temperatures below 500 degrees Celsius could not cause damage to it. The red rock armor is composed of fire copper or as a whole. After decades or even hundreds of years of burning and impact in volcano magma, many other mineral elements were incorporated into this process. This is the choice of nature. The production of red rock armor is full of uncontrollable. The SR laboratory of Sinnoh region temporarily determined that the evolution item cannot be mass-produced artificially because the specific formula of the formation of red rock armor is unknown, and the mineral elements and other metal substances incorporated into it are difficult to analyze. It is not easy to find a piece of red rock armor in the vast sea of magma. At this time, human scientific and technological wisdom is often needed. High-temperature metal detector. Shisua took out this freely retractable metal rod from his backpack. The front end of the metal rod is round and has 12 small metal sensing devices inside. He had already entered the metal composition of the fire copper or into the microcomputer. As long as there is fire copper or within 3 meters, the metal sensor will immediately alarm. With a flash of white light, Rhydon's huge body of more than 4 meters tall appeared on the battlefield. The thick and strong armor skin made it feel like a fish in water in this environment without any discomfort. Rhydon's two major attributes, whether it is the ground system or the rock system, restrain the fire system. Shisua waved his hand and pointed to the magma below, saying, "Big guy, you will take this metal rod and go into the magma to find red rock armor. If the metal rod makes a sound, you will dive down and help me find a kind of red stone." Fearing that Rhydon would not understand, Shisua has tried to be concise. The general meaning is that once the metal makes a sound, immediately dive into the magma and look for red stones on the surrounding rock walls. Turn on the telescopic button on the detector and let it stretch to the limit. The more than 3-meter-long metal detector fits Rhydon's hand perfectly. Be careful, try not to disturb the Charmander below. We're just here to find something. Don't conflict with it. Before going down, Hisoka reminded him again that this place has an owner. This Charmander song is very likely the Pokemon of the owner of this moon battlefield. If there is no conflict, there will be no conflict. Of course, if it is really unavoidable, then we can only fight. Rhydon nodded his big head and knocked his chest with his arm to indicate that it was okay. Walking to the edge of the field, looking at the golden magma rolling under him, the big man took a deep breath, kicked his legs hard, and fell into the magma with the momentum of body slam. Plop, clatter. With a 4-meter-tall body and a weight of more than 1 ton, he fell straight down from a height of dozens of meters. The impact force caused the underground magma to splash a wave of more than 10 meters. Seeing Rhydon falling into the water, Hisoka was very upset. He meant to let Rhydon slowly climb down from the cliff on the side, but before he finished speaking, the big guy jumped down directly. Such a violent riot naturally attracted the attention of Charmeleon. It popped its head out of the magma at the other end and frowned at the huge monster that appeared in the magma sea. Seeing this, Hisoka shouted loudly, "Charmeleon, I'm sorry, it's my Pokémon. I just went down to find something. Don't be offended." Charmeleon was helpless and remembered the words of the old man. It was the guardian of this cinnabar volcano. As long as the other party did not deliberately destroy the environment here, it had no reason to hurt the boy and his Pokémon. Rhydon also saw the Charmeleon on the other side, smiled foolishly, and scratched the back of his head. It knew that its action just now was too big. Song Nung learned 10 ways from Hisoka to apologize to Charmeleon. I didn't mean it. Big Brother asked me to come and find a redstone. I'll leave when I find it. Woo-woo. Then hurry up. Don't disturb me. I'm old. I finally fell asleep, but you 2 young fools woke me up. Lulu translated everything Rhydon said to the duck-billed fire dragon to Hisoka. Her mouth twitched slightly. These 2 guys really hit it off. Knowing that the duck-billed fire dragon would not stop him, Rhydon began to carry out the task ordered by the boss. He picked up the 3-meter-long metal detector in his hand and went deep into the magma. Rhydon lived on an island since he was a child. In order to get more food, he forced himself to learn to swim. This skill came in handy in the current magma pool. What's the thing that makes your head cold and your body warm? Of course it is. Hisoka wanted to respond reflexively, but then he thought about how there could be an outsider here. He turned around and saw a strange man with long blonde hair, round-framed sunglasses, and a mustache appeared behind him. Behind the man, a metal door was slowly closing. After it closed, the rock on both sides moved together again, forming a perfect invisible door. Hisoka clenched his right fist slightly. He guessed that the visitor was most likely the owner of this volcano venue. "Excuse me, who are you?" "Don't ask who I am. Answer the question first." The mysterious man shouted loudly. Hisoka sighed lightly and said, "Cold head, warm body. Such a simple brain teaser. Of course there are hot springs everywhere in Cinnabar Island." "Ha." The man laughed awkwardly, knocked on the ground with the cane in his hand, and said, "Okay, since you answered correctly, the test is over. I accept your challenge." "Challenge?" Hisoka asked with a puzzled look. "What challenge are you talking about?" The mysterious man took off his sunglasses and asked in confusion, "Aren't you here to challenge the Cinnabar Gym?" "I am the owner of the Cinnabar Gym." "You are Mr. Blaine." The other party said that he was the master of Cinnabar Gym. If Hisoka couldn't guess the identity of the mysterious man, he might as well die. But Mr. Blaine is already an old man in his 70s. How can he look so young? Seeing the doubt in the boy's eyes, Blaine laughed and pulled off the golden wig on his head with his right hand. "Does this mean we know each other?" The wig was taken off, and the smooth and shiny forehead and the few white hairs behind the head were matched. In this way, this image was matched with the gym owner photo on the official website of Kanto Alliance. The former Elite Four of the fire department in Kanto, the current gym owner of Cinnabar Gym, has countless disciples throughout his life and is also an excellent researcher. Although he did not pass the professor exam, it is enough to show Blaine's superiority. "Hello, Mr. Blaine." Hisoka walked over there quickly, stretched out his right hand, and smiled. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Hisoka, and I am the gym owner of the Dark Gym." Blaine also stretched out his right hand and shook it lightly, and asked in a doubtful tone, "Dark Gym? It's the official gym that Alliance just issued not long ago." Hisoka nodded. Blaine said again, "Since you are the owner of the Dark Gym, why don't you stay in your own gym and come to my Cinnabar Gym?" "You are wrong." Hisoka shook his head and said, "I didn't deliberately look for the Cinnabar Gym. I just came for Volcano." This answer made Blaine interested, and he asked with a smile, Then why did you come to Volcano? You should know that this place is very dangerous. There may be a bang at any time, and Volcano will explode. If you're afraid, run quickly. Roar. At this time, Rhydon's roar came from the magma below. Hisoka didn't have time to answer Blaine's question and rushed to the edge of the field. Seeing Rhydon held a piece of red rock in his left hand and the metal detector in his right hand was beeping. The composition of fire copper is 75.69%, titanium 1.12%, tungsten 0.24%, red gold 7.24%, and many other metals and/or compositions. Unfortunately, this basketball-sized fire copper it does not meet the composition of red rock armor. Little brother, what are you doing? Hisoka's behavior and the 4-meter-high armored CCBH Tyrannosaurus made Blaine curious. He's an old man who likes novel things. When he encounters this situation, he naturally can't stand it. Looking for something called red rock armor. Hisoka did not hide his purpose, or rather, he deliberately exposed it. Since he already knew the identity of the visitor, he had another plan in mind. Blaine smacked his lips and said in a dilemma, "Little brother, you should speak clearly at once. Don't keep people in suspense. What is red rock armor?" The region isolation in this world is very strong. Especially Kanto is separated from Sinnoh by 2 full seas. Hoenn and Sinnoh are neighbors, and the 2 alliances have exchanges with each other. Some research results will be discussed in cooperation. Kanto and Chengdu are good friends, and researchers and scholars from the 2 regions often visit each other. The SR laboratory in Sinnoh region, which specializes in studying Pokémon evolution, is just at the stage of completing the project for Rhydon's evolution. The detailed information and data comparison are still locked in the main computer and have not been announced. Shisui knows that whether for fame or profit, the SR laboratory will definitely announce its research results one day, or the other party may think that now is not the best time. SR Laboratory currently has 2 projects. One is the final evolution of Electabuzz, and the other is the final evolution of Radhalos. The former has been completed for more than half, and only the final individual comparison and data summary are left. When the time comes, the 4 evolution theories of Sneasel, Rhydon, Electabuzz, and Radhalos will be announced together, and the impact will be absolutely explosive. The 4 evolution props accumulated in the laboratory warehouse alone are enough to make the other party earn a lot of money. Mr. Blaine, do you believe that Rhydon can evolve again? Hisoka did not answer the other party's question directly, but asked it back. Hearing this, Blaine pinched the end of his mustache and said, "Rhydon, can it still evolve? I haven't seen any professor ask this question on the professor forum recently." Hisoka smiled and didn't care. In fact, he had guessed the other party's skeptical tone. Proposing a new evolution theory of Pokémon requires detailed individual data, a large number of papers and empirical evidence, and video cycle observation. Like some time travel novels in the past, the protagonist knew the plot and casually copied a so-called EV evolution theory and dared to call himself a little professor. It was simply ridiculous. Do you think all professors and researchers are mentally retarded? No matter which world you are in, if you want to come up with a scientific research result, ordinary people may only see the result. But for these professors and researchers, the process is the most important. Without the accumulated data, experimental comparisons, and video cases, it is just a bare result. Who would believe it if you say it is not stolen? As long as they are normal people, no one is an idiot. Hiso took out his laptop, opened the 3DST software on it, called up the information about the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, and soon a 3D real-life picture of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus appeared on the computer desktop. He did not dare to show Blaine the evolution video hack from the SR laboratory directly, but used another 3D virtual lens. "Brother, you are good at using the computer," Blaine praised. In the 3DST software screen, in the empty and silent valley, a well-developed Rhydon with gray armor was standing with his head held high. Hiso used the mouse to drag out the red rock armor from the virtual prop bar on the right and put on this Rhydon. The red rock armor was perfectly brought in from its neck, with both ends connected to the shoulders, and the lower part of the armor covered Rhydon's belly. The color of Rhydon's belly was light white. Although it also had a layer of hard skin, it was much more fragile than the gray armor on other parts of the body. The armor on the belly is an obvious weakness of Rhydon. The Red Rock armor was installed, and the virtual Rhydon in the 3DST software let out a long roar, and his sturdy arms kept hitting the armor on his chest like a chimpanzee. White light gradually appeared, starting from the seams of the armor, and dots of white light gradually spread all over Rhydon's body. When the 2-meter-tall body was completely wrapped in the light of evolution, a brand new Pokémon appeared on the computer screen, and the iconic drill horn on the tip of the nose was greatly elongated, and a smaller horn grew again on the forehead. The skin changed from the original pure gray to the current gray-brown, which is a color closer to iron ore. The size of this giant beast is 1/4 larger than Rhydon, and its arms are as thick as gun barrels. In particular, a black hole appeared in the center of the giant beast's palm. The red armor wrapped its head, shoulders, waist, and knees. The original sharp long tail turned into an object similar to a heavy hammer normal. It is no longer Rhydon. It has a new name, Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Wow! Blaine exclaimed as he saw the 3D Rhydon in the software completely changed its appearance. It was incredible. He was not only a trainer specializing in fire Pokémon, but also a trainer who had Rhydon. Blaine's eyes lit up with excitement, and he pulled Hisoka's arm. So, as long as Rhydon has this so-called Red Rock armor, he can evolve into this Super Iron Tyrannosaurus? Maybe nothing will happen. Hisoka looked very calm. I don't have much information on this part. Rhydon can theoretically evolve into a Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, but a perfect Red Rock armor is the key. Blaine was startled at first, and then he rolled his eyes after hearing the following words. Little brother, don't breathe too hard when talking. It's okay. I'm also a Rhydon trainer, although that child is not as big as yours. I just want to tell you, don't hold too much hope. It's still a question whether you can find a suitable Red Rock armor in this volcano. Hisoka's words made Blaine silent. Rhydon was the weakest in his team. He had conquered this child in order to have a reference for verification. After all, ground and rock systems restrain fire systems, and Rhydon in the Kanto region is undoubtedly the most suitable. Roar! Rhydon's growl sounded again, and another piece of fire copper ore was found by it. Lulu used confusion to control the fire copper or to fly above the field, and Shisua immediately stepped forward to use instruments to analyze the minerals. Unfortunately, this piece of fire copper ore is not the Red Rock armor he needs. Don't be discouraged. Blaine came over, patted Shisua on the shoulder, and smiled. Cinnabar Volcano has a history of tens of thousands of years, and I haven't heard of anyone finding any Red Rock armor here. Believe me, there must be something you want in the magma. The appearance of the Red Rock armor is a coincidence of nature. Shisua believes that there are countless fire copper ores under the magma, but there may not be too many Red Rock armors that really meet the metal composition. If you are unlucky, you can't find a piece of fire copper or that meets the requirements in the entire Cinnabar volcano. This possibility is not impossible. It is difficult to find a fire copper or that meets the composition, and obtaining this special alloy fire copper ore is only a prerequisite. Later, Shisua needs to forge it and make the Red Rock armor by himself. Do you have another metal detector? Blaine said, if you do, lend me one. I'll ask the duck-billed fire dragon to help you find it. It's the boss here and is more familiar with it than Rhydon. Hiso glanced at him and nodded. Just in case, I prepared 3. Thank you for your help, Mr. Blaine. It's agreed that if you find the Red Rock armor you need, you'll give me one. Blaine laughed, then walked quickly to the edge of the field and shouted loudly, Hey, old man, I'm here to see you. Gudong Gudong. The full-bodied voice echoed around the cliff, and soon, the magma in a corner below began to boil. Blaine raised his fist excitedly. What is the flames swimming in the magma? Come out, duck-billed fire dragon. Seeking flowers. After the voice fell, the sturdy duck-billed fire dragon with long hair similar to flames on its head slowly rose up with the magma. Looking at it lazily, Blaine reached out his right hand to the duck's beak and patted it gently, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. Next, Blaine threw the metal detector in his hand down. The duck-billed fire dragon didn't even raise his eyelids and stretched out his hand to easily catch the metal rod that fell straight down. Woo! The duck-billed fire dragon waved to Rhydon, who was trying to find the fire copper mine. It needed this big guy to explain what the next job was. With the addition of the duck-billed fire dragon, the task of finding the fire copper mine seemed to have become much simpler. The duck-billed fire dragon has lived in this volcano for decades. Since birth, it has been living around Cinnabar Volcano until it was subdued by Blaine, who was still a child at the time, and then slowly became the protector of Cinnabar Volcano. Since Lulu evolved into Gardevoir, her mental power has been qualitatively improved. Compared with the Curlia period, it has increased by more than 5 times. Now her teleport can move within 1 kilometer, and the cooling time has been greatly reduced. Every time when Rhydon or Charmeleon finds a piece of fire copper, or Lulu will use confusion to control it and make it float to the top of the field. 2 hours later, about 1/5 of the battlefield was filled with these red ores. One old and one young. They sat on the ground without any style, probably because they were afraid of getting their butts burned. They both put a layer of heat-insulating cushions under them. This piece is not okay, either. Hisoka used the analyzer to continuously test each piece of fire copper, or either there was some extra iron or some kind of titanium. The piece that was closest to the proportion, but it still failed because of 0.16% of the silver element. As the saying goes, a slight error leads to a big mistake. Norman, if evolution items want to resonate with the evolution genes of Pokémon, there could be no error at all. Why was it missing before? My computer blue screen, I didn't save it, I almost lost my temper. Now I'm making up for it. It's embarrassing. The long period of test failure made Hisoka a little irritable, and the high-temperature environment exacerbated this negative emotion. Oh, it's a pity the most critical hematite element is missing. Blaine threw away a piece of broken copper in his hand. He's a professional scientist. Although he didn't take the professor title exam, his real skills are not inferior to some authoritative professors. The Pokemon Battle Laboratory on Cinnabar Island is the best proof. After Hisoka showed Blaine the information about the red rock armor several times, the old man in his 70s almost memorized it all. Pick up another tester to help Hisoka test the composition of the fire copper, or Hisoka rubbed his temples, and the fire copper ore in his hand hit the cliff in the distance. Lulu, is there any fire copper or that hasn't been tested yet? Lulu closed her eyes and used her mental power to count the fire copper or piled up in front of her, and then shook her head. Young man, you are too impatient. Scientific research itself requires thousands of verifications. It's only been a short time, and you have lost your patience? Blaine's words were like a wake-up call. Hisoka also felt that his emotions seemed to be a little wrong. It seemed that the overly hot environment had a great impact on his mentality. Thinking of this, Hisoka put his right hand to his waist and waved his hand. Come out, Milotic. Meow. The ethereal and soft sound seemed to make people feel relaxed as soon as it appeared. A burst of white light transformed on the ground, and Milotic's 7-meter-long snake body hovered and floated in the air 2 meters high. Meow. The hot environment at the mouth of the volcano made Milotic, who had just appeared, feel uncomfortable all over. She is a water Pokemon and likes lakes, streams, oceans. What she hates most is the desert area and the high-temperature environment at this moment. Milotic, come here. Hiso waved at her. Hearing his master calling his name again, Milotic showed a joyful expression, hummed softly, and floated his snake body. Soon he came to Hisoka's side. Every time they met, he would first stick out his red tongue to touch his face, and then wrap his snake body around him. Hiso used the body that Milotic had wrapped around as a seat and leaned on it. The moist and cold touch made him breathe a sigh of relief. Milotic is a loving Pokemon. It is born with a gentle wave that can relieve the rage and hatred in people's hearts. 52 degrees high temperature. God, he is a typical southerner. He has been under the mouth of the volcano for more than 3 hours, which is considered very persistent. As for Mr. Blaine, the old man grew up on Cinnabar Island since he was a child. When he was young, he trained near the mouth of the volcano every day. After becoming the owner of the Cinnabar Gym, he even intensified it and took over the entire Cinnabar. Volcano was remodeled. He built a second gym for himself, and whenever he had time, he would come here to fight against those trainers who accidentally touched the mechanism and came to the volcano battlefield. He had long been accustomed to this hot environment. These words were just muttered by Hisoka when he and the old man were discussing some issues about the Red Rock armor. Milotic used water sport. Hisoka was still enthusiastic, and then he thought of asking Milotic to use water skills to temporarily lower the temperature around him. Meow. Milotic nodded, and the pink tentacles on his eyebrows swayed slightly. At first, a wisp of water mist began to spread around it, and then drops of water condensed, and soon Hisoka felt a burst of cool water touching his skin. The water sport skill can greatly weaken the power of fire skills, but now in this environment, it can have the effect of air conditioning. He was so smart that Hisoka couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. Milotic, Milotic. Blaine pinched the end of his beard and surrounded Milotic one around several times, and finally couldn't help but said, "Young man, you are really good. You can even capture this kind of Pokemon. Even in Milotic's hometown, Hoenn region, this kind of Pokemon is extremely rare, and its rarity is comparable to that of a regional quasi-god." As the former fire elite of Kanto and a highly respected scientist, Blaine's understanding of Pokemon is not comparable to that of normal people. When he was young, he once traveled to the Hoenn continent. For most of the Pokemon in Hoenn, Blaine could recognize them, so when he saw Gardevoir for the first time, he was not surprised at all. "I heard that the new Alliance champion in Hoenn seems to be called something like me. It's Wallace." Hiso corrected his mistake. "By the way, it's Wallace." Blaine patted the back of his head in embarrassment. "WWW. I remember he has a Milotic." "Oh, the Alliance champion in Sinnoh, Cynthia's girl, she also has a Milotic." Wallace has a Milotic, Hiso knew, but it was the first time he heard of the Sinnoh champion also having a Milotic. Cynthia is the youngest region champion in the history of the World Alliance. At the age of 18, raised this record by a full year. The previous youngest region champion record holder achieved the title at the age of 24. The 18-year-old Alliance champion can no longer be described as a genius, but simply a demon. Therefore, this young lady not only has huge popularity in Sinnoh, but also has the status of an international superstar normal in Hoenn and Unova region. "Hisoka, how about we have a Pokemon battle?" Blaine said excitedly. "I have fought with all kinds of water Pokemon, but I have never fought with a trainer with Milotic. I heard that Milotic is not only beautiful in appearance, but also very powerful." Hisoka wanted to refuse. After all, he came here to find the Red Rock armor. But then he thought that the old man in front of him was the former fire elite of Kanto, and Milotic had never fought since its evolution. Now, fighting with an elite trainer directly, wouldn't it be possible to accumulate a lot of combat experience? Hisoka was about to agree when he heard Rhydon's roar from the magma. "Ah!" Rhydon clenched his teeth, tensed his arms, and made a move to lift up. It seems that the fire copper mine it found this time is a big one. Woo! The duck-billed Charmeleon also popped its head out of the lava, with its arms stretched to the other side. Its eyes were stern, and its arms suddenly exerted force, causing the scales on its arms to stand up. With the cooperation of the two Pokemon, a piece of fire copper, or with a diameter of more than 5 meters, was lifted up from lava. Milotic scowled. "Charmander, get out of the way, fire punch." On the battlefield hung by 4 huge iron chains, a beautiful Pokemon like a beautiful snake opened its mouth, and with a puff, a stream of hot water gushed out. At the same time, Charmander facing him, under Blaine's command, did a handsome side flip, swung its tail hard on the ground, and stomped its legs, which seemed to be trapped by Black's leg shackles on the ground, rushing towards Milotic like a red whirlwind. As the saying goes, ginger is spicy with age. This Charmander is about the same age as Blaine. He has fought in countless competitions throughout his life, and the experience he has accumulated is definitely not comparable to that of Milotic, who has just evolved. But at the same time, Charmander is too old. Compared with its youth, its physical strength and reaction have declined a lot. In this regard, Milotic has an advantage. After Phoeba evolved into Milotic, Hisoka trained her for a month. She knew most of the tactics in the competition, but she lacked actual combat experience. Seeing Scald easily avoided by the opponent, Milotic immediately responded without Hisoka's deliberate command. The snake fan tail, floating in the air, flicked lightly, and streams of transparent water emerged from its body, forming a thick circle of Aqua Ring. An excellent Pokémon must do one thing. That is, without the order of the trainer, it has a certain degree of autonomous reaction ability. Sound needs air to spread, but thoughts do not. In Pokémon battles, not every action and attack requires the trainer to command. Spiritual Pokémon can make their own correct decisions based on the actual battle situation. Liquid Ring. Milotic uses water energy to create a circle of water-covered curtain around it, which can not only weaken the damage of the enemy's fire skills, but also quickly restore its own physical strength, which would be said to kill two birds with one stone. As soon as the light blue water curtain appeared, white water vapor floated out. This battlefield was built on magma, and the temperature around the field was as high as 48 degrees. Except for fire-type Pokémon, this field environment is a big test for both Pokémon and trainer. Hisoka has tried his best to keep his mind calm, but beads of sweat still appear on his forehead. Once he enters the command contest condition, his mind will be highly concentrated. The brain will reflexively predict the opponent's actions. In this way, coupled with the high temperature of 48 degrees, sweat has already soaked his whole body. The thunder attack of the duck-billed fire dragon suddenly hit. 5 fingers clenched into fists, and the scales on the elbows suddenly tightened backwards with a burst of force. The muscles bulged slightly, and the flames on the fists burst out. Bang! Milotic's speed on land is too slow, and he can't avoid the fast attack of the duck-billed fire dragon at all. He can only defend instead of attack, relying on the advantage of attribute to find an opportunity to turn defeat into victory. Fire Punch first hammered on the water curtain of the liquid circle, and with a snap, the water curtain broke. Hiss! White steam lingered. Milotic saw this, and a trace of panic flashed in Black's pupils. The shortcomings of insufficient combat experience were fully exposed when he was in a weak position. The role of the trainer was revealed at this moment, and Shisua shouted, "Milotic, Water Wave." The flame of the heavy punch touched Milotic's soft skin, and Milotic frowned, revealing a painful color. If it weren't for her attribute restraining the duck-billed fire dragon, she would not just feel pain now. Milotic is a special shield player. Her special defense is excellent. If this attack is a long-range flamethrower, even if it is all hit, she will not be affected much. Unfortunately, Fire Punch is a pure physical attack. In addition to the burning flame attack, the subsequent heavy punch is the most critical damage. Hisoka's command was like the sound of nature. Normal rang in Milotic's ears. He endured the burning pain and raised his head to cry out. A 360-degree circular water wave exploded. Hisoka clenched his right fist. If the chaotic effect of the water wave could be triggered, then the result of this game would be different. Before this game, he had never thought that he could beat Blaine and his Charmander. As an old horse in the stable, Blaine, as the former fire-type elite in Kanto, even if his strength has declined due to his age, his decades of combat experience are enough for him to look up to. The close-range burst to the water wave was very fast. Sucker Punch came over. The Charmander at such a close distance was theoretically impossible to dodge the all-round vibration water wave, unless it could learn teleport like the psychic Pokémon. Little brother, do you know what the biggest charm of fire Pokémon is? Blaine didn't care about Milotic's water wave, but stretched out an index finger and waved it in front of Hisoka, looking excited, and said to himself, "It is the constant burst of fighting enthusiasm. The fire represents the oath of never giving up." Woo! The duck-billed fire dragon made a long cry. At the moment when the water wave tackled its body, the flame pattern on its abdomen suddenly lit up, and then endless red flames spread from its body. At this moment, the duck-billed fire dragon seemed to be the god of fire descending on the earth. Its majestic body was completely wrapped in endless flames. The moment the water wave touched it, it was instantly evaporated by the surging flames. This is the real power of the duck-billed fire dragon, a body of 5.3 flames. Blaine muttered to himself, and his always optimistic attitude fell into silence at this time. Whether it is human or Pokémon, there will always be a day when they grow old and decay. When they're too old to walk, all that remains are the memories of the battles they once fought together, whether good or bad. For Blaine, seeing his old friend fighting with all his strength in the few days he had was the most beautiful memory. Under Hisoka's shocked eyes, the duck-billed fire dragon was surrounded by flames, and it forcibly withstood the violent impact of the water waves and hit Milotic's neck with a heavy punch of fire. With a huge force bursting out, Milotic screamed miserably, and his 7-meter-long snake body flew backwards. Mr. Blaine, the flaming body of the duck-billed fire dragon. Exactly. The white train with the flame emblem was traveling at high speed in the underground tunnel. Hisoka sat on the sofa in the cab, looking at the old man who was operating the train. Blaine set the train to automatic driving, turned around, and walked to the sand opposite Hisoka and sat down slowly. Have you heard of the ability theory of Pokémon? Hisoka nodded. In fact, the ability theory of Pokémon was proposed by Professor Birch of Hoenn region a few years ago. But because there was no exact experimental data and relevant living body evidence, this ability theory did not cause much fluctuation. Because that paper was just a simple assumption, even Professor Birch himself at the time did not dare to be 100% sure whether the ability assumption was correct. Blaine said slowly, "Just like there are geniuses and idiots among humans, the difference in talent and potential between Pokémon and Pokémon of the same species is often very great. Some Pokémon with excellent talents can have their own abilities at birth, while other Pokémon may not be able to awaken their abilities throughout their lives." Hiso was silent. He found that all his Pokémon seemed to have failed to awaken the so-called abilities. Blaine seemed to see what Hisoka was thinking, and said with a smile, "Don't think that your Pokémon are not good enough just because they don't naturally awaken abilities. The awakening of abilities is full of coincidences, just like the extremely rare psychics among us humans. Hisoka, you haven't awakened psychic either, so would you think you're not good enough?" Hisoka shrugged and said, "Then, Mr. Blaine, what does the awakening of abilities have to do with Pokémon?" "Their parents." Blaine said the answer loudly. If both parents of a Pokémon are sure to have abilities, then there is a high probability that their children will naturally awaken certain abilities. Hisoka understood. It seems that it's not that his Pokémon are not good enough, nor that his training method is wrong, but that he has never tried to compete with his parents. The cane in Blaine's hand gently touched the ground, and his right index finger pointed to Hisoka's waist. "If I'm not mistaken, your Gardevoir has actually awakened an ability." Blaine's words startled Hisoka. Lulu had awakened some kind of ability? He had lived with Lulu for so long. How could he not know about this? Thinking of this, Hisoka took out Lulu's Pokemon ball. A white light flashed, and Lulu's tall and slender figure appeared on the right side of the sofa. She looked at Hisoka gently, then put her hands on her abdomen and sat next to him. The ability awakened by Charmeleon is the body of fire. Not only can the flames wrap around the whole body for a long time, but in close combat, there is a high probability that rival will fall into a negative contest condition of burning. Blaine explained to Hisoka why Charmeleon changed the situation in an instant before, and then said, "I saw that your communication with Gardevoir should be a telepathy. You can understand what the other person is thinking without speaking, right?" "That's right." Hisoka nodded in response. "You don't think telepathy is something that every Gardevoir can do?" Blaine chuckled. "I traveled to the continent of Hoenn for a while when I was young, and I met Kirlia and Gardevoir. Although they are very smart, none of them can use telepathy like you." Telepathy is a Pokemon ability? Hisoka's face tightened, a little embarrassed. He had always thought that Pokemon like Ralts could use telepathy. The train slowly drove into a station. This location was already underground in the city, and the passage just led to the battle laboratory of Cinnabar Island. Blaine was very optimistic about this 16-year-old boy named Hisoka. Since he met him and happened to talk about ability, Blaine was ready to teach him this lesson so that he would not be embarrassed in this regard when he met Pokemon with the same ability in the future. Hisoka followed Blaine into the secret passage. The stairs spiraled upward until they saw an alloy door with a fingerprint lock on it. Blaine switched the crutch in his right hand to his left hand, raised his thumb, and pressed it on the fingerprint lock. With a mechanical click, the alloy door slowly moved to the left. Hey, long time no see, everyone. Blaine put on the golden wig again and walked into the hall with Hisoka under the bright white lights. Teacher Blaine, how come you have time to come to the laboratory today? A young man in a white research suit turned around and smiled. Teacher Blaine, hello. At this time, a female researcher holding a folder came over and looked at Shiso beside Bo with curious eyes. Is the position a new disciple? Blaine patted Shisua's shoulder and said, Let me introduce 313. This is the gym leader of Dark City, named Shiso. The young man with glasses is a Lien, and this beautiful woman is Xiao Tsang. They are both assistants in my laboratory. You two should get to know each other. The beautiful researcher took the lead in extending her right hand. Hello, handsome boy. Nice to meet you. Hello. Shiso nodded, and at the same time extended his right hand, gently shaking the other's well-maintained white jade hand. Xiao Tsang, don't be so enthusiastic when you see a handsome guy. The young researcher, named Lien, put down the work in his hands, strode over, adjusted his glasses, and smiled. Lien, 22 years old, has been working as an assistant in Blaine Teacher's battle laboratory for 4 years. The wide white laboratory, the ground is all paved with alloy floor. At this time, a saffron fox Pokemon with 9 tails squatted on the floor, and the 9 tails behind it swayed gently, showing an elegant demeanor. This Pokemon is called 9 Tails, and her degenerate form is Vivi's Vulpix. The bright red eyes scanned the surroundings, and finally yawned lazily, leaned forward, and lay on the floor with his eyes closed to rest. 9 Tails is a very long-lived Pokemon. Theoretically, it can live up to 1,000 years old, but so far, scientists have not found any living 1,000-year-old 9 Tails. The world record table on the Alliance official website clearly states that the longest-lived 9 Tails known so far lived for 569 years. It was a Pokemon of a nobleman in the Warring States period more than 500 years ago. It has been passed down for 9 generations and lived until the Alliance ruling period. The 9 Tails who lived for more than 500 years died 3 years ago. It is said that the descendants of the nobleman specially selected a feng shui treasure land for this ancestor and built a fox. As for the 9 Tails in front of him, it is Mr. Blaine's Pokemon, and this 9 Tails seems to be older than Mr. Blaine. Do you have a Fire-type Pokemon? Hiso shook his head. He did not have a Fire-type Pokemon. Blaine shrugged, turned around, and waved to his assistant Alien. Alien, bring the flames spray gun for the experiment. Got it, teacher. Alien responded, put down the work in her hands, and immediately ran to the next-door laboratory to get the spray gun that teacher needed. Blaine took the spray gun, but handed it to Hisoka again, saying, You use this flame spray gun to spray the 9 Tails 630. Huh? Hisoka glared and asked in confusion. Won't this hurt 9 Tails? Don't worry, just spray as I said. Don't you want to understand the ability theory? Then try it yourself. Hearing Blaine say this, Hisoka was temporarily relieved. Although he still had some doubts, he decided to give it a try. He walked slowly to 9 Tails and raised the spray gun in his right hand. 9 Tails felt someone approaching him, raised his head, opened his eyes, and looked at the boy in front of him, especially when he glanced at the spray gun in the boy's hand. Hisoka was a little embarrassed. He was caught on the spot by the victim, and he couldn't press the switch of the spray gun. 9 Tails' voice was very sharp. He licked his right forelimb with his tongue, then washed his face with his saliva-covered forelimb, raised his buttocks, bent his forelimbs, stretched, and then lay down again, closing his eyes to rest. "Don't be afraid, just spray," Blaine shouted loudly. "The master is not afraid. Why should he hesitate?" Hisoka made up his mind and pressed the switch. With a bang, a surging column of fire shot out from the mouth of the spray gun and burned straight to Ninetales' whole body. Fire system Pokémon are naturally fire-resistant. They can resist some fire damage, but that doesn't mean they can completely ignore fire. When the temperature of the fire reaches a certain level, even Orberg can be instantly fused, not to mention the Roca body of Pokémon. To be honest, when the flames of the spray gun filled Ninetales' body, Hisoka was really afraid that the fox would suddenly attack and hurt people, but the scene in front of him refreshed his scientific view. The temperature of the spray gun was at least over 1,000 degrees. The saffron-colored flames kept burning Ninetales' body, but not even a hair of it was burned. This beautiful big fox also yawned lazily in the flames, as if the burning of the flames made it feel very comfortable. Hisoka didn't believe in evil and adjusted the temperature to 1,500 degrees, but Ninetales was still unharmed. The flames filled the whole 2 minutes, and the temperature of the laboratory rose by several degrees. Hisoka sighed, put away the spray gun, and gave it back to his assistant alien. He looked at Blaine, who pretended to be mysterious, and asked, "Mr. Blaine, this one, what abilities does Ninetales have? If you don't understand, just ask. A wise man is a teacher. Learning more is the key to improving your own knowledge." Blaine is a person who can't hold back. When someone asks him, he can't help but want to show off. He squatted down, stroked Ninetales' hot fur, and said, "CCBJ Flash Fire ability. My old friend has an ability different from Charmeleon. Flash Fire ability can make Pokémon with this ability completely immune to fire damage, and can absorb the energy in the opponent's fire to increase the power of its own fire skills." This explanation shocked Hisoka. He had tested it with a spray gun and found that the flames could not harm the Ninetales. This was a fact he had witnessed. According to Blaine, the Flash Fire ability could completely immunize against fire damage and absorb the energy of fire to feed itself. Then, would the Fire-type Pokémon with this ability be too invincible in a civil war? Unless the opponent also has the Flash Fire ability, there would be no solution to deal with the same Fire-type Pokémon. At this moment, Hisoka finally understood the horror of ability. An ability that perfectly matches the Pokémon itself can completely raise its overall strength to a higher level. The role of ability is no less than that of making Pokémon evolve again. It is conceivable that when Professor Birch, the proposer of the ability theory, announces his research results one day in the future, it will surely shock not only the Hoenn continent, but the entire world. Perhaps with this research result, Professor Birch can become a leader in the scientific community and be as famous as Professor Oak. To make Pokémon without natural awakening Pokémon with ability is a very difficult subject in itself. It is like letting an ordinary person suddenly have psychic, which is simply unimaginable. But Pokémon is not an ordinary creature. It is a genetically variable individual that cannot awaken naturally. So let's assist with some props. Some Pokémon can influence the genetic process and evolve through the power of evolution stones or magical props. Based on this theory, Professor Birch created an ability prop called Mystic Crystal. Mystic Crystal can induce the variable genes in Pokémon, so there's a certain probability that it will awaken a certain ability. Blaine and Professor Birch have discussed this aspect of ability. In theory, the more outstanding the talent potential of a Pokémon, the greater the probability of awakening ability after using Mystic Crystal. For example, each region has several Pokémon that are quasi-godlike. Dragonite in Kanto region, Bandura in Chengdu region, Violent Salamander in Hoenn region, and Garchomp, etc. After using the mysterious crystal, they're almost 100% able to awaken a certain ability. Ninetales is a very long-lived Pokémon. Theoretically, it can live up to 1,000 years old, but so far, scientists have not found any living 1,000-year-old Ninetales. The world record table on the Alliance official website clearly states that the longest-lived Ninetales known so far lived for 569 years. It was a Pokémon of a nobleman in the Warring States period more than 500 years ago. It has been passed down for 9 generations and lived until the Alliance ruling period. The Ninetales who lived for more than 500 years died 3 years ago. It is said that the descendants of the nobleman specially selected a feng shui treasure land for this ancestor and built a fox. As for the Ninetales in front of him, it is Mr. Blaine's Pokémon, and this Ninetale seems to be older than Mr. Blaine. Do you have a Fire-type Pokémon? Hyso shook his head. He did not have a Fire-type Pokémon. Blaine shrugged, turned around, and waved to his assistant Alien. Alien, bring the flames spray gun for the experiment. Got it, teacher. Alien responded, put down the work in her hands, and immediately ran to the next-door laboratory to get the spray gun that teacher needed. Blaine took the spray gun, but handed it to Hisoka again, saying, you use this flame spray gun to spray the Ninetales 630. Huh? Hisoka glared and asked in confusion. Won't this hurt Ninetales? Don't worry, just spray as I said. Don't you want to understand the ability theory? Then try it yourself. Hearing Blaine say this, Hisoka was temporarily relieved. Although he still had some doubts, he decided to give it a try. He walked slowly to Ninetales and raised the spray gun in his right hand. Ninetales felt someone approaching him, raised his head, opened his eyes, and looked at the boy in front of him, especially when he glanced at the spray gun in the boy's hand. Hisoka was a little embarrassed. He was caught on the spot by the victim, and he couldn't press the switch of the spray gun. Ninetales' voice was very sharp. He licked his right forelimb with his tongue, then washed his face with his saliva-covered forelimb, raised his buttocks, bent his forelimbs, stretched, and then lay down again, closing his eyes to rest. Don't be afraid, just spray. Blaine shouted loudly. The master is not afraid. Why should he hesitate? Hisoka made up his mind and pressed the switch. With a bang, a surging column of fire shot out from the mouth of the spray gun and burned straight to Ninetales' whole body. Fire system Pokémon are naturally fire-resistant. They can resist some fire damage, but that doesn't mean they can completely ignore fire. When the temperature of the fire reaches a certain level, even Orberg can be instantly fused, not to mention the Roca body of Pokémon. To be honest, when the flames of the spray gun filled Ninetales' body, Hisoka was really afraid that the fox would suddenly attack and hurt people, but the scene in front of him refreshed his scientific view. The temperature of the spray gun was at least over 1,000 degrees. The saffron-colored flames kept burning Ninetales' body, but not even a hair of it was burned. This beautiful big fox also yawned lazily in the flames, as if the burning of the flames made it feel very comfortable. Hisoka didn't believe in evil and adjusted the temperature to 1,500 degrees, but Ninetales was still unharmed. The flames filled the whole 2 minutes, and the temperature of the laboratory rose by several degrees. Hisoka sighed, put away the spray gun, and gave it back to his assistant Alien. He looked at Blaine, who pretended to be mysterious, and asked, Mr. Blaine, this one, what abilities does Ninetales have? If you don't understand, just ask. A wise man is a teacher. Learning more is the key to improving your own knowledge. Blaine is a person who can't hold back. When someone asks him, he can't help but want to show off. He squatted down, stroked Ninetales' hot fur, and said, CCBJ Flash Fire ability. My old friend has an ability different from Charmeleon. Flash Fire ability can make Pokémon with this ability completely immune to fire damage, and can absorb the energy in the opponent's fire to increase the power of its own fire skills. This explanation shocked Hisoka. He had tested it with a spray gun and found that the flames could not harm the Ninetales. This was a fact he had witnessed. According to Blaine, the Flash Fire ability could completely immunize against fire damage and absorb the energy of fire to feed itself. Then, would the Fire-type Pokémon with this ability be too invincible in a civil war? Unless the opponent also has the Flash Fire ability, there would be no solution to deal with the same Fire-type Pokémon. At this moment, Hisoka finally understood the horror of ability. An ability that perfectly matches the Pokémon itself can completely raise its overall strength to a higher level. The role of ability is no less than that of making Pokémon evolve again. It is conceivable that when Professor Birch, the proposer of the ability theory, announces his research results one day in the future, it will surely shock not only the Hoenn continent, but the entire world. Perhaps with this research result, Professor Birch can become a leader in the scientific community and be as famous as Professor Oak. To make Pokémon without natural awakening Pokémon with ability is a very difficult subject in itself. It is like letting an ordinary person suddenly have psychic, which is simply unimaginable. But Pokémon is not an ordinary creature. It is a genetically variable individual that cannot awaken naturally. So let's assist with some props. Some Pokémon can influence the genetic process and evolve through the power of evolution stones or magical props. Based on this theory, Professor Birch created an ability prop called Mystic Crystal. Mystic Crystal can induce the variable genes in Pokémon, so there's a certain probability that it will awaken a certain ability. Blaine and Professor Birch have discussed this aspect of ability. In theory, the more outstanding the talent potential of a Pokémon, the greater the probability of awakening ability after using Mystic Crystal. For example, each region has several Pokémon that are quasi-godlike. Dragonite in Kanto region, Bandura in Chengdu region, Violent Salamander in Hoenn region, and Garchomp, etc. After using the mysterious crystal, they're almost 100% able to awaken a certain ability. CNC laser cutting machine. Looking at the machine in front of him, Hisoka couldn't help but show envy in his eyes. This thing is a good thing. Compared with the small studio converted from the underground warehouse at home, Blaine's battle laboratory is undoubtedly high-end. Just this CNC laser cutting machine. The market price is $980, not to mention some other large scientific research equipment in the laboratory. When this battle laboratory was first built, the initial investment exceeded $100 million, not to mention the subsequent purchase of equipment, large main computer, etc. The irregular round fire copper, or with a diameter of more than 5 meters, was slowly lifted up by 4 mechanical arms and placed on the machine. The overall mass of this super large fire copper, was about 3 tons. When Rhydon found it, this big guy was stuck in a dead gap. If it weren't for the duck-billed fire dragon's full help, it might not be possible to get it up. After mineral element analysis, fortunately, this fire copper perfectly meets the material ratio of the red rock armor. Of course, most of the 3-ton stone is useless. Shisua only needs the natural alloy inside the ore. As Blaine's right-hand man, Alien skillfully operated the cutting machine. With a hum, a light red vertical beam of light shot out from a thin tube. When the laser output rate was increased, the light red light turned purple in an instant. Faced with human technological wisdom, this large ore hidden at the bottom of the magma for hundreds and thousands of years had no ability to resist. Wherever the laser cutting knife touched, it was like a knife cutting tofu normal, forming deep knife marks. The scanner around the machine tool would draw the internal structure of the ore on the computer screen. According to the instructions of the dialysis diagram on the screen, Alien controlled the laser to avoid the key fire copper alloy. 5 minutes later, the 5-meter-long and 30-centimeter-high ore was cut into pieces, and the useless parts were thrown back into the garbage crusher by the robotic arm. Only the diamond-shaped fire copper alloy in the middle was left, weighing 244.78 kilograms. This piece of fire copper alloy is the main material for making red rock armor. A single piece of alloy cannot affect Rhydon's evolution factor. It takes about 60 kilograms of fire copper alloy to make a set of red rock armor. Now there are 244.78 kilograms, which is more than enough to make 4 sets of red rock armor. But considering that Hisoka's Rhydon is a bit huge, it is necessary to customize a set of red rock armor for it, at least so that Rhydon can wear it. Since a set of red rock armor only needs 60 kilograms of materials, then I'll take 60 kilograms. Blaine didn't argue about more or less. He is already this age, and he has already pursued almost everything he can pursue. Now he wants to make red rock armor just for Rhydon, who has just been subdued. At the same time, as a scientific researcher, he can satisfy his curiosity about new evolution cases. Blaine's Rhydon is just an ordinary size, and 60 kilograms of fire copper alloy is enough. Hisoka's was twice the size of its kind. According to the data, it should require about 120 kilograms of materials, and there would be some left. The old and the young determined the distribution of materials. An alien controlled the laser cutting machine to work again, steadily cutting off a 60 kilograms piece of fire copper alloy. Not a cent more, not a cent less. Hisoka touched the red copper, or that was emitting a faint heat, looked up and said, "Mr. Blaine, can I borrow the equipment of the laboratory to make the red rock armor?" I couldn't ask for more. Blaine smiled and said, "It just so happens that I can also help on the side and see how this kind of evolution prop is made. By the way, don't worry about the red rock armor. I have something to give you." After that, Blaine waved Alien to come over and whispered a few words in his ear. Alien smiled and nodded, turned off the laser cutting machine, and strode out. "Let's go sit in the hall for a while. Alien should bring the present here soon." Although Blaine deliberately kept his secret, Hisoka could still guess something. If there was no accident, the present would most likely be. Alien came back very quickly. At this time, he was holding a small iron box in his hand. He walked to Blaine and put the iron box on the coffee table. "Teacher, what you want?" "Thank you for your hard work," Blaine said politely, and then pushed the iron box in front of him to Hisoka with his crutch. "Open it and take a look. You should like it." The iron box was not locked, but only a reported lock. With some excitement, Hisoka picked up the iron box and opened it directly. 2 green columnar crystals about the size of a thumb were lying quietly in the box. Hisoka pinched one of the crystals and put it in front of his eyes. There seemed to be some liquid in it. He shook it hard and saw the liquid flowing. Is this the mysterious crystal? Even though he had a result in his mind, Hisoka couldn't help asking. Blaine nodded. "This crystal is not as rare as you think. Professor Birch has cooperated with Devon Production Company to develop mass-produced mysterious crystals. When the ability theory is released, a large number of mysterious crystals should be on the market." Siso understood that the results of Pokemon-related abilities will not only be circulated among a small number of people. With the release of mass-produced crystals, the whole world will set off a wave of ability. By then, perhaps Pokemon battles will rise to a higher level. Trainers will need to predict the ability of rival Pokemon during the battle, and the competition will become more intense. Major Pokemon schools will inevitably include ability theory as a main course. Professor Birch sent some of his research data on ability to professors around the world. It is a huge project to improve the Pokemon ability table, and Professor Birch alone cannot complete it in his lifetime. Because of the different climates and geographical environments in each region, the Pokemon that are bred are also varied. The Pokemon species that people have discovered are actually only a small part of the Pokemon species. There are countless Pokemon that have not been discovered by humans in the world. Pokemon genes are full of variability. Sometimes the same type of Pokemon awakens different abilities. Just like Blaine said, his Ninetales awakened the Flash Fire ability, while some Ninetales can awaken the Drought ability. At present, there are a total of 32 different abilities in the ability table classified by 077. Professor Birch, because of the regional differences, and he does not have so much energy to study the local Pokemon in various continents around the world. In order to achieve his life goals, Professor Birch thought of sharing some of the data with authoritative professors in various places, assist the power of all human scientific elites, and improve the ability table as soon as possible. Pokemon's abilities are good and bad. Some abilities will make a Pokemon's strength qualitatively improved, while some abilities may greatly weaken a Pokemon that is already very strong. One typical case is a Pokemon in the Hoenn region, whose scientific name is Slaking. This is a Pokemon with very terrifying individual potential, even more terrifying than those Pokemon with quasi-god titles in various regions. Professor Birch has a good friend named Norman, who is the gym owner of Petalburg City in the Hoenn region. Norman is a master who specializes in training Slaking. Professor Birch has a deep study of slaking. He found that once Vigoroth evolves into slaking, it will automatically awaken an ability called laziness without exception. Of course, it can also be considered as nature. Slaking, who has the laziness ability, will become extremely lazy. Apart from eating, it will spend most of the day resting. Even if it is captured by a trainer, it cannot change. It seems that laziness has penetrated into its genetic layer. Even in fierce Pokémon battles, slaking may fall asleep in the middle of the game because of laziness. Therefore, even if slaking's talent potential can surpass the quasi-god, there are still very few trainers who really capture and cultivate slaking. In short, slaking is a typical example of being ruined by ability, which is really a pity. The god of creation gave it a terrible talent, but put an iron chain on the most critical point. Blaine showed Hisoka some research reports on ability. Hisoka discovered that the so-called ability had always existed around him, but few people paid attention to it. For example, Arbok and Ekans are born to shed their skin, and shed skin, a biological phenomenon that is extremely natural in the eyes of ordinary people, is a kind of ability in Professor Birch's ability theory. Gyarados is also born with a sense of terror, horror, and violence. When a timid person or Pokémon encounters Gyarados head-on, they will feel fear and dread, which can also be regarded as an ability. The nature given to these Pokémon by nature can be classified as their abilities to a certain extent. These data and theories seem to have opened a new door for Hisoka. Biological phenomena and species instincts can all be called abilities. Blaine saw Hisoka staring at the crystal in his hand and couldn't help laughing. You can get it to your Pokémon to try. The mysterious crystal can be eaten directly. If your Pokémon is good enough, it may be able to awaken some powerful abilities that have never appeared on the ability table. Hisoka's first thought was to awaken Lulu's ability, but thinking of what Blaine said before, Lulu seemed to have the ability of telepathy, and the 10-song Pokémon could only have one ability. There are only 2 Mystic Crystals now. Apart from Lulu, there are Weevil, Rhydon, Milotic, Chansey, and the White Mist Drevis, who has been in the latent contest condition, a total of 5 Pokémon. It's a bit difficult to choose. After thinking about it, Hisoka decided to awaken the ability from Milotic and Weevil first. It doesn't matter what else, because all his Pokémon will definitely awaken the ability. It's just a matter of order. In fact, the Mystic Crystal is a bit like gambling. If the ability awakened is to increase strength, then everyone will be happy. If it is an ability that lags behind, then you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. Ability is the manifestation of the variable gene layer of Pokémon, just like the evolution of Pokémon. If you're not satisfied with the appearance after evolution, can you let Pokémon Encore degenerate? The white light faded, and Milotic's beautiful snake body appeared in the hall. Even though he had seen it several times, Blaine still admired Milotic's appearance. This is the luxury of human beings for beautiful things. Especially Shout's song. After Milotic appeared, her eyes instantly turned into a heart shape, and she clasped her hands in front of her chest, looking like a nympho. Shisua picked up a mysterious crystal and walked to Milotic, gently stroked her nose, and said softly, "Do you want to become stronger, have the same special ability as the duck-billed fire dragon?" Speaking of the duck-billed fire dragon, Milotic became a little unhappy. After finally evolving, for 0.3 in a month of intensive training by the master, he actually lost the first game. Meow. Milotic gently choked his head and licked his palm. Shisua explained the principle of ability to Milotic. Milotic was very smart. After a little explanation, he understood that the flames that the duck-billed fire dragon had burst out of his body at that time were actually something called ability. Putting the mysterious crystal in front of Milotic, under Shisua's expectant eyes, Milotic rolled up her sleeves and swallowed the green crystal into her stomach. Meow. Milotic felt a burst of heat in her stomach and squinted comfortably. And in Hisoka's eyes, a ray of white light was gathering on Milotic's forehead. The white light on Milotic's forehead was somewhat similar to the white light when Pokémon evolved, but it was not as dazzling as the light of evolution. After the white light, was in a daze for more than 10 seconds. It made a crisp sound of glass breaking. Meow. Milotic then opened her eyes. She felt as if something had grown on her forehead. She had no hands, so she could only use her black pupils to look up to see what was growing on her forehead. A piece of scale, a piece of diamond-shaped scale. Hisoka saw with his own eyes that after the white light disappeared, a pink diamond-shaped scale appeared in the center of Milotic's forehead. This is... Blaine walked over with a cane, supported the frame of his glasses, and asked doubtfully, "This scale should be a magical scale. I remember that the Dragonair of the Tokido also awakened the magical scale ability, but the color and shape of the scales were a little different." "Magic scale," Hisoka whispered. "Yes, it looks different, but it should be the magic scale." Blaine nodded firmly, then looked at Hisoka and said, "The effect of the magic scale ability is that when the Pokémon falls into an abnormal or negative contest condition, the effect of Scale 22 will be triggered, greatly improving its own defense." Hearing Blaine's explanation, Hisoka fell into deep thought. Why does it feel that the ability of the magic scale is a bit useless? First of all, Milotic must enter a negative status condition before the effect of the ability can be triggered. Secondly, it increases its own defense ability, not special attacks. It can only be said that it is barely a gain. At least it does not awaken any ability that drags down Milotic. Thinking of this, an idea flashed through Hisoka's mind, and he suddenly asked, "Mr. Blaine, do you know what ability the Milotic of Wallace, the new champion of Hoenn, awakened?" Blaine pondered for a moment, as if he was recalling something, rubbing the dragon of his crutch with his right hand, and said, "I remember that the boy's Milotic was not awakened by the mysterious crystal, but was born with it. It seems to be called a tracked body." A tracked body? This time, without waiting for Blaine to explain, Hisoka directly opened his laptop, which had the ability list that Blaine sent to him. The ability of the 24th row, a tracked body, has a certain chance of making the opponent fall into the contest condition when fighting with Pokémon of the opposite S**X. In addition, a tracked body can also increase the charm value of the Pokémon itself, which is somewhat similar to charm. Milotic is known as the most beautiful Mew Pokémon in the Hoenn region. After having a tracked body, her charm value will become higher, which is definitely the most suitable Pokémon to participate in the contest. In fact, it is very simple to deal with Milotic with the attract body ability. If the Milotic is female, you should also use female Pokémon when fighting. If you fight against a male, you should use male Pokémon, because the attract body contest condition can only target Pokémon of the opposite S**X. Except for a few Pokémon, most Pokémon are larger in males than females. Trainer can judge whether the Pokémon of rival is female or male based on the difference in body size. In this comparison, Hisoka feels that the attract body is more effective. It's a pity that his Milotic awakened the magic scale. It can only be said that there are pros and cons. The attract body is easy to be targeted and resolved, while the magic scale can also play a miraculous role when facing poison and grass Pokémon. There is also the last mysterious crystal, and Hisoka decided not to use it for the time being and wait for later. Weevil is his most capable speed attacker at present, and no accidents can happen. If it awakens some garbage ability and drags down the team, it will be a mess. Hisoka stayed in the battle laboratory for 3 full days, eating and sleeping in the laboratory, and worked hard with Blaine to make the Red Rock armor. Even with detailed production information, some mistakes were inevitable because it was the first time to operate, resulting in some material damage. Fortunately, the amount of fire copper ore obtained was relatively large and could withstand consumption. Modern industrialization has developed very well and is standardized as a whole. The laboratory has all kinds of precision machining lathes and automated equipment. It is not necessary to forge armor and knives with hammers like the ancients. Hisoka. The burning gas produced by high temperature and coldness, and the mountain spring water, specially used for quenching, is continuously poured into it from the left channel. Hisoka buried his head in tapping the control keyboard of the lathe. This kind of thing is a piece of cake for him. Blaine just gave him a little hint, and he learned it almost. At this moment, the temperature inside the machine box has reached 2,500 degrees Celsius, but the laboratory still maintains a normal temperature of 28 degrees. Hisoka looked up at Blaine, standing at the exit of the machine, and couldn't help shouting, "Mr. Blaine, stay away. It's about to come out of the furnace." "Oh!" Blaine's eyes regained focus, nodded, and then quickly walked to Hisoka's side. "The alloy door of the forging machine will lose a lot of hot steam the moment it is opened, and this heat is enough to easily burn a living person into a skeleton." Seeing that everything was ready, Hisoka entered the program command to open the door. Click! The gears were stirred, and the alloy door slowly rose. At this moment, the temperature of the laboratory began to surge sharply, and the space inside the machine was shrouded in golden red light. Two red 153 armors, one large and one small, were placed in the center. Turn off the high-temperature thermometer. The red light quickly disappeared, and the track of the forging lathe entered the operation contest condition and appeared on the placement platform with two armors. Although it has been quenched, the temperature of the armor is still alarming. Human hands are absolutely not allowed to touch it. The only way is to use the mechanical arm claw to grab the two pieces of red rock armor and throw them into the pool filled with huang shui for secondary quenching. Huang shui is a chemical material in this world, mainly used to quench high-precision instrument parts. Huang shui can greatly improve the stability of metals and prevent them from deforming in the future. After waiting for a long time, seeing that the armor was quenched, Blaine couldn't wait to pick up the two-size, smaller red rock armor. The armor, weighing more than 30 kilograms, was in the hands of this old man. It was as if it was nothing. TSK, not bad, not bad. Blaine nodded repeatedly, and his wrinkles were all wrinkled with laughter. Hisoka didn't know why the old man was so happy. Was it just because of a new evolution item? During the past few days with old man Blaine, he admired his optimistic attitude. He seemed to never know what troubles were. Some small things and small troubles could make the old man happy for a long time. Shout Song was right when she said Blaine was an old naughty boy. The weather was fine. The sea and sky were one color. White clouds were floating, and birds were flying. Hisoka left Cinnabar Island and set out on his way home. This trip to Cinnabar Island not only completed the forging of the red rock armor, but also obtained some information about ability. He was very grateful to the old man Blaine. The ancients often said that a teacher is a father for life. Although it is not so exaggerated now, teaching and solving doubts is a teacher. In Hisoka's eyes, after just a few days of getting along, his feeling towards the old man is equivalent to looking at a teacher, respecting and loving him. As for the red rock armor, Hisoka is not going to let Ride-On wear it for the time being. The big guy still has a lot of potential to be tapped. Evolving now is equivalent to wasting Ride-On's potential. When he returns to the gym, Ride-On will have no rest. He will supervise the big guy and conduct extreme training for a period of time. He must squeeze out the last bit of potential in Ride-On's period. Now I'm going to insert an important advertisement. Just as Hisoka was about to drive the Divine Bird motorcycle to leave Jilu Town, the large TV screen that had been playing the hot spring advertisement suddenly switched to a magnificent hotel scene. The graceful and soft female host's voice sounded at this time. Rainbow Casino, covering an area of 35,000 square meters, has a supporting luxurious 5-star hotel, private swimming pool, sexy dealers. To celebrate the official opening of Rainbow Casino, the casino will hold the Pokémon Doubles Finals on the 20th next week. The first prize is 100 W Alliance coins, Unit 0 3D Dragon. The second prize is 60 W Alliance coins, an EV, and the third prize is 40 W Alliance coins, a Ditto. In the Kanto region, gambling is officially legal. The most famous example is the gambling city built in the southern desert, Neon City, which is often called the city that never sleeps. Although some conservatives have criticized Neon City for the prevalence of gambling, which has caused many civilians to lose their homes and people, the quality of the urban population has been greatly reduced, and the crime rate has been higher every decade. But the prosperity of the gambling industry also brought a lot of tax revenue to the Kanto Alliance. So the official high-level officials still turned a blind eye to the criticism of conservatives. Hisoka had heard of the Rainbow Casino in the advertisement before. It was really because the other party was rich that they started advertising everywhere 3 years ago. Every year after the Indigo Plateau Conference 64th round, there were its billboards in the most eye-catching places. It was rumored online that the power behind this Rainbow Casino was not simple. Not only was there the official power of the Alliance, but there were even some shadows of the subordinate organizations. If what was said online was true, then the other party was a big shark that stepped on white and black and took both black and white. Hisoka was not very interested in 1 million Alliance coins, but the 3D Dragon of Unit 0 was different. The appearance of 3D Dragon once caused a big storm in the Kanto region, because 3D Dragon was the first artificial Pokémon created by humans using modern science and technology. Dr. Akihabara, who was known as the father of 3D Dragon, enjoyed the limelight that year. He created 2 3D Dragons, named Unit 0 and Unit 1. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. The Rocket Team, who got the news, attacked Dr. Akihabara's laboratory and captured Unit 0. After that, Dr. Akihabara took the initiative to hand over Unit 1 to Alliance in order to protect the remaining 3D Dragon. Later, it was heard that Alliance handed over 3D Dragon to the Salufu Group. With the strong scientific research strength of the Salufu Group, a large number of 3D Dragons were created soon. Of course, due to the high cost, the number of 3D Dragons is not large, because the combat power itself is not strong, and the 3D Dragon can be connected to the network. Its main function is to assist in scientific research. Unit 0 3D Dragon was once taken away by the Rocket Team, but now it appears in the championship prize of the double competition held in the Rainbow Casino. Hisoka feels that there is something fishy. To be honest, he has always wanted to have his own 3D Dragon. 3D Dragons are very useful for scientific research assistance, network connection, and program verification. Moreover, the evolution of 3D Dragons is relatively simple. As long as you can write an upgrade patch suitable for it, you can directly evolve it during network transmission. Milotic control the strength of the water gun and keep this rhythm 1 cycle every 5 seconds. Lulu speed up the frequency of the hammer 2 cycles per second. On the blue brick paved training ground, Rhydon has already put on the red rock armor tailored for it, but under Hisoka's order, Rhydon has been suppressing the desire to evolve and has not caused the evolution factor to riot. Milotic stood on Hisoka's right-hand side, carefully controlling the power of the water gun, 1 cycle every 5 seconds, and spraying it on Rhydon's chest and back with the water gun. Hisoka's giant Rhydon has learned to swim, so its water resistance is much stronger than that of its peers. But the power of the water gun is like the high-pressure water gun used by the fire brigade to put out fires. It is really uncomfortable to hit Rhydon, who is 4 times weak to water. Roar! The pain made Rhydon raise his head and howl, his arms and claws clenched into fists, and the giant tail behind him lashed the ground from time to time. Lulu used confusion to control a large iron hammer as tall as a person, and kept hitting the seam, Wang Zhao Zhao, where Rhydon's body was connected to the red rock armor. The muffled sound made Lando, who was watching on the side, close her eyes. For the first time, she felt that the serious boss was too cruel. This could not be considered training, but abuse of Rhydon. She still had a good impression of her Pokemon senior. In addition to being able to eat, he was usually a very honest and obedient big man. Okay, today's training ends here. Hiso's voice was like heavenly music. Milotic and Lulu stopped their movements. To be honest, they didn't want to see Rhydon in such pain. Rhydon opened his mouth and exhaled a few times, then sat down on the floor. Even if he had thick armor to protect his body, being hit by the combination of high-pressure water gun and hammer for a whole hour was enough for him to bear. This kind of striking training can make the red rock armor and Rhydon more compatible. Pokemon can forcibly suppress the urge to evolve, but as the strength gradually improves, the evolution factor will become more violent. When ride-ons can no longer suppress the urge, evolution will be a natural result. Hisoka is a supporter of evolution. Just like a child will eventually grow up, the evolution of Pokémon is also a necessary growth process for them. Of course, there are also many people who like the cute appearance of some Pokémon before evolution and are unwilling to let them evolve and grow up. A prop called Everstone has become the best choice for those people. Pokémon carrying Everstone will not be able to produce evolution factors. Everstone will stop the variable genes in Pokémon from splitting. There is no right or wrong between the two. Hisoka does not like to criticize others. Everyone has their own choices. He is just a person who firmly believes in his own ideas. He has chosen a path and will keep going even if he hits his head. Back in the master bedroom, Hisoka sat quietly in a chair and clicked the mouse. The computer screen in front of him showed data about Milotic. Milotic, attribute water, height 7.1 meters, weight 182.56 kilograms. Ability, Mystic Water. Carrying props, Mystic Water. Physical strength, A. Attack, C. Defense, B. Special attack, A+. Special defense, S. Speed, B. In addition to Lulu's natural telepathic ability, Milotic is the first Pokémon in his team to awaken an ability. In response to the effect of the Mystic Scale, he helped Milotic design another set of skills that complement the ability. Mystic Scale requires Milotic to enter the status condition to trigger. In view of this key point, Hisoka plans to let Milotic learn the Rest skill and use Rest to actively enter the status condition. Rest can quickly restore the physical strength of Pokémon and treat other status conditions at the same time. But the disadvantage is also obvious. Once a Pokémon uses Rest, it will be a living target for a period of time. The Sleep Contest condition triggers the Magic Scale ability, which greatly improves Milotic's defense ability. In addition, its excellent special defense attribute with an S rating is enough to resist most attacks. But Hisoka doesn't want to gamble in this regard, so he needs a skill that works with Rest so that Milotic can still attack back even in the Sleep Contest condition. The Sleep Talk skill becomes the best choice. Pokémon in the Sleep Contest condition can use Sleep Talk, and the Sleep Talk skill will randomly select a skill move that the Pokémon has learned. Although there is still a hint of randomness and gambling, it is the best choice at present. Rest Learning Disc is not very expensive. The market price is about 300,000, and normal transformation skills are cheaper than offensive skills. Sleep Talk's Learning Disc is slightly higher, about 500,000. Directly place an order on the shopping website. 800,000 is definitely a big burden for ordinary families. But for Hisoka at present, 800,000 can try a brand new skill routine, which is completely worth it. The Pokémon doubles competition held at the Rainbow Casino will start in 3 days. The venue is a 5-star hotel, the Jinwi Hotel, that is equipped with the casino. The most luxurious hotel in Rainbow City is the Rainbow Hotel, located in the city center. It is named after the city and has a 6-star rating. The guests who can stay in this hotel are either rich or poor. At the dinner table, Lando desperately put the dishes into the bowl, and her eyes occasionally glanced at the boss at the main seat. She felt that the boss was a little strange today and kept looking at her with a certain scrutinizing look. No matter what, let's die. Lando couldn't stand this weird feeling and couldn't help asking, "Master, is there anything I didn't do well today? If so, tell me and let me die happily." Shisuo laughed dumbly, put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, and said with a smile, "Don't get me wrong, the food you cook is not bad. I'm just considering the candidate for the doubles game." This sentence made Lando's eyes sparkle, and she leaned her hands on the table and said, "Master, is it the Rainbow Casino mentioned in the news a few days ago? The advertisement said that there seemed to be a doubles match." "Yes." Shisuo nodded. Lando smiled, stood up and walked in front of Shisuo, spread her hands, and turned around. "Then what do you think of me, master?" "Very beautiful, and a good figure," Shisuo joked. Lando's pretty face was slightly red, and she said angrily, "I'm not talking about this. I want to be master's doubles partner and participate in that competition together." Hisoka pondered. He originally wanted to invite Kurama to participate in the doubles competition. The 1 million champion reward would be given to Kurama, and Unit 003D Dragon would be given to himself. But this guy was dismissed by the mayor of Rainbow City after the gym competition. Recently, he seems to have returned to work at Indigo Plateau. He can't be contacted for the time being. I used to be in the contest condition of a lone ranger, and I don't know many trainer friends. At present, it seems that the only one who can really be trusted and put at ease is Lando. It's just that the trainer's strength is a little weak. If you find a doubles partner on the Elite Trainer Forum, you may not have to worry about the strength, but there may be some tricks in the distribution of prizes later. After thinking for a while, I was too lazy to find a strange doubles candidate, so I let Lando go. Anyway, there's still 3 days, so I can do targeted intensive training. Thinking of this, Hisoka nodded. I promise you, there are still 3 days. You should prepare well. Long live. Lando jumped up excitedly. She had never been to Rainbow City. She heard that the big city was a shopping paradise for women, and the thought of working together with the boss under the spotlight made her feel like she was burning. After a few months of contact, Shisuo had almost seen through the beautiful Stephanie, who was his age. She was not bad by nature and was willing to work hard. Apart from being a little vain, she did not have any major shortcomings. Late at night, everything was quiet. When the residents of Dark City fell asleep, Hisoka was still holding a laptop, reading the information about ability that Blaine had given him. The door opened gently, and Gardevoir came in with a cup of steaming green tea. This was a green tea made from young citrus berry leaves, which had a refreshing effect. She knew that Hisoka didn't like the bitterness of coffee, and he would normally brew a cup of sweet pomelo green tea during study and work time. Taking a sip of the green tea on the table, Hisoka said softly, "You go and rest first. I'll go to sleep soon." Since evolving into Gardevoir, Lulu has always maintained an elegant and indifferent demeanor. She shook her head, waved her right hand lightly, and a chair at the door flew over. Lulu placed the chair next to Hisoka, sat on it, supported her chin with her hand, squinted her eyes, and just looked at his face quietly. Sometimes Hisoka felt that he could hardly tell whether Lulu was a Pokémon or a human. There was no way, because psychic Pokémon had extremely high IQ and EQ, especially humanoid Pokémon like Gardevoir. She had learned a lot of human knowledge since she was a child, and she was good at both being a lady and a good mother. Except for her unusual appearance, she was a good wife and a good mother. Buzz, buzz. The egg incubator that had been placed on the windowsill suddenly vibrated slightly, and the display on the chassis kept flashing red. Hisoka heard the noise and quickly put down his homework. He knew what the flashing red light of the egg incubator meant, but there was a figure that was faster than him. A white shadow came from the window, and the strong glass did not hinder it at all. White Mist Drevis pounced on the egg incubator, and his big amber eyes stared at the colorful orbs above. As the egg incubator vibrated, the colorful orbs actually emitted a soft halo. White Mist Drevis showed an intoxicated look. Her little mouth slightly opened, and she kept moaning on the colorful gems. That expression was just like a drug addict. Hisoka was afraid that this careless little thing would accidentally hurt the Pokemon egg, so he glanced at Lulu beside him and said, "Catch Miss Drevis for me." The current Lulu is not the Curlia period. At that time, White Miss Drevis could use Assist's powerful stealth ability to avoid her mental scan, but now that she has evolved into Gardevoir, her mental power has increased dramatically, and Lulu can already catch a trace of the opponent. The blue-purple confusion wrapped Miss Drevis from all directions. Lulu waved her hand, and Miss Drevis's body, like a white cloud, immediately flew backwards. The slender green hands tightly hugged Miss Drevis, making her unable to move. Giggle. The little thing cried anxiously, but under Hisoka's stern gaze, it could only raise its head, and its big amber-green eyes looked at the colorful gem on the table with resentment. Is it finally going to hatch? Hisoka held up the incubator and opened the glass cover on it, his eyes slightly excited. Since he got this Pokemon egg from Sinnoh on the St. Anno, half a year has passed quietly. He didn't know what kind of Pokemon would hatch from an egg, but one thing was certain, Under the long-term energy radiation of the colorful gem, this little guy would have extremely outstanding talent potential at birth. Kurama later talked to Hisoka about Pokemon eggs. This egg was actually found in the Starly Bird's nest when he and Baigia cooperated with the Sinnoh police to crack down on the poaching organization, so it was very likely to be a Muku bird egg. Hisoka didn't care what the Pokemon in the egg was. Even if it was Starly, he would accept it. As the home bird of the Sinnoh region, Starly had 2 stages of evolution like Bobo, and the final evolution Staraptor was also quite powerful. As time went by, the frequency of the vibration of the incubator chassis became stronger and stronger. Under the expectant eyes of Hisoka and Lulu, a faint white light appeared on the surface of the eggshell of the baby egg. The egg was vibrating, and the little life inside seemed to be trying to break free. Asterisk, the amplitude of the Pokemon egg trembling became larger and larger, gradually turning into vibration. Brr! As the crisp sound entered the ears, the eggshell with a brown background and blue lines appeared with spider web-like cracks. Hisoka suppressed his excitement and slowed down his breathing, fearing that it would affect the little guy who was working hard. The vibration of the baby egg continued. It can be imagined that the newborn and immature Pokemon struggled hard in the egg, which was quite difficult. This is the first hurdle for every Pokemon to come into the world. No one can help them except themselves. Having had the experience of hatching Lulu, Shisui knew that if he could not help but peel the eggshell now, it would be a fatal blow to the future potential development of Song Yoshing's Pokemon. It is common sense in this world not to help Pokemon that are coming out of shell smash. Teachers and parents will teach their children to understand this principle since childhood. The vibration of the baby egg gradually weakened. Shisui knew that the little guy was accumulating stockpile and preparing for the last full-strength attack to break through the shackles of the eggshell. He was not disappointed. With a crisp cracking sound, the little guy broke through the eggshell, revealing a small head with half-closed eyes, and it was adapting to the light in the room. It is not a bird sheikling. This young Pokemon has 1 long and 1 short rabbit ears, and its fur is brown. Its black and bright eyes look at Shisui with admiration. A newly born Pokemon will regard the first creature it sees as its parent. So it is best to breed a Pokemon from the egg hatching stage, so that you can quickly establish a high degree of intimacy with the Pokemon. Of course, everything has its pros and cons. Hatching eggs is a long process, and breeding young Pokemon required a lot of time and energy. They are a blank sheet of paper, and their future depends on the lines drawn by the trainer himself. The little guy quickly adapted to the light in the room, stared at Hisoka's figure for a while, and suddenly cried out in joy, and the young body fluttered, causing the eggshell to break faster. The little guy finally broke the eggshell and slowly got out of the body. Its upper body was mainly brown, and the tips of its ears and the lower body were covered with cream-colored hair. The right ear was erect, but the left ear was folded. The little guy had just been born, and his body was still very soft. He supported himself on the desk with his hands tenderly, as if he was adapting to his body. After about 2 minutes, he stood up swayingly. His eyes were fully opened, shining black, like 2 carefully carved black gems, and with his young and tender body, he looked very cute. Asterisk, asterisk. With a cry of joy, the little guy jumped high from the table. Hisoka was startled and quickly stepped forward and opened his hands. The little guy fell into his arms, grabbed the collar with both hands, and rubbed his furry face against his chest, appearing to be very affectionate. The little guy's body is very delicate, no more than 15 centimeters in height, like a doll. Normal was held in the palm of Hisoka's hand. Some egg liquid stuck to the little guy, making it look a little embarrassed. Lulu, go to the warehouse to get some snow sand and a small bathtub. Oh, and get a bottle of Miltank milk hot. Hearing Hisoka's instructions, Lulu glanced at Miss Drevis in her hand. In the other's stubborn eyes, she smiled gently, her body blurred, and disappeared in the room in the next second. Holding the newborn little guy in one hand, Hisoka operated the computer with the other hand, easily breaking through the protection wall of the Kanto region. connecting with the network of the Sinnoh region and randomly finding a Pokémon information website. After a little search, he found the relevant information of the little guy. Buniri, a rabbit Pokémon, will forcefully extend its round ears to whip the opponent when it encounters danger. It is very powerful, enough to hit Rock Smash right. So your name is Buniri. Shisuo stretched out his index finger to tease the little guy in his arms. Buniri laughed heartily, held his index finger, and put it into his mouth. Although the little guy was just born, he was quite strong. Shisuo pulled it back a little, but it didn't come out. He opened his little mouth and used his index finger as a bottle. After wrapping it, he sucked it hard. Shisuo smiled bitterly, used some strength, and forcibly pulled his finger back. Asterisk, asterisk. Losing food, Buniri pouted, and the left ear also straightened up, and a pair of rabbit ears padded. The tender body rolled around in his arms. Seeing this, Shisuo repeatedly comforted, "Be obedient. I know you are very hungry, and the food will be here soon. Let's bite again, okay?" Meow. This worked very well. Buniri blinked, and then under his gentle caress, the ears gradually curled up. Buniri's emotions are all expressed in a pair of ears. When encountering danger, he will immediately pee asterisk 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 K up his ears to stay alert. This rabbit Pokémon has a very sharp hearing. When he is afraid, he will curl both ears into a ball. When he is happy, one ear will stretch out and the other ear will curl up. After a simple period of solitude, Hisoka has almost figured out the little guy's habits. Buniri treats his fingers as toys. When Hisoka's fingers move around on the desk, the little guy will chase after them. The one and the pet are having a lot of fun. The body tissues of newly born Pokémon are very soft. Unless it is a water Pokémon, it is best not to use water to help its smelling salts the body, whether it is scald or cold water. Buniri was put into a small blue bathtub filled with snow sand. Hisoka picked up a spoon and gently moved the snow sand evenly on Buniri's body. Snow sand has a strong sterilization ability. For young Pokémon, these special fine yarns are very soft and will not cause any impact on her body. The snow sand easily washed off the egg liquid on Buniri's body and also made her hair dry quickly, becoming flexible and shiny. Under the white light, Buniri is now completely refreshed and cute. The next step is to prepare Buniri's first meal. The little guy has just been born. In order to protect its new stomach, it cannot be allowed to eat hard food, which is easy to indigestion. Miltank's milk is naturally the most nutritious and best food. It is perfect for an appetizer. Shisuo first poured a small bowl of warm milk and placed it on the desk. Buniri moved when she smelled the fragrance. Her legs jumped a few times and came to the small bowl. One of her long ears shook gently. Her eyes were watery, and she looked up at him at a 45-degree angle. The little girl's performance made Hisoka laugh, and he tapped her head gently. "Don't be polite, eat." With the master's order, Buniri was no longer reserved, and her little head leaned over the bowl, stretched out her bright red nipples, and sipped the sweet and nutritious milk in the bowl. Hiso collected all the broken eggshells around the incubator, put them into a pure copper medicine mortar, and then crushed them with a medicine pestle. The eggshells were ground into powder, and some herbs for strengthening bones and replenishing chi were added. Finally, Miltank milk was poured into it and mashed into a paste and made into finger-thick chew sticks. These things will be Buniri's food for the next month, and the nutrition is needless to say. Hisoka dared to guarantee that even the top-level young Pokémon food sold on the market could not compare to the chew sticks he made by hand. It is definitely the most suitable food for Buniri, which can make her develop more healthily and greatly improve her immunity. When wild Pokémon are born, their first meal is often their eggshells. The trace elements contained in the eggshells are very beneficial to the future growth and development of Pokémon. Newly born Pokémon are very tender and fragile. Because they have spent a lot of energy to shell smash, young Pokémon will be very sleepy in the first 3 days and need a lot of sleep to recover their physical strength. Lulu was like that when she was born. Except for eating, she slept for 3 whole days. For some reason, This Buniri became energetic after drinking warm milk. No matter how he coaxed her, she refused to rest. She jumped around on the bed and tormented Shisu all night. The wind blew the branches, making a rustling sound. The wind was very noisy today. On the endless green grassland, several Rattata buried their heads in the ground, fiddling with the grass roots. Their sharp incisors easily bit off the roots and stems and stole the grass seeds underneath. Bang! Bang! The ground vibrated slightly, and the Rattata, who was happily eating, immediately raised his head, fluttered his purple ears, straightened his legs, put his front limbs in front of his chest, and looked back. A huge monster was walking slowly from the other side of the valley. As the monster approached, the vibration of the ground became more intense, and the Rattatas looking for food around them all stood up with their hair standing on end, making a squeaky sound, and fled in all directions. The giant beast walked to the mouth of a stream, stopped his steps, and looked down at his reflection in the water. The horn on the tip of his nose became longer, and 10 small horns grew on his forehead. The hard horns on the ears disappeared, replaced by red armor, abdomen, shoulders, knees, all covered with nearly 10 centimeters of red armor. The body became bigger and heavier, but it felt less flexible than before. Rhydon, no, it should be called Super Iron Tyrannosaurus now. The stone pillar-shaped arm touched the back of his head, and then turned his head to look at the black hammer on his butt. It seems that he is not as handsome as before. This is the mood of Super Iron Tyrannosaurus at the moment. Hisoka jumped down from the back of Super Iron Tyrannosaurus and stepped back several steps before he could get a close look at the big guy. Compared with the Rhydon period, the size of Super Iron Tyrannosaurus is 1/4 larger. If it was only 4 meters before, it is now almost 5 meters. What is the concept of 5 meters? A standard floor is 3 meters high. Rhydon stands on the ground floor, almost as high as the 3rd floor. It is a real behemoth. The desert tyrant Banhila of Chengdu MT Silver is just a little kid in front of Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. 3 days have passed since Buniri was born, and this energetic little guy can't rest for a moment. There's nothing you can do. The world is big, and children are the biggest. She should be sleepy at this age, but Hisoka doesn't understand why she is so energetic. Fortunately, Lulu is here to help take care of her. Today, Buniri finally got her to rest, so he quickly took Rhydon and the others to the wild for training. During the mountain climbing training in the valley, the evolution factor went riot, and Rhydon could no longer suppress it, and evolved into a Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. It's not a pity, although Hisoka still wants to suppress it for a few more days. Since it has evolved, he can only accept it. Plans can't keep up with changes. The evolved Super Iron Tyrannosaurus looks more solid, without the sturdiness of Rhydon. To put it bluntly, it has grown a little too fat. Lulu and Lando stayed in the gym to take care of Buniri. Hisoka prepared to test the combat effectiveness of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus at this moment. Since it has evolved, it naturally needs to pass the assessment. Weevil Milotic. Hisoka threw out 2 Pokemon balls at once. He planned to let Weevil and Milotic work together to surpass Rhydon. During this period, he would not command any Pokemon. It all depends on their free play. Weevil, Milotic, you two are a team. Rhydon fights alone. Don't hold back. I need to see your true strength. Hearing Hisoka's order, the 3 pets nodded their heads in unison. They ran away for a distance, found a small hill, opened their laptop, and pointed the camera on it at the battlefield. He needed to record all the following battles, find the shortcomings and correct them, and also provide more simulation materials for the 3DST software. The atmosphere on the field was like a night duel normal. The 3 pets looked at each other. Usually, everyone had a good relationship, but the master said not to hold back, so they would definitely go all out. Holding their heads together, Weevil and Milotic began to walk back and distance themselves from Rhydon. They were just practicing actual combat, not a life-and-death duel. The 2 sides were separated by a distance of about 50 meters. Weevil stopped, glanced at Milotic beside her, and waved her claws forward, meaning that she would attack first. Meow. Milotic understood, and opened her mouth to release an aqua jet without rising heat. It was obvious that Milotic was not using the Scald skill, but the ordinary water gun trick to test. Water the gun's spray speed is very fast, and the distance of 50 meters is passed in the blink of an eye. After evolving into a super iron Tyrannosaurus, the big guy's defense has been qualitatively improved. Its own water resistance is stronger than that of its normal counterparts. The power of the water gun alone cannot cause any impact. Never be proud, even if rival is much weaker than you. This is a sentence that Hisoka often tells Pokémon when training them. Pokémon have high IQs, and they also have the pride, happiness, arrogance, sadness, and other emotions that humans have. It is the stupidest thing to be confident in your own defense and stand still to resist rival skills. When it was on the uninhabited island before, the super iron Tyrannosaurus was invincible in the world. Nothing can break its armor defense. There is no method in fighting, and the head is very stubborn. There is no consciousness of avoiding attacks, only knowing to fight hard. After being subdued by Hisoka, it took him a long time to change some of Rhydon's wild rings. With a roar, the super iron Tyrannosaurus raised its right leg and ground stepped lightly. Accompanied by a tremor, a 4-meter-high stone pillar broke out of the ground and blocked the super iron Tyrannosaurus. Milotic's water gun followed and just tackled the stone pillar. The stone pillar was 20 centimeters thick. The power of the water gun could only wash away some surface soil and could not cause any impact. Skills like Rock Imprison can sometimes not only block rivals' actions. For the super iron Tyrannosaurus, which is slow in itself, Cloth Imprison can also be used as a defensive means. The pillar arm was raised horizontally, and the super iron Tyrannosaurus opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. The arm muscles suddenly exerted force, and it actually expanded a whole circle in an instant. It was going to show a skill it had just learned. Rock Heavy Artillery. Is it coming? Shisua coiled on the grass, watching the movements of the super iron Tyrannosaurus, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Rock Cannon. It can be said to be the exclusive skill of super iron Tyrannosaurus. It does not require the assistance of a learning machine disk. As long as Rhydon evolves into super iron Tyrannosaurus, it can automatically master this powerful offensive skill. The official skill power value is rated at 150, which is equivalent to the power of Destruction Ray, and both have the same side effects. After using Rock Cannon, Super Iron Tyrannosaurus will be in a stiff contest condition for a period of time, unable to attack, defend, or dodge. In other words, if Rock Cannon does not hit rival, then Super Iron Tyrannosaurus in a stiff contest condition will become a real live target. Hiso discovered that among the skills and moves of Pokémon, those powerful skills will have certain side effects to a greater or lesser extent. Either like Destruction Ray, Rock Cannon will make the body in a stiff contest condition, or will kill 1,000 enemies, lose 800 of itself, and have skill counter injury, etc. These powerful skills are not suitable for regular Pokémon duels, but in doubles matches or team battles. Because of the cover and assistance of teammates, sometimes they can offset those side effects. The giant arm like a gun barrel quickly expanded, and a gray stone bullet with a diameter of more than 80 centimeters was formed at the mouth of the gun barrel. It was like a heavy Tiger tank, loaded with 171 millimeters armor-piercing shells. The gun barrel locked on the enemy, waiting for the final launch. The big ship and the cannon are always the romance that belongs only to men. Fire! Bang! The barrel shook, and the powerful recoil made the super iron Tyrannosaurus weighing 2 tons couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The stone bullet disappeared at the muzzle in an instant, and the wisps of white smoke produced by the intense friction slowly rose. The stone bullet flew towards Weevil and Milotic with a force of 10,000 pounds. With the current kinetic energy of the stone bullet, it didn't even need to hit the enemy head-on. As long as it hit the position at a close distance, the shock wave generated by the stone bullet hitting the ground was enough to stun most Pokémon with weak defense capabilities. Meow. Milotic responded immediately, almost opening his mouth to the limit, and a 15-centimeter thick water column blasted at the stone bullet rushing in the air. The water flow was steaming, and with the blessing of mystic water, Milotic's scald skill increased its power by 20%. But even if he responded with all his strength, the surging boiling water still couldn't stop the stone bullet from flowing forward. At this time, Weevil finally made a move, stamping the grass with his right leg, and his developed leg muscles burst out instantly. Weevil turned into a black spark and disappeared on the spot. The next second, a black shadow appeared under the stone bullet. Milotic's scald, which was fully spit up, more or less played a role in slowing down. The three claws were close together in a slashing shape. Weevil hit the surface of Rapid Spin's stone bullet with a brick break from bottom to top, and the stone bullet that was tackled changed its direction slightly. At the same time, Milotic swam quickly and tried to pull away to the left. The stone bullet brushed past Milotic 3 meters away from her side, and the gusts of wind brought by the high-speed flying blew her hair fins on both sides away. With a deafening roar, the stone bullet finally tackled the ground. Spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly in all directions. At the same time, the terrifying dynamic potential energy generated by the stone bullet hitting the ground caused the surrounding surface to produce an earthquake-like effect. A deep pit with a diameter of more than 5 meters appeared on the grassland. The stone bullet had already penetrated deep into the ground. The high temperature generated by the violent tackle between the stone bullet and the rock caused some rocks in the ground, CCG, to appear broken and charred. Weevil hid her trembling left hand behind her. The brick break that had just touched the stone bullet and hit with all her strength changed the flying trajectory, but also caused her left hand to be injured. With Weevil's speed, she could easily avoid the attack range of the rock-heavy artillery, but considering Milotic's slow movement on land, she could only cooperate with the two to try to change the flying direction of the stone bullet. After the battle, the super iron Tyrannosaurus sat down on the grass panting. Weevil was too flexible for him, and Milotic was harassing him with various water skills from distance. Even though he had plenty of energy, he was still a little short of breath after a long battle. This experimental match had no winners or losers. Weevil's attacks repeatedly hit the iron Tyrannosaurus, but were all resisted by the opponent's terrifying physical defense. Unless Weevil used Sword Dance to add contest condition to herself, it would be difficult for her current attack power to cause serious damage to the iron Tyrannosaurus. Even if Weevil attacked the iron Tyrannosaurus 10 or 20 times, the opponent would be able to withstand it, but as long as the iron Tyrannosaurus caught a chance, a heavy hammer would be enough to seriously injure Weevil. Lucky, Chansey swayed her round body and ran to Weevil's side, carefully holding Weevil's injured left hand. With a light touch of her little hand, a pink light wave enveloped her palm. Weevil felt a cool feeling coming from her left hand, which was originally burning and painful due to the abrasion. Chansey used Heal Pulse, and the cracked wound was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. After healing Weevil, this dedicated little nurse fluttered to the super iron Tyrannosaurus again, put her hands on her belly, took out the lucky egg that was bred today, and handed it to the super iron Tyrannosaurus. Lucky, eat it. You can recover your strength. A trace of saliva flowed from the corner of the super iron Tyrannosaurus' mouth. He drooled. The lucky egg in Chansey's belly has been there for a long time. This little thing is very stingy. Usually, he has never been willing to share one with him. He obviously gives one to the boss every day. The super iron Tyrannosaurus took the lucky egg and threw it into his big mouth under Chansey's reluctant eyes. Just like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, he swallowed it like a crunch, fragrant date. The rolling heat came from his abdomen, and the super iron Tyrannosaurus squinted his eyes comfortably. His originally tired body was recovering quickly. This newly opened Rainbow Casino is really rich. The motorcycle slowly drove into the downtown area of Rainbow City. On both sides of the road, the billboards that stretched up were all advertisements about the Rainbow Casino and promoted today's doubles match. Entering the city center, The TV screens on various buildings were also broadcasting the live broadcast of the Rainbow Casino. The square in front of the magnificent and luxurious Jinhui Hotel was full of tourists from various cities and multiple regions. Shisuo heard that the advertisements of this big casino have been put in the Hoenn region. You can sign up directly online without any requirements. People of all ages can participate as long as you have your own doubles partner. The houses here are so big. Sitting on the back seat of the motorcycle, Lando tightly hugged Shisuo's waist, raised her head, and looked at the towering high-rise buildings in amazement. Especially when passing the Rainbow Hotel, the magnificent modern building over 300 meters high made her cover her red lips. Lando grew up in the Dark World and never left her hometown. Dark City retains the ancient style of the Hatsong era. The height of the houses is generally only 5 or 6 meters. The tallest building is the municipal building, but it is only a dozen meters high. How can it be compared with the building in front of the foothills? Seeing the motorcycle slowly driving towards this building that can't be seen at a glance, Lando excitedly patted Shisuo's shoulder and said, "Master, are we staying here today?" Shisuo gently shook his head. The Jinhui Hotel over there in the casino is full, and the Pokémon Center is also full. I booked 2 single rooms with this Rainbow Hotel online. How much does a room cost in such a big hotel? Lando asked curiously. Although it is just an ordinary single room, the Rainbow Hotel is a 6-star hotel. It costs tens of thousands of yuan to stay in a single room for one night, not to mention the presidential suite. 10,888 yuan one night, Shisuo replied lightly. Lando was shocked. Oh my god, more than 10,000 yuan, but only for one night. You have to know that her current salary is only 5,000 yuan a month, which means that after working hard in the gym for a month, she can't even afford to stay in this hotel for one night. In the past, when there was nearly 10 million spare money in the bank card, Hisoka would definitely stay in the VIP suite, but now it is different. His Pokemon are increasing, especially the Big Eater Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. If he just feeds them, it won't cost much. Nutritious Pokemon food, expensive energy cubes, specially customized training equipment, special medicinal oil for Pokemon daily maintenance. This series of things add up. Lulu, Weevil, Milotic, Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, Chansey, Buniri have to be allocated, and the accumulated amount is an astronomical figure. White Misdreavus is okay. This little thing only needs to absorb some energy radiation from the 7 color gems every day. As a ghost Pokemon, she doesn't need so many requirements. Money is a B asterisk 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 D. If you really want to spend it, it will never be enough. Hisoka is ready to go to Mandarin Island on the Orange Islands to get the Gold Hunter license after this year's Indigo Plateau Conference. The Kanto Bounty Hunter General Union is not in this region, but in Mandarin Island. The Orange Islands are an autonomous archipelago under the Kanto region. The archipelago does not have its own alliance and relies on the Kanto Alliance, but the archipelago is highly autonomous and has its own official gym and local laws. It is an alternative 1 country, 2 systems. After leaving the luggage at the hotel, Hisoka took Lando to the Rainbow Casino. Although they had already registered on the casino's official website, they still needed to register on-site to get the number plate. The entrance of the casino was very lively, with all kinds of luxury cars. Today, high-ranking officials of Rainbow City, including corporate tycoons and representatives of famous families, were all present. Hisoka saw the figures of Erika and Sabrina on the high platform seats on the 2nd floor of the casino. They were standing among the top guests. As the wealthy neighbor of Rainbow City, the big casino opened today, and many wealthy people and entrepreneurs from Saffron City were invited to attend the banquet. Iligia is not only the official gym leader of Rainbow City, but also an excellent female entrepreneur. Her Li Jiao perfume shop is quite famous in the entire Kanto region. Most of them are expensive perfumes made by hand, with excellent quality and pleasant smell, which are very popular among wealthy ladies and daughters. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The people who help the contestants register are all female dealers of the hotel, wearing black open-collared small suits and their deep peaks attract the attention of every male tourist. The sexy, straight, long legs are covered with seductive black stockings. Rows of long-legged, busted beauties, all 170 centimeters tall, looked like clones, all with a smile as gentle as spring breeze, revealing their 4 white teeth. Handsome guy, your number is 489, and this beauty's number is 490. With a charming smile, the sexy dealer with black long hair handed the 2 number cards in his hand to Hisoka. The doubles match will officially start at 1 p.m. today, and lunch will be provided free of charge by the wealthy casino. Both contestants, ordinary tourists, can enjoy the delicious and rich buffet. The huge tables filled the entrance of the casino, and the waiters in white uniforms pushed the dining carts from the entrance of the Jinwi Hotel to the square here. The noise and conversation of the crowd made the Jinwi Square look very lively today. In Tokiwa City, Tokiwa Gym, 236 meters underground, there is an underground base that no one knows about. This is a huge, semicircular building full of science fiction. There is a red R-shaped carved sign directly above the 90-centimeter wide alloy door. As the symbol of the rocket team, the red R is undoubtedly well known in Kanto and Chengdu region. In the huge underground base, researchers in white coats come and go. There are more than 2,000 scholars from all walks of life gathered here. Professor, some of them voluntarily joined a rocket team, and, of course, more were forced to come. Professor Solano, you have made me wait too long. How long will the final weapon take? Remember, think clearly before answering. I don't have that much patience anymore. A steady, yet majestic male voice came from behind the luxurious leather office chair. As the office chair slowly turned, a middle-aged man in a burgundy suit and a big back hair appeared in front of him. He was tall and strong, with a sharp look and a prominent position. At a glance, you can tell that this man must have been in a high position for a long time, with the power of life and death in his hands. His aura of power without anger is not something that ordinary people can possess. Boss, the completion of the final weapon has reached 99.97%, and the final debugging is in progress. You will be able to see its heroic appearance soon. The person who answered had an elegant voice like an aria. The age is similar to that of the middle-aged man, with a middle-parted hair, a tuft of goatee on the chin, and a white high-collared professor suit, giving people a very elegant temperament. Professor Solano, one of the 3 trump card professors of the Rockets, is highly regarded by Giovanni and is in charge of the most important final weapon project of the Rockets. As the top executive of Team Rocket, there is only one man who could be called boss by Professor Solano, and that is the leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni. Pushing the flat-frame glasses on his nose, Professor Solano said calmly, "The final weapon is too unruly. In order to better control it, we need to prepare a special ability armor. One is to suppress its runaway energy, and the other is to stabilize it faster when it loses control." Perhaps thinking that Professor Solano's answer is good, Giovanni's solemn face suddenly melted like winter snow, and the corners of his mouth curled up, and he smiled. "What do you think is a better name for that weapon? Its genes have been reorganized countless times and have reached the most perfect contest condition. The final weapon with full power will not be weaker than any ancient beast, and may even be stronger, including the Ho-Oh and Chengdu." Professor Solano did not answer Giovanni directly. He is a smart man. The only person who can name the weapon is Chung Shu himself. "Huh?" Giovanni stroked the Persian at his feet and laughed loudly. 10 years of hard work, hundreds of billions of funds. What's the point of a legendary beast? I, Giovanni, can create a Pokémon that is more powerful than a legendary beast. Giovanni stood up, put his hands behind his waist, walked to the French window, looked at the humanoid figure in the nutrient tank outside the window, and said in a deep voice, "Since its Earl Dervish gene comes from you, and it is also more powerful than Mew, then let's call it Mutwo." "Mutwo," Solana muttered softly. "Dong dong." The door of the office sounded. "Come in." Giovanni sat back in the office chair and regained his usual serious expression. The door was pushed open, the sound of high heels stepping on the ground, and the long red wavy hair was draped over her shoulders. This is a very beautiful and mature woman. The white high boots stopped beside Professor Solano and smiled charmingly. Hey, our busy man, how come you have time to come here today? Ariana, the flower of Team Rocket, the only female general among the 4 generals of Team Rocket, is in charge of the industrial economy of Team Rocket. Not only is her trainer strength comparable to that of Region Elite, but her outstanding business acumen is also the key to her becoming the assistant of Boss Giovanni. Ariana has a high nose and deep eyes, and her face is high profile, with a typical European and American appearance. She is very sexy, and her moist red cheeks are slightly open. Even though Professor Solano is wholeheartedly devoted to Pokémon genetic research, he still feels a burst of anger in his heart. I'm here to report the progress of the project to the boss. Professor Solano smiled elegantly. Giovanni and Ariana looked at each other, knowing that the other had something to report, and turned to look at Solano and said in a deep voice, Professor Solano, you go down first. Okay, boss. Professor Solano bent down slightly, glanced at Ariana beside him, and walked out of the office door slowly under the other's clever words and laughter. Ariana, what do you want? Giovanni leaned forward, crossed his hands, and placed them under his chin. Boss, please wait a moment, Ariana said, walked quickly to the desk, picked up the remote control on the desk, and gently pressed the LCD screen behind her. The screen showed the opening scene of the Rainbow Casino, a dense crowd, and fireworks that kept exploding in the air, and a large number of staff were setting up the competition venue. Today's Pokémon doubles competition. There are 986 trainers from 3 regions participating in this doubles competition. Ariana looked at the information in her hand and reported loudly. There are a total of 12 players under key observation, boss. Please take a look. Rainbow Casino. The Rockets hold 25% of the shares and are the second largest shareholder after the Sasaki family. It was Ariana who originally proposed to hold this doubles competition. The Rockets cannot openly accept the casino shares, which are currently under the name of a large auction house under Ariana. The purpose of holding the doubles 3.2 competition is also to replenish excellent new blood for the Rockets. Players who perform well in the doubles competition will be contacted by the Rockets after the competition. Money, beauty, power, rare Pokémon, and other various temptations. As long as you join the Rockets, you can enjoy the best things in the world. Many trainers who are not experienced in the world but have outstanding talents fall for these baits, and once they join the Rockets, they are out of control. In the past, the Rockets selected elite new blood mainly from the top 64 of the Indigo Plateau Conference and the Silver Conference every year, but they never contacted the champions and runners-up of previous years because those were the targets of Alliance's key observation. In the casino, there's a well-known, unspoken rule. That is, it is absolutely not allowed to release Pokémon, because some Pokémon special abilities can be used for cheating, especially Psychic and Ghost Pokémon. Psychic Pokémon can use powerful mental power to force detect cards. Ghost Pokémon can be invisible. Once these abilities are used for cheating, they are simply invincible. There is a matching blue light monitoring above each gambling table, which is to prevent some unscrupulous people from sneaking into the casino with Ghost Pokémon under invisible contest condition. In the morning, Shisua has seen more than a dozen gamblers who want to use Ghost Pokémon to cheat being thrown out of the door by the casino security. Boy, are you going to follow or not? I fell asleep. A middle-aged fat man with a cigar in his mouth, a little finger-thick gold necklace on his neck, and a rich man's aura shouted loudly. Sir, please don't make loud noises at the gambling table. The beautiful dealer who was dealing cards reminded. The fat man waved his hand impatiently. I know, you're so long-winded. The beautiful dealer's eyes inadvertently showed a trace of contempt, then changed to a kind attitude and looked at the handsome boy with a ponytail on the other side and asked softly, Sir, do you need to follow the card? Shisua opened his eyes and smiled slightly. Then follow another 1 million chips. The beautiful dealer nodded, took the 1 million chips, and then gave Shisua an open card, the 3 of spades, which was a little pitiful. You guys play, I cover my cards. The third gambler is a white-haired gentleman. His cards are 3 and 5. The previous player followed with a small card, so he could still play. Now, he can only let it go. The dealer continued to deal the cards. It was the turn of the local tyrant Fat Man. The third card was the Old King. The Fat Man's eyes lit up, and he pushed all the 20 chips in his hand onto the table with his short and thick 5 fingers. 2 million. Master, Lando, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but pull Shisua's clothes. She thought it would be better to cover the cards and admit defeat. After all, the boss's cards were too small. Although the suits were the same, the chance of a straight flush was too small. I have already won more than 1 million, so I might as well stop while I am ahead. I'll follow. Shisua still looked calm and indifferent. Lando's teeth were sore when she saw it, as if the money she was about to lose was her own normal. The last round is when the hidden cards are dealt, and the chips on the gambling table have reached 8 million. The Fat Man couldn't hold back any longer, and he spread out his hidden cards, excitedly saying, I have 4 kings, and although your 3 cards are the same suit, I don't believe you can be lucky enough to get a straight flush. Among all gambling games, Shisua only likes to play stud because it has the lightest gambling color, and to play a game like stud well, you need a good memory, comprehensive judgment, calm analysis ability, and a little bit of luck. Shisua thinks he can achieve the first 3. As for the final luck, it depends on God. The hidden cards are spread out. Spade A. Now the cards have become Spade 3, Spade 2, Spade 5, plus Spade A. There are only 10 Spade 4s left to form the second largest straight in stud. The Fat Man swallowed his saliva, and beads of sweat emerged from his forehead. He slapped the gambling table and shouted, Hurry up and spread out your cards. I don't believe you are really so lucky. Shisua stood up, glanced at Lando behind him, and pointed to the whole cards on the table. You open it. Lando shook her head vigorously. That was the winning or losing of 8 million chips. She didn't want to take the blame, even if she was beaten to death. The Fat Man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this, and sneered, Don't struggle. It can't be a straight flush. Go open it. I don't want to say it a second time. Hearing this slightly low voice, Lando's heart was in chaos. She didn't dare to make the boss angry. She could only muster the courage to go to the execution ground and slowly walk to the table. Her hands were shaking as she stretched out to the whole cards. She had never seen so much money in her life. Let's die. Thinking of this, Lando took a deep breath, closed his eyes, picked up the whole cards, and threw them on the gambling table, waiting for the final verdict. Damn! A cry of surprise. Damn, it's really a straight flush. This guy's luck is too good. Great, my little brother. The crowd around was amazed, and the voices of admiration rose one after another. Lando opened her eyes and looked at the table. A 4 of spades was right on her palm. Lando jumped and jumped as if she had gone crazy. Normal turned around and hugged Shisua, screaming, Master, we won 55 million, a full 535. The Fat Man looked at the flush cards in front of him in disbelief. He wanted to say that the other party cheated, but he couldn't open his mouth, because saying this sentence would insult the security measures of the Rainbow Casino. In the end, once it is verified that the other party did not cheat, then the person who will be thrown out will definitely be him. Excluding the principal, the gambling money for this morning was about 5 million. He threw a chip of 100,000 yuan to the beautiful dealer, and also gave a red envelope of 200,000 yuan to Lando, who opened the 020 card at the end. Small gambling is fun, big gambling hurts the body. Shisua himself is not a person who likes gambling. He just likes the game of wisdom. Unless cheating, no one can keep winning. Long-term card memorization and card counting overloaded his brain a little bit. He needs to rest for a while to cope with the afternoon game. The early venue of the doubles match is located in the Central Park of Rainbow City. Hideki's Rainbow Casino has booked the entire Central Park, which covers an area of more than 12,000 acres and is divided into 246 competition venues. During the period, each venue will have a live camera to broadcast the entire competition of the participating trainers on the LCD screens of various advertising buildings in Rainbow City. At the same time, Rainbow TV Station will also specially edit some wonderful battle clips and send them free of charge to various cities in Kanto, including Chengdu, Orange Islands, and even some TV stations in Hoenn region for broadcast. The instinct to make money flows in the blood of businessmen. These initial investments are just to increase their popularity. I believe that with the overwhelming advertising and today's large doubles competition, Rainbow Casino will leave a deep impression on people in the 3 major regions.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.